Martial Peak. Chapter 5088. Wu Xing He. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that there was a place that looked like a camp in front of him where several dozen black ink clansmen were looking in their direction. The one standing at the front had 2 horns on his forehead and his burly figure made him look like some kind of 2-legged ox demon. Those several dozen auras apparently came from this group. Surprisingly, they were mostly feudal lords while the black ink clansman who looked like an ox demon was a territory lord. There were many powerful black ink clansmen guarding the portal of this sealed world, and their leader was a territory lord. It went to show how important the black ink clan considered this place. The feudal lord who led Yang Kai to this place gazed at the territory lord and cupped his fist. "Sir Mei Qiong." The territory lord named Mei Qiong nodded lightly. Just by taking a glance at Yang Kai, he figured out the latter's identity, found a new artifact refiner. The feudal lord replied, "It was Sir He Yuan who found him." "He Yuan," Mei Qiong snorted. Perhaps he had some grudges against He Yuan. Yang Kai could see a hint of disdain flashing through his face at the mention of He Yuan. "What's his rank?" The feudal lord replied, "According to Sir He Yuan, he's a great master artifact refiner." "A great master? He Yuan is pretty lucky." Mei Qiong was surprised. After all, since this plan had been started years ago, all the black ink disciples who knew even a thing or two about artifact refining had been gathered here. It was hard to find a great master artifact refiner in the outside world. Even in this place, there were only a small number of great masters. "I'll leave him to you, Sir Mei Qiong. I still have to go back and report the matter to the royal lord." Mei Qiong nodded. "Good. Just leave him here. You can go back now." The feudal lord went on to say, "The royal lord wants me to tell you and Sir Qing Lei to work harder and complete this task as soon as possible." In an instant, Mei Qiong appeared annoyed. "It's not like Qing Lei and I can accelerate the process in any way. The human artifact refiners are the ones developing it." The feudal lord asked impassively, "Do you want me to pass on your words to the royal lord, sir?" Mei Qiong felt his brow twitching. Feeling vexed, he uttered, "Qing Lei and I will work harder to supervise them. Tell the royal lord to rest assured." It was only then that the feudal lord bowed his head and flew towards the portal. After the portal closed, Mei Qiong turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, "You're pretty bold. I hope your skills in artifact refining are just as great as your audacity." Yang Kai put on a fawning smile as he wouldn't dare to say anything in front of this overbearing man. Mei Qiong beckoned to a subordinate and ordered, "Bring him to see Qing Lei." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the feudal lord directly pushed his black ink strength and engulfed Yang Kai with it before flying further into the sealed world. Just a moment later, they arrived at a huge valley where there was a grand hall in the middle of the mountain wall. There were a lot of black ink clansmen moving around the grand hall. The feudal lord turned his head and ordered, "Come with me." He then shuffled into the grand hall. Naturally, no one stopped him. Yang Kai followed him closely. Soon, they moved across the grand hall and arrived at an open-air platform on the other end. There was a well-built figure standing on the platform. Looking down from this position, one could watch over the entire valley. The feudal lord, who led Yang Kai to this place, saluted the well-built figure, "Sir Qing Lei." Without turning his head, Qing Lei asked in a deep voice, "The portal of the sealed world was open just now." Although he was responsible for guarding this place, he was a territory lord after all. He certainly could detect that the portal was opened earlier. The feudal lord replied respectfully, "An artifact refiner has been sent over from the royal city." Qing Lei turned around and examined Yang Kai before nodding. "What's his rank?" "It said that he's a great master artifact refiner." Qing Lei said impassively, "Not bad. Leave him to me." "Yes," the feudal lord replied, then left the place respectfully. Yang Kai stood there silently and waited for Qing Lei to speak to him. However, Qing Lei didn't seem to have the intention of saying anything to Yang Kai as he remained unmoving. Yang Kai had no idea what the other man was waiting for. Despite that, he had figured out some important information not long after he arrived in the sealed world. There was no doubt that Mu Guang Royal Lord treasured this sealed world highly. Not only did it require a special token to open the portal, but there were also 2 territory lords guarding this place. One of them was Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, and the other was Qing Lei. Yang Kai had no idea how many feudal lords there were in this place, but he was certain there were a lot of them. The number of powerful black ink clansmen here showed how cautious Mu Guang was. Although Yang Kai always knew this would be a difficult task, he still felt frustrated at this moment. He could ignore the feudal lords, but it wasn't easy to do anything without alerting the territory lords. As Yang Kai followed Qing Lei's gaze, he saw a huge warship hovering in the middle of the mountain valley. The size of this warship was similar to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass in the past. It was much larger than a typical warship owned by a human squad, similar to the size of a warship used by a battalion. The appearance of the warship was imposing. Since Yang Kai was unable to get closer, he couldn't ascertain the capabilities of this warship. However, it had been 20 years since those from Enyang Pass discovered the first prototype Black Ink Clan warship, so the newer one must have been improved at least a little. At this moment, there were a lot of human artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley. Nevertheless, not every artifact refiner had the right to refine this kind of warship. Most of the artifact refiners could be ignored. The most pressing issue for Yang Kai was to find out who was the artifact refiner that was in charge of developing the warship. Only by doing so could he come up with a solution. All of a sudden, a figure shot into the sky, which caught Yang Kai's attention. As he looked intently, he realized that the person was a human, not a Black Ink clansman. The person was an elderly man who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, he appeared exhausted, as though he hadn't taken a break from work for a long time. The elderly man walked up to Qing Lei and saluted him. "What's wrong, Sir Qing Lei?" Qing Lei shot him a dispassionate glance. "Here's a new artifact refiner. Help him settle in." It was then that the elderly man noticed Yang Kai, who was behind Qing Lei. Elated and replied, "Understood." Upon finishing his words, he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come with me." Yang Kai nodded and flew towards the mountain valley alongside the elderly man. Before they landed, the elderly man turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Yang Kai." The elderly man nodded. "So it is little brother Yang. You're already so strong at such a young age. You do have a promising future. By the way, I'm Wu Xinghe." Wu Xinghe. Yang Kai turned serious the moment he heard this name. Before he left Enyang Pass, Tang Qiu had given him a list of a dozen people who had gone missing on the battlefield. Those from Enyang Pass speculated that they had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. These dozen people had studied artifact refining before and shown some talent for it. Of course, when they went missing, they could only be considered novices in artifact refining. However, if they fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and started focusing on studying the Tao of artifact refining, they would have a chance to grow. Those from Enyang Pass speculated that the person in charge of developing the warship was one of those people. Tang Qiu told Yang Kai to pay more attention to the information regarding the people on the list when the latter arrived in the Black Ink clan's domain. Yang Kai had never expected that not long after he entered the sealed world, he would meet one of the people on the list. Could this person be the one who was in charge of developing the warship? Yang Kai was uncertain about it. From the looks of it, even if Wu Xinghe wasn't the most important figure in this project, he wouldn't be insignificant. Otherwise, Qing Lei wouldn't have told him to help Yang Kai settle in. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "So, it is Senior Wu." Wu Xinghe glanced at him and chuckled. "We're both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so you don't have to call me a senior. Moreover, we're in the Black Ink clan now, so we don't have to comply with the etiquette of the humans." Yang Kai was already used to human etiquette, and although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, he could only be considered a rising star compared to the other much older veteran 7th Order masters. Upon hearing Wu Xinghe's words though, Yang Kai stopped being overly polite and addressed the older man in a different way, saying, "Senior brother Wu." Wu Xinghe replied with a smile, "What's your rank in artifact refining?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Great Master." "What field are you particularly well versed in?" "Personally, I'm good at refining offensive and defensive artifacts. I can build flight-type artifacts as well, but that will take a longer time." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. "In that case, you shall work with me. I happen to need more people on my side." "I shall trouble you from now on then, Senior Brother Wu." "No worries." By the time they finished speaking, They arrived at the bottom of the mountain valley. Yongkai looked down and saw many artifact refiners working on the warship. There were also some feudal lords walking around that seemed to be supervising them. Wu Xing he directly led Yongkai to the edge of the mountain valley where there were a lot of houses. Wu Xing he pointed at those houses and said, "This is where we can get some rest and cultivate. The 3 houses on the left are empty, so you can choose one of them." Although Black Ink disciples are considered lowly in the Black Ink clan, artifact refiners like us are treated fairly well. If you need resources to cultivate, you can go over there and get some. Then, he pointed at the hall on the side. Not only are there materials of different orders, but there are also a lot of spirit pills. They're for us to use. Yongkai was astounded. It seems that everything is provided for us. Wu Xing he replied with a smile. They've prepared everything for us so that we can work harder. It requires a lot of energy to refine artifacts. If we can restore ourselves quickly, we can put more effort into making artifacts. The Black Ink clan is aware of that. Yongkai nodded to show that he understood what the other man was saying. The Black Ink clan has a lot of resources that are hard to come by on the human side. In this place, you can get a set of 7th order materials from the Black Ink clan to cultivate with ease. Of course, you can only get one set at a time, and you can only get another set after refining the ones you have. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5089, Solution. Since you're a newcomer, you can get used to the environment first. Look for me tomorrow, Wu Xing he said, then turned around to leave. Yongkai then watched him leave. After the older man was gone, he shuffled towards the 3 houses on the left. Wu Xing he said that these 3 houses were vacant, so Yongkai could choose one of them at random. He didn't have any specific demands, so he just chose the one furthest away from him. Upon pushing the door open, he realized that the facilities were quite simple. There was only a table, chair, and bed. There was also a token on the table. After picking it up, he realized that this was the token that could control the restriction around this house. He spent some time refining the token, then activated the barrier. This restriction couldn't be considered powerful as it could only prevent others from eavesdropping or disturbing the one getting some rest in the house. It should be the same for the other houses. Nonetheless, this was enough for the artifact refiners here. Just like Wu Xing he had said, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts. When they were exhausted, they needed such a place to restore their energy with peace of mind. After Yongkai was done with all that, he took a stroll around the mountain valley. Then, he found the hall where he could get some resources and entered. The Black Ink clansman responsible for managing the resources was a feudal lord. Faced with Yongkai's request, he didn't even question him. He directly fished out a set of 7th order materials and passed them to him. This made Yongkai feel rueful. It had to be noted that in the Great Passes, it was rare for anyone to refine 7th order materials to cultivate, for there was an acute shortage of resources on the Black Ink battlefield. Most of the time, even the 8th order division commanders couldn't refine 7th order materials to cultivate. Of course, the shortage had been alleviated since the introduction of the void yin-yang mirrors. Yongkai had no idea about the circumstances in other Great Passes, but in Blue Sky Pass at least, the human cultivators could use the best possible resources to cultivate now, provided that they had enough military merits. The structures around the mountain valley were so simple that one could see everything clearly at a glance. Apart from the warship in the middle of the mountain valley, Yongkai didn't find anything that was worth his attention. After getting what he requested, he returned to his house and cultivated in silence. He didn't forget to keep track of the time, of course, and the next day, he headed to the warship following Wu Xing he's order. From afar, he could see many people working on the warship. Fluctuations of energy were seen coming from every corner. At least 100 people were trying to build this warship, all of them artifact refiners. Yongkai had seen artifact refiners repairing warships in Blue Sky Pass, and it was equally bustling at those times. Therefore, he wasn't surprised one bit. However, that was in the inner sanctum after all. It must have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to have found so many artifact refiners. Furthermore, there must be more artifact refiners who were currently not working on the warship and were resting. Upon Yongkai's arrival, some artifact refiners shot him curious glances, but they soon stopped paying attention to him. He soon found Wu Xing he, who was busy working on the warship somewhere. Wu Xing was apparently refining an offensive artifact with full attention. A flame was seen flickering from his hands. The flame was scorching hot, and Yang Kai couldn't immediately identify what it was. All the artifacts on the warship had to be custom-made and were quite different from the artifacts used by cultivators. After all, the warship was huge, so the artifacts that had to be installed on the vessel wouldn't be small. That way, when the artifact, as an array node of an offensive array, was activated, it would be powerful and lethal to the enemies on the battlefield. Yang Kai appeared beside Wu Xing and greeted him. Wu Xing was swamped with work as his forehead was beaded with sweat, so he just nodded and glanced to the side. You came at the right time. Help me refine these materials. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask junior brother Sun Jiao over there. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a lot of materials that had been piled up beside Wu Xing. All of them were precious as they were the materials needed for refining the artifact. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to refine these materials. Therefore, he could be considered Wu Xing's assistant now. He knew that he still wasn't skillful enough to be directly involved in developing the warship despite being a great master, so it was appropriate that he became Wu Xing's assistant. This kind of task was not simple, but it wasn't critical either. It suited his current rank in the Tao of artifact refining. In fact, he wasn't the only assistant of Wu Xing. Before his arrival, there was already a young man who was doing this task. He should be the person named Sun Jiao that Wu Xing had mentioned. Certainly, Yang Kai already noticed him. The fluctuations of energy coming from Sun Jiao suggested that he was in the sixth order open heaven realm. It wasn't certain which cave heaven or paradise he was from. Yang Kai cupped his fist at him. Junior brother Sunday. Sun Jiao flashed a smile at him. You must be senior brother Yang. Apparently, he had heard about Yang Kai from Wu Xing. Yang Kai nodded. While Sun Jiao never stopped working, he asked, have you ever taken part in developing a warship before? Yang Kai shook his head. No. In fact, artifact refining was just a hobby of mine and I rarely made any artifacts when I was on the human side. Upon hearing that, Sun Jiao nodded. I see. Why don't you refine this 7th order metal element material first? This task is suitable for you given your cultivation. We'll need it at a later time. Certainly. Yang Kai wouldn't disagree. He then sat down with his legs crossed and picked up the 7th order metal element material. Following that, he fished out his hammer and circulated his power before striking the material with his own technique. Sun Jiao arched his brow with surprise. Thousand tempering art. Are you from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. I learned this artifact refining technique from a senior brother from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Sun Jiao commented, you fully mastered this technique. That's why I thought that you're from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Many thanks for your compliment, but compared to you, I'm still not skillful enough, Yang Kai replied humbly. Sun Jiao shook his head with a smile. I have simply practiced a lot. I started focusing on refining artifacts since I came to the Black Ink clan. It's been several hundred years since then. Yang Kai was surprised. Sun Jiao's words suggested that he started focusing on refining artifacts after he became a Black Ink disciple, probably on the Black Ink clan's orders. Therefore, it seemed that the Black Ink clan had already started preparing to build a warship several hundred years ago, or perhaps even longer. Otherwise, these Black Ink disciples couldn't have achieved so much. Although Sun Jiao was one order below Yang Kai, he was also a great master artifact refiner. Furthermore, he was more skillful than him when it came to his mastery of artifact refining. This was proven from his way of refining these materials. According to Yang Kai's observation, Wu Xing, who was focused on refining the offensive artifact now, was a grandmaster artifact refiner. An artifact refiner like Wu Xing, he was already able to refine high-rank artifacts. In fact, the one he was crafting was a kind of high-rank artifact, though it wasn't certain if he could successfully complete it. After all, it was more difficult to refine an artifact specifically for a warship than an average high-rank artifact. It took a talented and experienced artifact refiner to achieve this. Therefore, even a grandmaster artifact refiner might fail in his attempt to craft such an artifact. Over the following days, Yang Kai continued to assist Wu Xing, and nothing major happened. Sun Jiao, who worked with him, was a talkative person, so Yang Kai managed to gather a lot of useful information through his conversations with him. According to Sun Jiu, there were about 300 artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley, with the 3 of them being grandmasters. There were 2 more grandmasters apart from Wu Xinghe, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning. Below them, there were 30 great master artifact refiners. Although the rest of the artifact refiners were not talented in artifact refining, they were good enough to handle some miscellaneous tasks. It was this large team that was building a warship for the Black Ink clan. Just like Wu Xinghe, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning were on the list which was given to Yang Kai by Tang Qiu. They were the targets he had to investigate. During this period of time, Yang Kai came to know more about the capabilities of this warship. Compared to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass, the one before his eyes was indeed a significantly better version. It seemed that the artifact refiners here were working hard to improve their skills. This was terrible news for the humans. Fortunately, even though the capabilities of this warship had been enhanced, it still couldn't meet the Black Ink clan's needs on the battlefield. In other words, this warship was not good enough, and certainly not comparable to the warships used by the humans. Even if it was deployed on the battlefield, its usefulness would be quite limited. The warship had been greatly improved in just 20 years though, so if their progress went unhindered, a lot of warships owned by the Black Ink clan would appear on the battlefield in the near future. By then, the humans would be doomed. Now, Yang Kai had successfully snuck into this place, so he had to come up with a solution to settle the issue here. In fact, it wasn't hard to deal with this issue. He could simply kill all 3 Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xinghe. Without these Grandmasters, the development of the warship would come to a halt. Although the other artifact refiners still had room for growth, they couldn't possibly become Grandmasters. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had filtered a lot of Black Ink disciples and only found 300 artifact refiners. Most of the artifact refiners were not gifted in this Dao, so even if they were allowed to grow, they wouldn't become Grandmasters. Killing Wu Xinghe and the others could be said to be the simplest way to destroy their plan once and for all. By then, no one could be in charge of developing the warship, and the threat facing the humans would be resolved. However, if Yang Kai did so, his identity would instantly be exposed. There were also 2 territory lords who were monitoring this place, so once he was exposed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. Furthermore, Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xing, he were extremely valuable assets to the humans too. They only worked for the Black Ink clan because they had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength. It would be much better to purify them and bring them back rather than kill them. For the time being, Yang Kai couldn't think of a perfect solution, nor did he have any idea how he could flee from this place once his identity was exposed. Therefore, he could only wait patiently and play it by ear. Fortunately, the warship in this place was still not usable, so he had time to come up with a plan. Every time Qing Lei returned from the royal city, he would take Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters to task and urge them to finish perfecting the warship as quickly as possible. He had probably been reprimanded by the royal lord, which led to him venting his anger on these human artifact refiners. Nevertheless, perfecting a warship was highly dependent on their skills in artifact refining. Although Wu Xinghe and the others were artifact refining grandmasters, they were unable to create something as great as the warships owned by the humans. Therefore, the same scene would repeat itself every 6 months. The reason Qing Lei suddenly left his grand hall must be that he had to head to the royal city to report on the progress as usual. As expected, a moment later, Yang Kai felt a faint fluctuation of space principles coming from the portal which soon disappeared. It must be the movement from opening and closing the portal. The duration was short, so the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to detect it. However, to a master in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, he could easily sense such a fluctuation. Yang Kai waited for a bit to make sure that Qing Lei was gone before he put down what was in his hands and said to Sun Jiu, "Junior brother Sun, I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest for a bit." Looking up, Sun Jiu saw that Yang Kai's face was pale, and his aura was weak, therefore he nodded and replied, "Sure thing, senior brother Yang. Just leave it to me." Artifact refiners were treated well in this place. Nevertheless, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts, so the artifact refiners would frequently use up their energy and need to rest. Yang Kai's request wasn't unusual, so Sun Jiu wasn't surprised one bit. "Many thanks, junior brother," Yang Kai said. then leaped off the warship and flew towards the place where the artifact refiners resided. Instead of returning to his place though, he headed straight to a certain 3-story building. This was where Wu Xinghe resided. As one of the 3 artifact refining grandmasters, the treatment he received was naturally better than the other artifact refiners. Yang Kai visited this place frequently because he would ask Wu Xinghe questions about artifact refining from time to time. Half a day ago, Wu Xinghe had returned to his home to get some rest as he was exhausted. Now, he should be inside this building. Despite seeing all this from afar, the Black Ink clansmen, who were patrolling around the area, didn't come over and question Yang Kai. Instead, they just walked on by. Yang Kai knocked on the restriction and called out, "Senior Brother Wu." Moments later, the restriction around the building was deactivated and Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. When he reached the 2nd floor, he saw that Wu Xinghe was seated with his legs crossed on his bed. There was a set of 7th-order materials around him and the energy fluctuations around him suggested that he was refining those resources. "Senior Brother Wu." Yang Kai cupped his fist at him. Despite being disturbed while getting some rest, Wu Xinghe was not annoyed. Instead, he looked curiously at Yang Kai and asked, "What's wrong, Junior Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied, "I faced a problem when I was refining a certain material earlier. I wanted to ask you about it." Wu Xinghe asked, "What kind of problem did you face?" "The thing is, when I was refining an 8th-order firestone, I used the landslide technique that you taught me. However, I realized that it slightly damaged the integrity of the firestone." "Why is that?" As he spoke, he shuffled towards Wu Xinghe. Seeing that the older man was deep in thought, Yang Kai swiftly manipulated the local space principles. In an instant, space was frozen solid. Wu Xinghe was pondering on Yang Kai's question when the turn of events took place, so he hadn't been able to react at all. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai had clapped his hands together as a dazzling light came right at him. A dumbstruck Wu Xinghe had never expected that Yang Kai would launch a sneak attack on him and instinctually wanted to resist. However, he had been resting here because he was exhausted from artifact refining, so he didn't have much energy to begin with. Furthermore, since he became a Black Ink disciple, he had been focusing on improving his artifact refining skills following the Black Ink clan's orders and had not fought with anyone for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, despite being a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to fully utilize his power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was an experienced fighter whose strength significantly surpassed the other cultivators in the same order. Hence, it was expected that Wu Xinghe was unable to counterattack or even resist. Before Wu Xinghe could even condense his world force, his forehead was slapped by Yang Kai. A horrifying power penetrated his small universe and caused him to fall into a dazed state. Following that, the dazzling and pure light completely engulfed him. A strange sound was then heard. While Wu Xinghe was engulfed in the white light, something like a dark fog began leaking from his body and was purified into nothingness. He appeared to be in pain, but his expression soon became tranquil. A moment later, Yang Kai retracted his hands and vigilantly paid attention to the surroundings. After letting Yang Kai in earlier, Wu Xinghe reactivated the restriction to prevent anyone from disturbing them. However, Yang Kai was still worried that his actions would attract the Black Ink clan's attention. That was the reason he had to wait for Qing Lei to leave before making a move. Qing Lei was a territory lord after all, so if he noticed the anomaly, Yang Kai wouldn't be a match for him. Fortunately, Yang Kai acted swiftly and decisively. Only a few breaths of time had passed since he activated purifying light. Furthermore, he deliberately sealed the surrounding space and made sure that Wu Xinghe was unable to resist. Hence, the restriction around the building was not triggered. Everything is going well. Upon making sure that the Black Ink clan were not alerted, Yang Kai let out a breath. "Forgive my disrespect, Senior Brother Wu." Yang Kai apologized to him and sat down cross-legged in front of him. Presently, Wu Xinghe's face was pale. After all, Yang Kai's palms did not only contain the purifying light, but also his own power, which penetrated Wu Xinghe's small universe and caused it to shake. That was how he suppressed Wu Xinghe and made sure the latter couldn't resist. When Wu Xinghe heard the other man's voice, his vision refocused. While staring fixedly at his face, he said doubtfully, "You?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, "Senior Brother Wu, what I'm about to tell you might sound inconceivable, but you have to believe that what I'm going to say is true. We don't have much time left, so I'll be blunt. First of all, you should know that I was never corrupted by black ink strength, nor am I a black ink disciple. I'm simply pretending to be one. I knew it. Although Wu Xinghe appeared shocked, he was also relieved. The black ink strength in his small universe had been rapidly purified, so the moment he regained his senses as a human, he suspected that Yang Kai had never been corrupted by black ink strength. After all, Yang Kai was able to dispel the black ink strength in his body, so there was no way he would be corrupted. Now, it indeed seemed to be the case. Yang Kai had been pretending to be a black ink disciple, and he had managed to fool the black ink clan. What kind of technique was that? Wu Xinghe asked curiously. It's called purifying light, Yang Kai explained. It could be said to be the nemesis of black ink strength. It's something that the humans mastered a few dozen years ago. Upon hearing his explanation, Wu Xinghe muttered, "It's no wonder the black ink clan have been talking about there being no new black ink disciples recently. So that's the reason." He paused for a moment and asked, "Can the purifying light prevent me from being corrupted again?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. If you come into contact with black ink strength again, you'll still be corrupted. Fortunately, there's no black ink nest in the sealed world, nor is it filled with black ink strength, so as long as you're careful enough, you won't be corrupted by black ink strength." Marshall Peak. Chapter 5091. There's a big problem. Yang Kai was relieved at the fact that the Black Ink clan had set up their warship development site in this sealed world. This gave him room to carry out his plan. Just like he had said, there was no black ink nest in the sealed world, nor was it flooded with black ink strength. Therefore, as long as Wu Xinghe was careful enough, he wouldn't risk getting corrupted again. It wouldn't have been possible in any other Black Ink clan territory as they were all practically filled with black ink strength. Even if Yang Kai helped dispel the black ink strength in Wu Xinghe's body using purifying light, the latter would soon be corrupted again. When that happened, Yang Kai's identity would be exposed. How could he carry out his plans in such an environment? Senior Brother Wu. I'm from Yinyang Pass. On the Army Commander's orders, I've come here to look for artifact refiners like you all who are developing the warship for the Black Ink clan and make sure that this project fails. On the other hand, you're the first breakthrough point I've selected. I'll need you to work with me for the following plan. Qing Lei has just left the sealed world. Based on past experiences, I believe he'll return in half a day. That's the amount of time we have. There was a solemn expression on Wu Xinghe's face as he asked, "What's your plan? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai replied, "First of all, I need you to lure Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Guan to this place. I'll make a move and purify the black ink strength in their bodies so that they will regain their senses as humans. Although they're 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they've been completely focused on artifact refining for centuries now, so their fighting instincts have grown dull. If we work together and launch a sneak attack on them, there shouldn't be a problem. Then, I want the 3 of you to gather all the artifact refiners together. I'll dispel the black ink strength in their bodies at once, so that they can recover their true selves." Of all the artifact refiners, Wu Xinghe and the other 2 were not only artifact refining grandmasters but also 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The other artifact refiners were much weaker. Other than the fact that they were less competent than the 3 of them when it came to artifact refining, they were mostly in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Therefore, as long as Yang Kai could settle Wu Xinghe and the other 2, the rest of the artifact refiners wouldn't be an issue. Wu Xinghe nodded gently. "And then? Assuming that everything goes to plan and the Black Ink clan are not alerted, how are you going to leave this sealed world? Although Qing Lei is not around, Mei Qiong would never leave the portal. If you can't defeat him, you'll never be able to leave this sealed world. Moreover, you have to bring so many of us with you." Yang Kai replied, "Other than the 3 of you, I can keep the rest of the artifact refiners inside my small universe. It's not a problem to bring them with me. However, the 3 of you are in the same order as me, so I can't keep you inside my small universe. Therefore, I need you 3 to sacrifice a part of your small universes so you regress to the 6th Order." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe was astounded. "You want to escape this place on your own?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, "Other than me, all of you are not able to resist black ink strength. Only by staying inside my small universe would you be safe." Wu Xinghe frowned, "But that will be a huge burden on you." These 300 artifact refiners were all open heaven realm masters. If they all entered his small universe, it would be a tremendous burden on Yang Kai. As a result, his strength would undoubtedly be affected. Yang Kai was already less powerful than Mei Qiong to begin with, so if his abilities were further weakened, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from Mei Qiong. Yang Kai said, I can deal with 300 people staying inside my small universe. There will be some negative impact, but it won't be an issue. On the other hand, it's indeed difficult to deal with Mei Qiong as he would never leave the portal. There are no other ways apart from trying to force my way out of this sealed world. Certainly, it would be wonderful if I can fool him into opening the portal for me. However, as soon as I make a move here, the Black Ink clansmen around us will notice. There's no way we can do it secretly. Wu Xing, he nodded. So your plan is to bring us all away so that the Black Ink clan will never be able to finish this warship. It's indeed a simple plan, but it's also the best way to crush their ambitions once and for all. Yang Kai let out a breath. Is there a problem with this plan? Wu Xing, he stared fixedly at him and replied, there's a big problem with this plan. Certainly, Yang Kai knew that there were all sorts of problems with his plan. Nevertheless, he was on his own in this sealed world where he was surrounded by enemies. Even the artifact refiners could be considered the Black Ink clan's allies, so any negligence would cause his plan to be exposed earlier than he had hoped. Unfortunately, he didn't have a better solution. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when Wu Xing he said there was a problem with his plan and he simply asked humbly, what is it? Wu Xing, he replied, even if you successfully bring all of us away, you still can't stop the Black Ink clan from developing a warship. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and asked, why is that? Wu Xing, he explained, that's because we're not the ones leading the development of the warship. Although Wang Xibo, Guan Ning, and I are contributing to this project, we're just assistants. There's someone else who is in charge of this project. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Really? Who is it? I thought the three of you are the only artifact refining grandmasters here. Wu Xing, he let out a sigh. A person named Nian. He's more talented than Wang Xibo, Guan Ning, and me when it comes to artifact refining, and he's just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian, why have you all never mentioned him before? It had been 3 years since he arrived at this sealed world. Although Yang Kai had tried to gather information through his conversations with other Black Ink disciples, he had never heard of this Nian before. That led him to believe that Wu Xing he and the other 2 grandmasters were the ones who were in charge of this project. If the person in charge of developing the warship was someone else, Yang Kai's plan naturally wouldn't work. It couldn't be helped though, as no one had mentioned Nian to Yang Kai before, so how was he supposed to know that this guy was the key person behind this project? Senior brother Wu, you said that Nian's aptitude in cultivation wasn't high? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yes. He was already a 7th order open heaven realm master when he left. However, even that was because he had the help of Black Ink's strength. His original limit was the 6th order, Wu Xing, he replied. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian's original limit was the 6th order. In other words, he had originally broken through to the 4th order open heaven realm. This kind of aptitude was indeed average among the cave heavens and paradises. However, Black Ink's strength could help an open heaven realm master break through their limits. Nian, whose limit was the 6th order, was already a 7th order open heaven realm master when he left this sealed world, and he was now going to attempt breaking through to the 8th order. It was no wonder Wu Xing he said that this guy was an arrogant person. As far as Yang Kai knew, open heaven realm masters who managed to break through their natural limits with the help of Black Ink's strength would have their temperaments changed drastically, just like Lu Ziyan, who was Gue Liao's Black Ink disciple. Moreover, when Black Ink disciples tried breaking through their limits, they had to face a huge risk, and any negligence would cause them to self-destruct. Yang Kai had witnessed such an incident in the Black Prison many years ago. Nian was already lucky enough to have ascended to the 7th order, and he was now trying to make it to the 8th order. This was no different from committing suicide. Martial Peak. Chapter 5092, To Act or Not. The Royal Lord takes this matter extremely seriously. Since Nian is trying to achieve a breakthrough, I believe the Royal Lord will give him all the support he needs. The Royal Lord might even personally assist him. If the royal lord makes a move, Nian might be able to succeed. The success of Nian's breakthrough was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so it was expected that Mu Guang wouldn't sit on the sidelines. Yang Kai initially thought that Nian wouldn't succeed in ascending to the Eighth Order. However, he wasn't so sure now if Mu Guang decided to help. No one knew what methods the royal lord had. Regardless, this matter had to be dealt with accordingly. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai managed to take all of the artifact refiners away from the sealed world, he still couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from carrying out their plan. This made him fall into a dilemma. He initially intended to execute his plan today, but a variable like Nian came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver. At this moment, Yang Kai was relieved that this sealed world was not filled with Black Ink strength. Otherwise, his plan would have come to a halt at this point. Presently, he had to make some changes. After giving it a thought, he said, "Senior Brother Wu, we have to confirm whether Nian is dead or alive. It would be great if he lost his life during his breakthrough. However, if he returns safely, that'll mean he's successfully become a great grandmaster. By then, the warship will be perfected. What do you want to do?" Wu Xing he asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't have a solution right now, we can only wait. After all, it's not like we can ask the Black Ink clan about it. During this period of time, you have to be cautious to avoid coming into direct contact with the Black Ink clan. There's no ambient Black Ink strength in the sealed world, so as long as you don't get too close to the Black Ink clansmen, you won't be corrupted. If you happen to be invaded by Black Ink strength, you have to immediately inform me and I will purify it for you." "Got it." Wu Xing he nodded, then said, "As for Wang Xibo and Guan Ning, do you want to dispel their Black Ink strength only when you're in the final stages of the plan, or do you want to act in advance?" Yang Kai asked, "What do you think?" After pondering on it for a moment, Wu Xing he replied, "The risk will be increased if we act now. After all, even if they regain their human nature, they'll still be at risk of getting corrupted again. However, they're 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Artifact Refining Grandmasters. What's more, they frequently come into contact with me. Guan Ning is especially sensitive, so I'm worried that I'll accidentally expose myself." "We'll act in advance then." Yang Kai directly made a decision. "I'll need you to work closely with me." "Got it. I'll inform you when everything is prepared." Wu Xing he nodded. "Also, I want to take control of this sealed world's portal. That way, it'll be easier for us to flee when executing the plan." Upon hearing that, Wu Xing he shook his head. "That won't be easy. Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years. How are you going to take control of it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I have my own methods, however, I'll have to pass through the portal." "Does that mean you have to leave this sealed world once?" Wu Xing he asked. Yang Kai nodded. Do you have any idea how we can do it?" After a moment of deliberation, Wu Xing he replied, "I can have you head to the royal city to buy some materials for me. I believe the Black Ink clan won't turn me down." "That sounds good. However, there will be a Black Ink clansman who will follow you. The 2 territory lords will never leave the sealed world, so the person who will go with you will most likely be a feudal lord." "That's fine. I'll make sure that the feudal lord won't notice whatever I do." Since the other man was so confident, Wu Xing he stopped trying to dissuade him. After they discussed the matter for a while longer, Yang Kai left and returned to his own house to get some rest. A few days later, Qing Lei was seated on the platform that was above the mountain valley. As he looked down, he was able to monitor everything that was going on in the mountain valley from his position. No anomalies could be hidden from him. With that said, nothing major had happened since the day he started guarding this place, and the human artifact refiners had always been working hard to perfect the warship. Unfortunately, many years had passed, but the thing they created was still not usable. Just then, a figure shot up from the valley and landed in front of him. Qing Lei lifted his gaze and realized that this person was one of the artifact refining grandmasters, Wu Xing he. Wu Xing he saluted him respectfully. "Sir Qing Lei." "What's wrong?" Qing Lei asked impassively. Wu Xing he replied, "I need some materials that we are running low on in this sealed world. Will you please allow me to go to the royal city to buy them?" Upon hearing that, Qing Lei furrowed his brows. "What materials do you need that have to be purchased in the royal city?" Wu Xing he randomly mentioned some materials, which were all quite precious. Qinglei replied, "Got it. I'll tell someone to send them to you." Although those materials were valuable, there was never a lack of resources in the Black Ink clan. Moreover, this project was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so the royal lord was fully supportive of it. Regardless of what materials they needed, they just had to make a request, and someone from the royal city would send them over. Wu Xing he seemed to have expected this kind of response, so he said, "Sir, the quality of these materials is critical. Someone who is not proficient in artifact refining might not be able to fight the appropriate ones. As such, I have to personally head to the royal city." "You want to personally go there?" Qinglei was surprised. In the past, Wu Xing he had asked for more materials on several occasions, but he only came over and told him what he needed, and the materials would be sent to him. He had never requested to personally head to the royal city. Wu Xing he nodded, "I have to go there to make sure that all the materials are up to standard so that the progress won't be held up. Some of the materials they sent us previously were substandard and could not be used." Qinglei became fidgety. "You and the other two grandmasters are in charge of this project now. If you're gone, who will continue developing the warship?" After giving it a thought, Wu Xing he suggested by saying, "Why don't I tell someone to go over there on my behalf?" Qinglei asked, "Who is it?" Wu Xing he replied, "The newcomer, Yang Kai. His aptitude in artifact refining is just as good as mine, so he'll definitely grow to be a grandmaster one day." Qinglei didn't understand what aptitude in artifact refining had to do with the purchase of materials. However, since Wu Xing he had recommended this person, he decided to stop questioning him. He thus nodded. "He'll be the one then. I'll tell someone to accompany him." Saying so, he waved his hand. The next moment, a feudal lord behind him stepped forward. Qinglei ordered, "Bring that human to the royal city and come back quickly." Then, he passed a token to the feudal lord. After taking the token, the feudal lord flew towards the mountain valley alongside Wu Xing he. A moment later, Wu Xing he called out to Yang Kai, who was getting some rest in his place. As Yang Kai was told what to do, he nodded. "You have to come back quickly," Wu Xing he ordered with a solemn expression. Yang Kai stared fixedly at him and nodded. "Don't worry, senior brother Wu. I'll come back as soon as possible." He then said to the feudal lord on the side, "Please." Without saying anything, the feudal lord led Yang Kai to fly towards the portal. When they arrived at the portal, the feudal lord passed the token to Mei Qiong, who was guarding this place. Since the token was authentic, they were allowed to leave. The moment the portal was opened, Yang Kai and the feudal lord subsequently dashed out of it. In the blink of an eye, the feudal lord passed through the portal and arrived in the outside void. When he turned his head though, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. This startled him for a moment, for it had never happened before. Supposedly, since they entered the portal at the same time, they should reappear together. Nevertheless, he was the only one there at the moment while Yang Kai was missing. While he was puzzled, the portal before his eyes contorted slightly. Following that, Yang Kai's figure came into his sight. Although he found the incident strange, he didn't read too much into it and just beckoned to Yang Kai, "Let's go." He then flew towards the royal city. The sealed world wasn't far away from the royal city. When Yang Kai was led to the sealed world from the royal city back then, it only took them an hour to arrive. Therefore, 1 hour later, Yang Kai and the feudal lord came to the royal city. With the feudal lord leading the way, they soon reached a street where all sorts of resources were sold. It took Yang Kai another hour to purchase all the materials that Wu Xing he wanted. Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the royal city for long, and the feudal lord apparently wanted to go back as soon as possible. Hence, they soon left the royal city. 1 hour later, before they arrived at the sealed world's portal, Yang Kai felt that something was coming from behind. When he turned his head, he saw a large ship charging forward in their direction. In the blink of an eye, the large ship got very close to them. Yang Kai and the feudal lord certainly noticed it. Seeing that the large ship wasn't going to stop, they quickly moved to the side. Even so, Yang Kai was almost hit by the large ship. Upon stabilizing himself, he lifted his gaze and saw that the large ship had moved across several hundred kilometers ahead. He frowned at the sight. Although the large ship had brushed past him quickly, he clearly detected two powerful auras from the vessel. One of them was a territory lord while the other was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Putting the territory lord aside, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master gave off a violent and dangerous aura, as though he would explode at any moment. Xueqi was astonished. He had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and snuck into the Black Ink clan's territory twice, but he had never come across an 8th Order Black Ink disciple before. Usually, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be corrupted by Black Ink strength unless a Royal Lord personally made a move. However, in every major battle, the Royal Lord would have to deal with an old ancestor from a human side, so they wouldn't have any spare energy to use their secret technique to corrupt 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they did so, they would be giving the old ancestor a chance to injure them. Hence, there were some 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare. The direction the large ship was heading suggested that it was going to the sealed world. A strange idea suddenly sprang into Xueqi's mind. Would it be so coincidental? The feudal lord turned to look at Xueqi, and upon making sure that the latter was fine, he continued moving forward without saying a word. Xueqi quickly followed him. A short while later, they arrived at the sealed world's portal. At this moment, a large ship was parked in the void as it was waiting for the portal to open. The large ship was the one that Xueqi had seen earlier. Martial Peak, Chapter 5093, Return of Xueqi. By the time Xueqi and the feudal lord reached this place, the sealed world's portal was slowly opening. The two figures on the deck noticed them and turned their heads. One of them was a territory lord while the other was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that Xueqi had detected. Upon closer look, he realized that the 8th Order Master had a bloated figure, which made him look like a ball. His head was right above his figure, as though his neck didn't exist. Sarcomas could be seen all over his skin, looking like horrible abscesses. Just by standing there, this bloated person exuded a violent and dangerous aura. Even the territory lord beside him wasn't willing to stand close to him. The moment Xueqi saw this person's appearance, he realized his identity. This person was none other than the Xueqi that Wu Xing he had mentioned. Although Xueqi had never seen him before, this person's appearance suggested that he had broken through his limit with the help of Black Ink strength and achieved something that couldn't be achieved through ordinary means. However, his life was also at risk now due to the hidden dangers in his small universe. Xueqi only made it to the 4th Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so the 6th Order was his natural limit. He was already lucky enough to have ascended to the 7th Order with the help of the Black Ink strength. Now, he even managed to make it to the 8th Order, which was simply inconceivable. The Royal Lord must have taken action personally. Otherwise, Xueqi couldn't have achieved this. It could be said that Xueqi was in a perilous situation, for he gave off a feeling that he might explode at any moment. However, he was still safe and sound. Perhaps Mu Guang had used an incredible technique to ensure his safety when he ascended to the 8th Order. In that case, he would most likely become a great Grandmaster. A great Grandmaster would definitely be able to refine a warship. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would have their own warships in no time and sail them across the battlefield. It wouldn't be like in the past when their warships were practically useless. At that instant, Xueqi felt a sense of urgency. Back then when he heard about the existence of Xueqi from Wu Xing he had no choice but to change his plans. Still, it never crossed his mind that Xueqi could break through his limit and ascend to the 8th Order so soon. Fortunately, he was certain that Xueqi was alive at the very least, and he could act accordingly. While Xueqi was in his thoughts, Xueqi suddenly asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Xueqi promptly cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir. I've been here for 3 years." Upon hearing that, Xueqi asked, "Are you the one who was sent here by He Yuan?" Yes. Xueqi had no idea how the other man found out he was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. Nevertheless, it went to show that Xueqi was able to get his hands on the sensitive information that only the most important Black Ink clansmen knew. In other words, the Royal Lord truly treasured him. "Where were you?" Xueqi asked. Xueqi honestly reported to him. Fortunately, the materials that Wu Xing he asked him to buy were indeed precious. Qing Lei could be easily fooled because he knew nothing about artifact refining, but the same trick couldn't be used on Xueqi. Luckily, Nian didn't intend to probe him further and just nodded gently before he stopped talking. As the portal was opened, the territory lord and Nian dashed inside while the ship remained anchored outside. After they entered, Xueqi and the feudal lord also flew into the sealed world. Presently, Mei Qiong was busy handling the territory lord and Nian, so he couldn't pay a lot of attention to Xueqi. After asking some questions, he simply let Xueqi pass. After leading Xueqi to the mountain valley, the feudal lord left, for he had to report to Qing Lei on the completion of this mission. Xueqi sauntered towards Wu Xinghe's residence and gently triggered the restriction. A moment later, a gap appeared in the middle of the restriction. Then Xueqi walked inside. On the second floor, Wu Xinghe was seated with his legs crossed. There was some faint black ink strength lingering around his figure. Presently, he was continuously circulating the power of his small universe to resist the black ink strength. Xueqi wasn't surprised at the sight. He walked up to Wu Xinghe and clapped his hands. The next instant, a pure and dazzling light engulfed Wu Xinghe. A sizzling noise was heard as the black ink strength inside Wu Xinghe's body soon disintegrated. Wu Xinghe's clothes were already soaked in sweat as he let out a breath. "You came back pretty quick, junior brother." Xueqi replied, "I wouldn't let you be at risk." Before he left the place some time ago, he already realized that Wu Xinghe had been invaded by black ink strength. That was the reason he had to come back in a hurry. If he returned any later, Wu Xinghe would have been corrupted and become a black ink disciple. When that happened, Xueqi's identity would have been exposed. Of course, Xueqi reckoned that Wu Xinghe would kill himself at the most critical moment to ensure that the secret remained safe. On the black ink battlefield, human soldiers had always been willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the greater good. Wu Xinghe was corrupted by black ink strength when he came into contact with Qing Lei. This sealed world was not filled with black ink strength, so he didn't have to worry about anything as long as he was cautious enough. However, Wu Xinghe was standing too close to Qing Lei at that time. As a territory lord, Qing Lei naturally released black ink strength around him. On the other hand, Wu Xinghe wouldn't dare to resist lest his secret was exposed. That was how he was corrupted. Fortunately, he was only stained with a small amount of black ink strength. Otherwise, he would have become a black ink disciple again before Xueqi returned. "Is everything prepared?" Wu Xinghe asked with concern. Xueqi nodded, "Yes." Wu Xinghe had no idea what move Xueqi had used to fool the feudal lord that had tagged along with him. However, since he had said as much, it meant that the matter was indeed settled. "Nian has returned, senior brother Wu," Xueqi said. "He's back." Wu Xinghe was startled. With a solemn expression, Xueqi nodded. "I came across him on my way back. He's now an 8th Order master." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe sported an anxious expression. "That's terrible news for us." What he and Xueqi hoped was for Nian to explode and pass away when trying to achieve an ascension so that no one would be able to help the Black Ink clan finish their worship. Now that Nian had returned safely though, it was bad news for them. After giving it a thought, Wu Xinghe asked, "Can Nian be saved?" Xueqi shook his head. "No. His limit is the 6th Order, so his small universe can only bear the power of the 6th Order. The reason he's alive right now is because of the black ink strength. The moment I dispel the black ink strength in his body, his small universe will explode." The light in Wu Xinghe's eyes went out. What a shame. If Nian could be saved, it would be good news for the humans. After all, artifact refining great grandmasters were rare. However, Xueqi made it clear that Nian could not be saved, which was why Wu Xinghe found it to be a shame. "Yes, it is indeed a shame, but Nian has to die," Xueqi said grimly. As long as Nian was killed, the Black Ink clan's plan to build a warship would come to a halt. Perhaps they would still be able to nurture some artifact refiners in the distant future, but those Black Ink disciples would never grow to be great grandmasters. Now, humans from different great passes had purifying light, and purifying Black Ink pills had been successfully developed. In other words, no human soldiers would be corrupted by Black Ink strength again. How was the Black Ink clan supposed to nurture artifact refiners without any new Black Ink disciples? The moment they broke through their limits with Black Ink strength, people like Nian and Lu Ziyan lost all hope to be saved. It's not easy to kill an 8th Order master. Moreover, There are 2 territory lords in this sealed world. What's your plan? Yongkai replied, I'm certainly no match for a normal 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, Nian is different. He won't be able to fully utilize his 8th Order might. Furthermore, I don't have to fight with him directly. I just have to get a chance to dispel the black ink strength in his body. By then, his small universe will come apart, and he'll detonate. As for the 2 territory lords, Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years, so I don't have a good solution for him. Nevertheless, Qing Lei will leave this sealed world every 6 months. We can make use of that. Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. Qing Lei only left this sealed world some time ago, so it will be another 6 months before he leaves again. We'll make a move in 6 months then. Yang Kai was determined. I hope that everything will go well by then, however before that, I will need you to deal with Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Guan. Wu Xinghe nodded. I'll inform you at an opportune time. As they spoke, the restriction around the building was triggered. A thought flashed through Wu Xinghe's mind as the restriction was deactivated. A moment later, a black ink disciple walked up the stairs and cupped his fist at them. Senior Brother Nye wants to see you, Senior Brothers. A puzzled Wu Xinghe asked, What happened? The black ink disciple shook his head. I have no idea, but Senior Brother Nye wants everybody to gather together. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. After exchanging glances, Yang Kai and Wu Xinghe frowned. They had no idea why Nian wanted them to come together not long after he returned. Let's see what he's up to, Wu Xinghe said, then left the place with the other man. A moment later, several hundred artifact refiners gathered together in front of the warship in the mountain valley. Standing in front of them was the bloated Nian. Many people were whispering among themselves as they had no idea why Nian gathered everyone. When all of the artifact refiners were present, Nian gazed at the huge warship with narrowed eyes and waved his hand. Dismantle it. Upon hearing that, all of them were astounded. Guan Ning, who was at the front, stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Nye, this warship is about to be completed. Why do you want to dismantle it? Nian replied dispassionately, What's the point of keeping this rubbish? Dismantle it. But... Just when Guan Ning wanted to continue speaking, Nian suddenly turned his head and glared at him. What else do you want to say? As he spoke, his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm pressure swept across the place. Guan Ning gulped and spoke no further. Wu Xinghe, who was standing beside Yang Kai, frowned. Although Nian was haughty back then, he had never been so overbearing. It seemed that his temperament had changed after he forcefully ascended to the 8th Order. Martial Peak. Chapter 5094, The Time Has Come. The artifact refiners worked together to dismantle the warship, which was yet to be completed. Then, Nian directly gave the order and divided the hundreds of artifact refiners into a dozen groups. Each group was given specific tasks according to the fields they were proficient in. A massive amount of resources were sent to this place by the Black Ink clan, after which the artifact refiners started building a new warship. While working hard, Yang Kai secretly observed Nian and realized that the latter was indeed an artifact refining great grandmaster now. He had no idea how skillful Nian was in artifact refining before his recent ascension, but from the looks of it, the latter was indeed a more accomplished artifact refiner than Wu Xinghe and the others. Perhaps he was still not comparable to Donghua and Ping, who was a great grandmaster in Blue Sky Pass. However, Donghua and Ping had been a great grandmaster for thousands of years. As a new great grandmaster, Nian was naturally less experienced. However, as time passed, his achievements might be just as great as those of Donghua and Ping. This person was indeed gifted when it came to artifact refining. It was no wonder he could transform into an influential figure from a little-known person. Although he still wasn't skillful enough, he was already capable of refining a functional warship. As Yang Kai observed with concern as the warship in the mountain valley started taking shape after just 3 months. It was not different from the previously dismantled warship when it came to its appearance, but all the artifact refiners in the mountain valley clearly felt that its capabilities were much greater than those of the previous version. Once it was completed, it would be good enough to be deployed on the battlefield. The artifact refiners were elated at the imminent success of the project, so they spent longer hours taking part in the development of the warship, which further accelerated the refinement process. Yang Kai remained as Wu Xinghe's assistant. During this period of time, with Wu Xinghe's cooperation, Yang Kai managed to dispel the black ink strength within Wang Xibo and Guan Ning. Although these three grandmasters were doing their best to delay the process of perfecting the warship, they had to be cautious to prevent exposing themselves. Day after day, with the enormous amount of resources pouring in and hundreds of artifact refiners working diligently, the warship was nearing perfection. It was also closer to the deadline Yang Kai had set almost 6 months ago. One day, Yang Kai was helping Wu Xinghe as usual to refine an offensive artifact to be installed on the warship. It had only been 6 months since Nian returned, but under his leadership, the hundreds of artifact refiners here worked together to perfect the warship. The warship was almost complete, but there were still some defects that had to be rectified. As for the capabilities of this warship, these artifact refiners had their own judgments. However, those could only be verified by deploying the warship on the battlefield. Somewhere near the warship, Nian was having a chat with Qing Lei, who was responsible for guarding this place. Qing Lei had always acted aloof and arrogant in front of Wu Xinghe and the others, but he was polite to Nian. He totally regarded him as an equal, which just went to show how important Nian was to the Black Ink clan. This was to be expected though, as Nian was an 8th Order Master as well as an artifact refining Great Grandmaster. Regardless of whose Black Ink disciple he previously was, he was now working directly under Mu Guang. Naturally, the treatment that the Royal Lord's Black Ink disciple received was different. They didn't seem to have the intention of keeping their conversation secret, so Yang Kai could hear them clearly. Qing Lei asked, "Brother Nye, is this warship usable now?" With his hands behind his back, Nian replied proudly, "Yes. After a bit of troubleshooting, it can be deployed on the battlefield." Upon hearing that, Qing Lei was ecstatic. "You're indeed incredible." Nian replied impassively, "This Nye certainly wouldn't disappoint the Royal Lord." Qing Lei went on to ask, "How capable is this thing compared to those owned by the humans?" Nian said, "It's likely slightly inferior. However, this is a prototype. As we refine more warships, everyone will become familiar with the process. In time, the capabilities of our warships will improve. Soon, we'll be able to make ones that are on par with the ones owned by the humans. With that said, even though this warship is less capable, it's also much larger than the ones owned by the humans, as it's specifically made for the Black Ink clan. With enough people on board, this warship will be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemy." Qing Lei nodded gently. "I'll report what you've said to the Royal Lord. Please tell the Royal Lord that one warship will not be useful on the battlefield. It would be better to make a number of them first so that we can catch the humans off guard." Qing Lei grinned. "With you working for the Royal Lord, it's as great as owning an entire army." "Many thanks for your compliment, Brother Qing Lei." Qing Lei decided to end their conversation here. "I'll head to the Royal City now and tell the Royal Lord about this piece of good news. I'm sure the Royal Lord will be pleased. I'll leave affairs here to you." "It's my duty," Nian nodded lightly. The next instant, Qing Lei shot into the sky and headed towards the portal. As Yang Kai and Wu Xinghe exchanged glances, a glint flashed through their eyes. A moment later, a faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the portal. Apparently, Qing Lei had left this sealed world. Upon that confirmation, Yang Kai nodded at Wu Xinghe and got up before shuffling forward in a different direction. When he passed by Wang Xibo, he secretly said, "The time has come." Wang Xibo halted what he was doing and nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, Yang Kai brushed past Guan Ning and told him the same thing. A moment later, Wu Xinghe suddenly got up and called out, "Senior Brother Nye." Nian was in a nearby place. Upon hearing that, he turned his head and frowned. "What's wrong?" Wu Xinghe said, "There's a slight problem here. I need you to have a look at it." Despite being bloated, the unsuspecting Nian appeared in front of him the next instant. "What's the problem?" Wu Xinghe pointed at the offensive artifact he was refining. "There seems to be a problem with this artifact. Should I refine a new one?" Nian turned to look at the artifact and picked it up before examining it. A moment later, he snapped with a dark expression. "Waste! You've basically ruined this artifact. How do you have the nerve to call yourself an artifact refining grandmaster?" To the side, Wu Xinghe didn't dare to say anything, but in the next instant he caught a glimpse of Yang Kai appearing behind Nian like a phantom. Yellow and blue light appeared on his palms as energy fluctuated. The moment he clapped his hands, those lights turned into a pure white light and engulfed Nian. Seeing that, Wu Xing he did not hesitate to execute the original plan as he dashed towards the defensive array and infused his power into it. In the meantime, in two different places around the warship, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning acted according to Yang Kai's instructions. The instant they detected the surge of energy, they promptly infused their powers into the defensive arrays. 3 defensive arrays were simultaneously activated by 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a huge light barrier instantly covered the entire warship. The sudden change happening on the warship instantly caught the attention of the Black Ink clansmen nearby. As they turned their heads to look, however, they realized they were unable to see anything clearly as the warship was engulfed in a solid light barrier which looked like a membrane that prevented anyone from peering through it. This made all the Black Ink clansmen feel shocked and doubtful. Having no idea what was going on with the warship, they began to gather around. None of them could have expected that a plan that was a long time in the making was unfolding right before their eyes. While the Black Ink clansmen were caught off guard, Nian also hadn't expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. The moment Yang Kai engulfed him with the purifying light, Nian turned around and felt an instinctive disgust towards the white light. He quickly snapped, "You court death!" As his 8th-order Open Heaven Realm power burst forth, he threw out his fist. A grunt was heard as someone was sent flying away. However, the white light had already covered Nian completely. In an instant, he wailed in pain as the black ink strength in his body gushed out of his body, as though it was facing its nemesis. The black ink strength was soon dispersed and purified. Nian's expression was transformed by fear and horror. The violent aura around him became even more dangerous and the sarcomas on his skin started bulging as black pus spewed out of them. Just moments later, all the black ink strength in his small universe was dispelled by the purifying light, and without its support, he was unable to bear his own 8th-order cultivation. He widened his eyes as the veins on his forehead throbbed. While he looked horrible, his already bloated figure started expanding rapidly like a balloon. He shook a little as he extended his hands in an attempt to grab something, but he was unable to do anything in the end. Following a loud boom, he exploded and turned into hashed meat and blood. Just like Yang Kai had said to Wu Xinghe before, he didn't need to directly deal with Nian in order to kill him. Nian acquired his 8th-order cultivation through the help of black ink strength. Hence, without the black ink strength support, his own cultivation would kill him. Yang Kai didn't even need to fight with him. Just by activating purifying light to dispel the black ink strength in his body, he could easily dispatch Nian. Having said that, Nian was still an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they really got into a fight, Yang Kai might not be a match for him. The moment the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master detonated, a violent force spread across the warship and caused the people on the deck to fall to the ground. The artifact refiners closest to Nian had all collapsed while the bow of the warship was destroyed upon impact. Even the light barrier around the warship bulged. As Yang Kai coughed, he struggled out of the wreckage with a flushing face. Nian's last desperate strike managed to hurt him, but that was inevitable, for they were basically at arm's length from each other at that time. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yang Kai couldn't dodge the final strike of an 8th-order master before his death. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. Other than this new great grandmaster, no one else could help them build warships that would be used against the humans. It could be said that Yang Kai had completed half of his task just by killing Nian. Even if he was unable to escape now, he would die with no regrets. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5095. Please cut your cultivations, senior brothers. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's plan was a crude one with many factors that were beyond his control. For example, he wasn't certain whether Qing Lei would leave at the appropriate time. And, how was he going to escape from the sealed world when a territory lord was guarding the portal? Even if he managed to flee from the sealed world, how would he shake off the Black Ink clan's pursuit? He didn't have time to ponder on all these issues though, nor was it useful for him to do so. Since the plan was crude, it meant that there were too many variables he could not account for. The only thing he could do was to launch a sneak attack and kill Nian. Under Nian's leadership, The worship was about to be completed, and Qing Lei had left at this point. Regardless of how crude the plan was, it had to be executed immediately. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. As for whether Yang Kai could bring the other artifact refiners to flee from the sealed world, and how he would get rid of the Black Ink clan's pursuit after that, he could only leave it up to the heavens. Upon confirming that Nian was dead, Yang Kai was relieved. Then, he madly absorbed the powers of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and activated purifying light. There were several hundred artifact refiners on the warship now. Over the past 6 months, under Nian's leadership, everyone was constantly building the warship, so no one had time to rest. All of them had gathered together, which gave Yang Kai a chance to deal with them all at once. Other than Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters, whose black ink strength had been dispelled some time ago, these hundreds of artifact refiners were still black ink disciples. In order to make these black ink disciples work with him, Yang Kai had to restore their true natures first. With Yang Kai as the center, purifying light exploded outwards and soon engulfed the entire warship as well as all the artifact refiners. Sizzling noises were heard coming from everywhere as black ink strength leaked from these artifact refiners before fading into nothingness under the intense white light. Just a moment later, all the artifact refiners regained their senses as humans. The turn of events startled them as they had no idea what was going on. With that said, they still remembered what had happened over the years and instantly felt ashamed and vexed that they had actually built a warship for the Black Ink clan. With no time to waste, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning quickly told them what was going on in loud voices and calmed them down. Following a temporary commotion and puzzlement, these artifact refiners followed the instructions of Wang Sibo and Guan Ning as they took charge of the arrays and infused their powers into them. Outside of the warship, the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed as they had no idea what was going on within the light barrier. They reckoned that something had gone wrong and many of the feudal lords were now shouting. Some of them even started attacking the light barrier in order to find out what was going on inside. Right then, a humming sound was heard as the warship rose into the air. Following that, violent attacks were shot from its weapons. Many of the unprepared Black Ink clansmen suffered injuries or were killed in this initial bombardment. Even some of the feudal lords were badly injured. Although Nian's return was terrible news to Yang Kai, the warship built under his leadership was of great help now. The capabilities of this warship were not comparable to those of the warships owned by the humans, but it was already good enough to be deployed in battle. Moreover, with hundreds of artifact refiners present, they were able to unleash the warship's full power. After all, they were the ones who built it, so they were the ones most familiar with its capabilities. Nothing was more enjoyable in the world than using the warship they had crafted to deal with the Black Ink clan. These artifact refiners madly channeled their world force to vent out their grievances of becoming the Black Ink clan's lackeys. As the warship roared to life, all the offensive arrays were fully activated. The consumption of energy did not bother the people on the vessel. Faced with this barrage of attacks, the surrounding Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to flee. The Black Ink clansmen would counterattack from time to time, but they wouldn't dare to use all of their powers, and the light barrier around the warship could easily fend off such tepid attacks. Before the Black Ink clansmen were certain what was going on with the warship, they wouldn't dare to destroy it. They had been staying in this sealed world for a long time, so they knew that these artifact refiners were valuable assets as well as talented people that the royal lord had high hopes for. Hence, no one would dare to deal a lethal blow to them. If they accidentally killed some of these precious artifact refiners, they would surely be executed as well. Since they were concerned about accidentally killing the artifact refiners, the warship only became more unstoppable. One of the feudal lords came to his senses soon and shouted, "Inform Sir Mei Qiong about this now." In fact, Mei Qiong was already gazing in their direction while feeling shocked and doubtful, a solemn expression on his face. The energy fluctuations coming from the warship were violent, and as a territory lord, he had certainly detected them. However, he was tasked with guarding the portal, so he couldn't leave as he pleased. Therefore, despite realizing the anomaly, he didn't immediately go over and look into the matter right away. After all, he had felt energy fluctuations coming from the warship in the past when the artifact refiners were experimenting with its offensive and defensive artifacts. Nevertheless, this time seemed to be different. After hesitating for a bit, Mei Qiong said to one of his subordinates, "Go over there and find out what's going on." Upon receiving the order, the feudal lord quickly left to investigate. At this moment, Yang Kai was moving around the warship. Although the humans managed to gain the upper hand by leveraging the warship's power and making a move first, the Black Ink clansmen would soon react accordingly. Although Qing Lei was not around, it was not easy to deal with Mei Qiong. Once the territory lord arrived, the humans wouldn't be able to fight against him despite having the warship. After all, this vessel was not complete to begin with, and many of the arrays were damaged after Niaran exploded. Yang Kai had to transfer these artifact refiners inside his small universe before Mei Qiong realized what was going on so that they would stand a better chance of fleeing. Otherwise, with so many people around, they couldn't possibly flee. Other than Wu Xinghe and the two grandmasters, the rest of the 300 or so artifact refiners were below the 7th order. Therefore, Yang Kai could easily keep them inside his small universe. Wherever he went, the artifact refiners would disappear as they were stuffed into his small universe. Without these artifact refiners powering it, the warship was weakening rapidly. After just 10 breaths of time, only Yang Kai and the 3 grandmasters were left on the warship. The warship instantly became powerless, which startled the Black Ink clansmen around it. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Please cut your cultivations, senior brothers." Wu Xinghe and the others were in the 7th order open heaven realm, which was the same order as Yang Kai. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep them inside his small universe. However, if they were willing to give up a part of their small universes and force their order to regress, there wouldn't be a problem. This was part of Yang Kai's plan, so Wu Xinghe and the others were aware of it. Therefore, at this moment, they did not hesitate to sacrifice parts of their small universes. In order to save time, they ferociously sliced off large chunks of their small universe to quickly weaken themselves. Just moments later, their orders all fell from the 7th order to the 6th order. Their faces were pale, and the soul-wrenching pain caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Yang Kai had gone through the pain of sacrificing a part of his small universe before, so he understood how they felt. However, their orders regressing was a small price to pay to escape with their lives. After all, when they returned to the human side safely, they could consume profound Een spirit fruits to repair their small universes. If they lost their lives, nothing else would matter. Soon, Wu Xinghe and the others were also put inside Yang Kai's small universe. Any other 7th order open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to keep these 300 open heaven realm masters in their small universes. After all, there was a limit to the capacity of a 7th order master's small universe. By keeping too many open heaven realm masters, they would find it hard to utilize their world force, and their strength would plunge. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't affected one bit. He wasn't certain if it was because his heritage was ample or for some other reason. With that said, this was undoubtedly good news to him. However, without Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters taking charge, the light barrier around the warship instantly disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the Black Ink clansmen saw what was going on. The sight before their eyes astounded them. Presently, the several hundred artifact refiners had gone missing from the warship, leaving only one person behind. Besides that, the warship seemed to have been impacted by a violent explosion, and many places were evidently damaged. What happened? All the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai ignored the clamor coming from the Black Ink clansmen and instead stared intently at the portal. He could sense that Mei Qiong's aura was approaching quickly, obviously having detected the abnormal situation over here. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai channeled as much strength as he could into the defensive array beneath his feet. The next moment, the light barrier reappeared around the warship. However, this time, it could only serve as a shield and could no longer prevent others from looking through it. Following that, he turned the warship in a different direction and drove it towards the portal. From afar, he could see a dark light approaching the vessel. It was none other than Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, followed by a large number of feudal lords. At this moment, Mei Qiong was both shocked and furious. Although he had already detected the anomaly taking place in the mountain valley earlier, he didn't immediately come over to have a look considering that the humans had been experimenting with the powers of the artifacts recently. Therefore, he only told a subordinate to look into the matter. However, he was astonished by the news he received. For some reason, the warship started attacking the Black Ink clansmen in the mountain valley and caused a lot of casualties. This was simply intolerable. Were the human artifact refiners out of their minds? How did they have the guts to make a move on the Black Ink clan? What prompted them to do so? Before Qinglei left, he told Mei Qiong that the warship was almost complete, so he had to head to the royal city and share this good news with the royal lord. Nevertheless, such an incident happened not long after he left. As the only territory lord in this place now, how was Mei Qiong supposed to take responsibility? If the royal lord blamed this debacle on him, he would be severely punished despite being a territory lord. Like a rumbling volcano, the fury in Mei Qiong's chest was about to erupt. From afar, he saw that the warship built by the human artifact refiners was coming at him at full speed, and standing on the deck was one person whose expression was cold and indifferent. He was the artifact refiner sent to this place by He Yuan. Why is he the only one here? Where are the others? Marshall Peak. Chapter 5096, Great Escape. Seeing that the warship was coming at him at full speed without showing signs of decelerating, Mei Qiong barked, "Stop!" Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, curved his lips into a smile. Instead of stopping, he infused even more energy into the warship's arrays, which caused the warship to accelerate further. Something is wrong with him. He's not a Black Ink disciple. An idea flashed through Mei Qiong's mind. If he was really a Black Ink disciple, regardless of who his master was, he wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of a territory lord. However, instead of obeying Mei Qiong's order, this person became even more brazen. Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue, though as the warship was about to hit him. Roaring, he surged his rich Black Ink strength, which turned into a huge Black Ink cloud and engulfed the warship. At the same time he pushed out his palms. The giant warship hummed as every part of it creaked upon impact. Mei Qiong was forced to move backwards, but he soon stabilized himself after more than 10 steps. He successfully stopped the warship. Given his power as a territory lord, such a warship with only a single person in charge couldn't cause any damage to him. If he wanted, he could have destroyed this warship. However, this was the treasure that the royal lord had high hopes of. They had spent countless amounts of time, resources, and manpower to build it. This ship was the key to securing the Black Ink clan's future. That was why he wouldn't dare to destroy it. Left with no other choice, he could only stop the warship in such a way. By stopping the vessel so easily, it went to show how powerful he truly was. Separated by only a light barrier, Yang Kai and Mei Qiong stared at one another. One of them was unfazed while the other was infuriated. Mei Qiong said through clenched teeth, "Bastard, you're dead!" Yang Kai grinned at him as he madly channeled his power into the warship like a torrent. The next instant, a dangerous aura could be felt coming from every part of the warship. With widened eyes, Mei Qiong roared, "You dare!" As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. The thin light barrier around the warship couldn't possibly fend off the powerful attack from a territory lord and lasted for only one breath before it shattered. As he was about to capture Yang Kai though, a dazzling light suddenly exploded from the warship. A horrifying force spread out as the entire warship was engulfed in a ball of raging flames. Mei Qiong missed his target and failed in his attempt to capture the insolent human. At the most critical moment, the human seemed to have vanished into thin air. On the other hand, the warship's explosion caused his arm to be injured and he was also forced to move backwards upon impact. The warship was destroyed. Mei Qiong stared at the burning warship. Despite the heat, he felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured onto his heart. He could almost envision how infuriated the royal lord would be upon learning what had happened. He probably would have to bear all the responsibility. Despite being a territory lord, he wouldn't be able to bear what was to come. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. How did things go so wrong all of a sudden? After all, not long ago, Qinglei told him that the warship was almost completed, so he had to head to the royal city and inform the royal lord about it. Mei Qiong thought that he would not have to stay here much longer. In the future, he could stand on a warship and look down condescendingly at his enemies on the battlefield. Barely 2 hours later, his dream burst like a bubble. It was expected that he was enraged. That human! As long as he could capture that human, he would find out the truth. He suddenly turned his head and gazed at the portal before yelling, "Cordon off the portal! Make sure no one can leave this place." Although the human disappeared as the warship exploded, Mei Qiong didn't think he was dead. The human must have pulled a trick and avoided his detection by using the explosion to cover his tracks. In that case, the human's target would undoubtedly be the portal, for he had to leave this sealed world as quickly as possible. Upon giving the order, Mei Qiong turned around to return to the portal. As soon as he started moving though, he heard the sound of battle coming from the portal. Following that, the portal in mid-air opened rapidly. The human that had escaped from Mei Qiong had really headed to the portal. The instant the portal was opened, he dashed past it and disappeared. After that, the portal closed abruptly and vanished. A furious Mei Qiong turned into a dark streak of light and reached the portal in just a few breaths' time. Lifting his gaze, he realized that 7 or 8 feudal lords had collapsed, all badly injured. The most severely wounded one had a large hole in his figure as his body was penetrated by some kind of weapon earlier. Black blood was splattered all over the place. That human is so strong. Mei Qiong was startled. As far as he knew, the black ink disciple sent to this place by He Yuan was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Usually, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was more powerful than a feudal lord, but even if one feudal lord was no match for him, how was it possible that so many feudal lords were defeated at the same time? Moreover, only a few breaths of time had passed since the human escaped from Mei Qiong. How did he disable 7 or 8 feudal lords in such a short time? Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue. While gritting his teeth he ordered, "Open the portal." Since the human had fled, he naturally had to chase after him. Only by capturing the human could he make up for his mistake and find out what had happened. It wasn't necessary for Mei Qiong to give the order. In fact, after Xueqi fled, a feudal lord, who was usually responsible for opening the portal, had been trying his best to do just that. However, the portal that could be opened with ease normally showed no reaction on this day. After several attempts, he still got the same outcome. The feudal lord's forehead was covered with sweat, possibly because of pain, anxiety, or both. Still, he turned to look at Mei Qiong and reported, "Sir, I can't open it." "Waste." Mei Qiong directly kicked the feudal lord away and snatched the token. He then infused his power into the token and waved it at the portal. As usual, a dark light shot into the void, but no reaction was seen. The portal, which should have been opened by now, was nowhere in sight. Mei Qiong widened his eyes and made one more attempt, but the outcome was the same. A feudal lord came over and said in a hushed voice, "Sir, the portal's restriction was set up by the black ink disciples. They must have tampered with it somehow." Certainly, Mei Qiong realized this as well. Otherwise, he couldn't explain what was going on. He directly exerted more force with his hand and turned the token into dust before demanding, "Break it open." As he spoke, he made a move first by launching an attack on the portal. Seeing that, the feudal lords followed suit. In the void, Xueqi manipulated space principles and repeatedly used instantaneous movement. He was trying to get as far away from the royal city as possible. Previously, when he was led to the royal city to purchase materials, he left behind a trick in the sealed world's portal. Given his mastery in the Tao of space, no one else could possibly notice it. Now that he had to flee from this sealed world, he activated the trick. However, he knew that this little measure couldn't hold Mei Qiong up for long. Mei Qiong just had to forcefully break through the portal, which would take no more than a cup of tea's time. After that, a large number of black ink clansmen would relentlessly pursue him. Therefore, he only had a cup of tea's time to flee. Given such a short time, regardless of how proficient he was at the Tao of space, Xueqi couldn't possibly escape from the black ink clan. Therefore, he could only get as far away from the royal city as possible. Given his strength, he might be able to escape from a territory lord. However, if the royal lord made a move, there was nothing else he could do but to wait for death. Niaran was dead, and the only completed warship was destroyed. It could be said that the Black Ink clan's plan was as good as dead. Everything would be perfect if Xueqi could bring the remaining 300 artifact refiners in his small universe back to the human side. Nevertheless, the road ahead of him was paved with danger. He wasn't certain if he could get away. Presently, he could only do his best to run for his life. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, he had more than 300 friends to accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs. so he wouldn't feel lonely. As he fully activated space principles, his figure flickered like a phantom. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't run into any real danger while navigating through the void. Even though he would sometimes come across some Black Ink clansmen who were heading to the royal city, he would disappear from their sight the next instant. Many of the Black Ink clansmen even thought that they saw an illusion. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai felt all his hair standing on end. There seemed to be a pair of eyes that were opening and staring at him from a faraway place behind him. Mu Guang, Royal Lord. After making some calculations, Yang Kai realized that Mei Qiong should have broken through the portal and informed the Royal Lord about what had happened in the sealed world by now. Even from such a great distance, the Royal Lord could still accurately locate him, astonishing Yang Kai. One had to know that he had never stopped using instantaneous movement since he left the sealed world, and presently, he was very far away from the royal city. The Royal Lords were really astounding, and their powers were beyond Yang Kai's imagination. He wasn't certain whether Mu Guang could really find his exact whereabouts, but he wouldn't dare to stop fleeing. However, after he was targeted by that gaze, he felt that something had been wrapped around his figure, which made him feel a constant sense of discomfort and left him slightly muddle-headed. It was obviously because of the Royal Lord's aura that had locked onto him. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai continued charging forward without worrying about his consumption of energy. Regardless of whether Mu Guang had really discovered his whereabouts, he still had a chance to flee. After all, Mu Guang was still far away from him, so it wouldn't be easy for the Royal Lord to catch up. Half a day after Yang Kai escaped from the sealed world, he finally came across a Black Ink clan army that was there to stop him. It wasn't appropriate to call them an army really, as their scale suggested that they were just a feudal lord's private force. There were only a small number of feudal lords, and the rest were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, numbering about 300 people. This private force was right in front of Yang Kai, as though they had been waiting for him for a long time. The moment Yang Kai's figure appeared, the feudal lord at the front shouted, "He's that human! Capture him and the Royal Lord will reward you handsomely." Martial Peak. Chapter 5097, Mu Guang, Royal Lord. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the fact that this Black Ink clan army could quickly find out what was going on and even intercept him here. In fact, he had already expected it. Compared to the humans, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clansmen was far quicker. In Jia Gu's territory, Yang Kai learned about some of the Black Ink nest secrets. With the Black Ink nests of different sizes as the foundation, a colossal information network could be built. Through the information network, everything that happened in the Black Ink clan's territory could spread around quickly. Since Mu Guang had found out about what had happened in the sealed world, the Royal Lord could make use of the Black Ink nests and spread the word across the entire Yin-Yang theater, allowing the Black Ink clan to promptly respond. Certainly, given Yang Kai's current strength, he wouldn't have any regard for a mere feudal lord's force. If he wanted, he could easily kill these mixed soldiers with only a few feudal lords in charge. However, he didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Mu Guang's aura had locked onto him from afar, so he wouldn't dare to waste any time or energy. If possible, he wouldn't want to battle against any Black Ink clansmen so that he would have a better chance of fleeing. Hence, before the private force could even approach him, he manipulated space principles and disappeared. Several hundred Black Ink clansmen were left dumbfounded. However, this was just the beginning. In the following half a day, Yang Kai would come across a number of private forces trying to block his path. Nevertheless, he was determined not to deal with those Black Ink clansmen, and since he was bent on fleeing, those Black Ink clansmen couldn't do anything to him either. They couldn't capture him unless they could cordon off a stretch of space and seal it. Unfortunately for them, the void was expansive, so even if they knew where he was heading, they couldn't set up a trap in advance. It was a thrilling escape. In fact, Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of escape as, throughout the years, he had been in this exact situation a number of times. He managed to get away every time with the help of his mastery of space principles. He couldn't remember when the last time such an incident took place, but every time he ran into this kind of situation, he was facing an opponent he couldn't hope to defeat. As time passed, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's territory seemed to have been mobilized. After experiencing several setbacks, the Black Ink clansmen began using a different tactic. Instead of gathering together, they separated into small teams and scattered around the void as they awaited Yong Kai's appearance. That way, regardless of how reluctant Yong Kai was, he inevitably had to fight at least some of the Black Ink clansmen he happened to bump into. After all, when manipulating space principles, he couldn't be certain whether there would be a Black Ink clansman waiting for him in his next location. Fortunately, he never came across a lot of Black Ink clansmen, and most of his enemies were weak, so it took him little effort to kill them all. This kind of delay wouldn't ordinarily pose a problem, but it was lethal at this moment as he was being pursued by a royal lord. As time passed, he could feel that Mu Guang was getting closer. Although he had no idea about Mu Guang's exact location, Yong Kai realized that the aura that had locked onto him became heavier. He felt a kind of pressure, as though he was held down by something, making it more difficult to manipulate space principles. The entire void felt viscous to him. Despite his calm expression, Yong Kai felt helpless in his heart. As expected, he was unable to escape from a being like a royal lord. The huge gap between their powers couldn't be made up for with space principles alone. While fleeing, he turned his hand around as an ancient coin appeared in his palm. This coin was given to him by the little girl who wandered around the marketplace in Yingyang Pass all the time. According to her, she acquired this thing from the old ancestor, and it might save his life if he cast it out at the critical moment. Certainly, Yong Kai wouldn't expect the little girl, who knew nothing but how to eat all the time, to help him in any way. However, this thing came from the old ancestor of Yingyang Pass, so it must have some special power. As the old ancestor, she must be fully aware of everything that was going on in Yingyang Pass. Yong Kai didn't think a little girl, who had never cultivated before, could steal anything from the old ancestor. In other words, the old ancestor must be aware that the little girl had given this ancient coin to him. Perhaps she had even instructed the little girl to do so. Why would the old ancestor give him this ancient coin, though? After giving it a thought, Yong Kai reckoned this coin was some kind of life-saving tool. After all, he was asked to come to this place by those from Yingyang Pass. Moreover, he could be considered a half-disciple of Yingyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that the old ancestor in Yingyang Pass would give him something to protect himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the old ancestor had never shown up even though he had been staying in Yingyang Pass for quite some time. The fact that the Black Ink clan were building a warship was a critical matter, so it was impossible that the old ancestor wasn't concerned about it. The reason she never showed up was that she must have made a special arrangement. This ancient coin could very well be the old ancestor's arrangement. Yong Kai had inspected this ancient coin before, but couldn't find out the secrets inside it. Given the situation he was in, he could only pin his hope on this ancient coin. He secretly prayed that this thing had better be useful. Otherwise, he and 300 artifact refiners would perish today. The aura behind him was getting closer and Yong Kai could feel the grand will that was unique to royal lords. It wasn't the first time he sensed this kind of will. He had the same experience in the Black Prison and outside of Blue Sky Pass. However, those experiences were not as profound as what he was going through at this moment. After all, the royal lord in the Black Prison had been sealed off since ancient times, so she was already weak and frail. On the other hand, the one outside of Blue Sky Pass was badly injured and not really paying much attention to him. However, Mu Guang, who was behind him, was at full strength and was completely focused on him, which was different from the two royal lords he had encountered before. The pressure coming from this will alone had almost devastated him. Yong Kai felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, which made it extremely difficult for him to take even a step forward, and he could no longer manipulate space principles with ease. After fleeing with difficulty for a bit, he suddenly froze on the spot and became immovable. First of all, he had consumed too much energy by madly manipulating space principles for a prolonged time. Secondly, a pressure had engulfed the entire void and cordoned off the space around him. He didn't even have the strength to turn around. In the void, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. Lifting his gaze, Yong Kai saw that there was an elegant-looking curvy woman standing in the void in front of him. The woman was in an imperial dress, which was a form of clothing commonly worn by humans. The imperial dress perfectly outlined her hourglass figure. Yong Kai almost thought that he was having a hallucination. Upon closer look though, he realized that the person indeed looked perfectly human. However, her grand will, indescribably authoritative demeanor, and overwhelming black ink strength suggested that she wasn't just any black ink clansman. She was the royal lord. Mu Guang. Yongkai had heard of the royal lord's name on several occasions from the mouths of the humans in Yinyang Pass as well as the black ink clansmen. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized this was what Mu Guang looked like. It was the first time he came across a black ink clansman that looked entirely human. Most of the black ink clansmen were burly, and came in various different forms. Yongkai had been living in the black ink clan's territory for quite a long time, and he had seen all sorts of black ink clansmen, but he had never seen someone like her before. This was an eye-opener. If Mu Guang never revealed her black ink strength, no one would have thought that she was a black ink clansman. Although the woman was stepping forward in a leisurely manner, her expression was as cold as a frigid winter's day and she spoke dispassionately. Despite being weak, you're pretty audacious. Apparently, she had heard from Mei Qiong about what happened in the sealed world. She knew that not only had all the artifact refiners gone missing at the same time, but the warship that was almost completed had also been destroyed. It could be said that her centuries-long plan, which could potentially change the status quo and secure the Black Ink clan's ultimate victory, was ruined right before it succeeded. It was expected that she wasn't pleased with what had happened. Yongkai's figure was stiff as he remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to retort, but rather that he didn't even have the strength to speak in front of Mu Guang. Mu Guang stopped in a place that was just 100 meters away from Yongkai and asked grimly, "Where is Nian?" To her, Nian was key to the success of her plan. They could build a new warship and nurture a new batch of artifact refiners, but there was only one Nian. Without this great grandmaster, they would never be able to construct a functional warship. It had to be noted that the Black Ink clansmen had been waiting for countless years before they finally had a great grandmaster like Nian. That was the result they had achieved with the Royal Lord's full support. Otherwise, Nian couldn't have safely ascended to the Eighth Order on his own, let alone become a great grandmaster. As she spoke, Mu Guang slightly retracted her pressure. Yongkai was finally able to speak. Still his voice was hoarse, as though he hadn't drunk anything for several days. "Nian is dead." "Impudence!" Mu Guang roared. Impacted by the invisible pressure, Yongkai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly looked dispirited. Her eyes were burning with fury as she glowered at Yongkai. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Nian is, and I'll spare your life." Yongkai guffawed. Nian's natural limit was only the Sixth Order, so he couldn't bear his Eighth Order open heaven realm cultivation. "Why would I lie to you about him being dead? Moreover, he exploded right in front of me. What? Are you going to kill me to avenge his death?" Mu Guang was enraged, but she soon thought of something and calmed herself down. She sneered. "You want to die? It won't be so easy. I heard that you're pretty talented in artifact refining. With proper training, you might be the next Nian." After she finished speaking, her eyes filled with an endless darkness all of a sudden. Yongkai felt a force trying to break into his small universe, but it soon dissipated. Upon coming to his senses, he exclaimed, "Royal Lord's secret technique." When he was in the Black Prison back then, some of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought alongside him were struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique and instantly became Black Ink disciples. Yongkai still vividly recalled the incident, and coupled with his own experience, he came to realize what the woman before his eyes had done just now. Martial Peak. Chapter 5098. Old Ancestor's Avatar. Apparently, Mu Guang had used her Royal Lord's secret technique on Yongkai. The Royal Lord's secret technique was a technique that was, naturally, unique to Royal Lords, and they wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. That was because even though this secret technique was powerful, as even Eighth Order Masters were powerless to resist it and easily transformed into Black Ink disciples, it would take the Royal Lord a lot of strength to cast it. Therefore, on the battlefield, with a human old ancestor around, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't have to worry about getting struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique and becoming Black Ink disciples. If the Royal Lord really did so, it would give the old ancestor a chance to land a heavy blow on them. However, without the old ancestor's deterrence, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only rely on themselves if they came across a Royal Lord. As expected, after using the Royal Lord's secret technique, Mu Guang flushed slightly. The pressure that made it difficult for Yongkai to breathe since her appearance had also weakened. Despite that, The woman before Yang Kai's eyes was still a powerful being he could not hope to defeat. You indeed have one of the 4 universe pillars. That smelly girl in Yingyang Pass is pretty generous. Seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, the woman wasn't one bit surprised. Instead, she seemed to have expected this outcome. After all, there had to be an explanation for why a black ink disciple had suddenly betrayed them. Only a human who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars wouldn't have to worry about black ink strength or the royal lord's secret technique. It also enabled them to pretend to be a black ink disciple and sneak into the black ink clan to kick up a storm. However, the cultivators who possessed the 4 universe pillars that they had come across before were all 8th order open heaven realm masters. None of them was a 7th order master. Moreover, when He Yuan corrupted this human, he saw him giving up a part of his small universe twice. The human even appeared powerless to turn things around and was determined to sacrifice his life to avoid capture. Both He Yuan and the royal lord were fooled. They had never expected that the humans would be audacious enough to let a 7th order master own one of the 4 universe pillars and pretend to be a black ink disciple. Furthermore, he almost succeeded. Yang Kai had no idea who the smelly girl from Yingyang Pass that the royal lord had mentioned was, but before he could ponder on it, he felt his entire figure stiffen on the spot. The woman extended her slender hand and said impassively, "Do you think I have no way to deal with you just because you have one of the 4 universe pillars? Since Nyaren is dead, you'll replace him from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed out her palm. Endless darkness shaded his vision, and a great sense of danger engulfed his entire figure. However, Yang Kai was powerless to resist. Faced with the royal lord's attack, he was unable to even move. Right then, he felt a warm stream of energy gathering in his forehead. Following that, something broke out from his figure. At that instant, he broke free from the horrifying pressure and regained his freedom. On the other hand, Mu Guang let out a cry of surprise. As a dazzling light expanded, Yang Kai could see a wisp flying out of his forehead and shooting towards Mu Guang. The wisp of light soon turned into a human form. It was an old man whose hair and beard were gray with age. Clad in an ordinary robe, he stood there barefooted. His entire figure was covered in a gentle white light, which made him look a bit ethereal and immaterial. Yang Kai was flabbergasted and unconsciously muttered, "Old ancestor." The old man, who looked surreal as he was engulfed in a white halo, was the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai wouldn't be mistaken, for he had met the old ancestor once when he was in Blue Sky Pass. Why is old ancestor here? Yang Kai was puzzled. But soon, he realized that it wasn't the old ancestor's true form. It was more like a projection or an avatar. That was because the figure that was engulfed in the white light didn't look like it had a physical body. In an instant, Yang Kai figured out everything. Previously, he was asked to see the Blue Sky old ancestor. Just when he was ready to leave after the meeting ended, the old ancestor told him that both the dead and the living were contributors to the human race. After that, he poked a finger on Yang Kai's forehead and told him to leave. Yang Kai had no idea why the old ancestor did that. He had even inspected himself but did not find anything of note. He reckoned that the old ancestor must have given him something to help save himself. After all, he possessed the purifying light, which was important to the human race. Therefore, it was expected that the old ancestor would treat him differently. The technique was hidden most of the time, but it would be triggered when Yang Kai's life was at stake. However, when he and Bai Yi snuck into Zhu Feng's hideout and fought with the latter, Yang Kai almost lost his life on several occasions. At the most critical moment, he even spat out his own dragon bead and engaged in a life-and-death clash with Zhu Feng. Yang Kai eventually managed to kill Zhu Feng. He was in a perilous situation at that time, but the old ancestor's technique didn't activate. Hence, Yang Kai thought that his speculation was wrong. The old ancestor's technique was probably not a way to save his life. Instead, it might have other uses. It just wasn't triggered because the right time hadn't come yet. As time passed, Yang Kai almost forgot about that incident, but just when he was in danger this time, the technique was triggered and the old ancestor's avatar appeared. Yang Kai was elated. It seemed that his speculation was right. The old ancestor had really given him a life-saving charm, but that technique would only be triggered when he was facing a royal lord and not on lesser occasions. After a moment of thought, Yang Kai figured out everything. As the old ancestor's avatar was facing off against Mu Guang, Yang Kai heard him say, "I can only delay her temporarily. Run." The next instant, the old ancestor's avatar clashed with Mu Guang and blocked her violent attack. As their ferocious powers clashed, a ring of light expanded. Space trembled, and the entire universe seemed to be cracking apart. Struck by the fallout, Yang Kai was sent tumbling away. With determination written all over his face, he forcefully cast out the ancient coin in his hand. Usually, the ancient coin looked just like any other coin, but at that moment, it spun rapidly and enlarged. Despite being a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master as well as a Grand Dragon, Yang Kai was still dumbstruck after the two powerful masters clashed. However, the ancient coin wasn't affected one bit. In the blink of an eye, the ancient coin expanded to the size of a house. There was a square hole in the middle of the ancient coin, and at this moment, violent space principle fluctuations could be felt coming from it, causing the local space to ripple and warp. A slender figure stepped out from the hole in the coin in the next instant. She looked like she was a young woman in her early 20s. With a smile on her face, she called out to Yang Kai and asked, "Are you all right?" A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at her and replied, "You." Although he hoped that the ancient coin could save him, he hadn't expected to see such a sight. He initially thought that the ancient coin was a powerful artifact that could be used to injure the royal lord, but it turned out that the ancient coin was actually a kind of artifact that could be used to build a void corridor that led to somewhere. This woman apparently stepped out of the other end of the void corridor. For some reason, Yang Kai found this young woman familiar, as though he had seen her before. Nevertheless, he was certain he had never come across her in his life. That was because the aura exuding from this woman suggested that she was an old ancestor. The woman waved her hand in front of Yang Kai's, and with a frown she asked worriedly, "Did you injure your head or something?" An anxious Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. "Junior Yang Kai greets old ancestor." He had certainly figured out the woman's identity by now. She was none other than the old ancestor of Enyang Pass. He was somewhat surprised at the fact that the old ancestor of Enyang Pass was a woman, and such a young and beautiful one at that. However, the age of an old ancestor would naturally not show on her face. Despite looking like she was in her early 20s, she must be an old monster that had lived for at least 10,000 years. The woman laughed happily. "You don't have to be overly polite with me." Then, she turned her head and said, "Didn't I tell you to use that ancient coin when you were in mortal danger? Fortunately, that old man left a secret technique in your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even had a chance to use the ancient coin." A sheepish Yang Kai lowered his head, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. He couldn't help thinking that the old ancestor of Enyang Pass was somewhat unreliable. Since the ancient coin was so important, she should have explained its uses clearly to him. Instead, she actually had a little girl pass it to him, which made him think that those from Enyang Pass never provided any help for him. He even thought that if he couldn't turn things around, he would perish today along with 300 artifact refiners. As they spoke, the fight between the old ancestor's avatar from Blue Sky Pass and Mu Guang was already in its final stage. After all, it was just an avatar. Although it had the power of an old ancestor, it couldn't last for long. As the violent forces dissipated, the two figures separated. Mu Guang stared fixedly at the woman and said through clenched teeth, "It's you, little bitch." The woman refuted, "Mind your language, old hag, or I'll skin you alive." She then gazed at the old ancestor's avatar from Blue Sky Pass. Presently, the avatar was dim and flickering, as though it would disappear at any moment. Noticing the woman's gaze, the avatar turned his head and nodded gently. "I'll leave the rest to you." With a solemn expression, the woman replied, "Rest in peace, old man. I'll certainly avenge you." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he found the whole conversation awkward. The old ancestor's avatar was indeed going to disappear, but it wasn't like he was really dying. With that said, even though it was just an avatar, its destruction would undoubtedly cause a serious loss to the old ancestor. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had made a huge contribution to the human race and was of incredible importance, the old ancestor wouldn't have left an avatar with him. The avatar took a glance at Yang Kai, then turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. "I'll hold her here." The Enyang Pass old ancestor suddenly yelled. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that she had deliberately folded her arms, as though she was gripping something. With her left hand remaining still, she extended her right hand, like she was drawing out an invisible sword. As she did that, she really unsheathed a sharp-looking sword. Mu Guang's expression turned solemn as the black ink strength around her surged. Young boy, head in the direction of Yinyang Pass. The army has sortied from the inner sanctum. Join up with them. The old ancestor ordered as she raised her sword. Yes. Yang Kai replied and turned around to leave. Mu Guang couldn't help looking in that direction. What are you looking at, old hag? The woman yelled. Only half of her sword was unsheathed at this point, but the next instant, she forcefully drew it and disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was right above Mu Guang as she slashed down with her weapon. Mu Guang roared and lifted both of her hands, blocking the attack with her rich black ink strength. Martial Peak. Chapter 5099, Seeing Gue Liao Again. Yang Kai couldn't possibly intervene in the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord. What's more, both of them had been fighting against each other for many years. Be it the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass or Mu Guang royal lord, the two of them knew practically everything about their opponent, so the outcome of the battle was basically predetermined. It would either come to a draw or be a mutual loss. There wasn't a third possibility. Mu Guang had the advantage in that this was her territory, but it wouldn't be realistic for her to think that she could make the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass stay behind. If the old ancestor was bent on fleeing, the royal lord wouldn't have a way to stop her. It was just like what happened outside of Blue Sky Pass back then. When the badly injured royal lord wanted to flee, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass was unable to stop him. The repercussions of the battle spread across the void, and even though Yang Kai had immediately manipulated space principles to escape the battlefield, he could still feel the violent impacts behind him. A sense of longing overwhelmed him as he wondered when he would be able to make it to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. With that said, he knew that he was far from that goal. After all, he only directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm back then. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and made it to the Sixth Order, his limit would be the Eighth Order. In order to ascend to the Ninth Order, he would have to find the innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace. That wouldn't be easy, for the universe furnace was elusive and mysterious. No one knew when it would appear. Casting his wild thoughts away, Yang Kai dashed toward Yinyang Pass. The old ancestor said that the army had deployed. If he wanted to survive, he had to join up with them and fight against the Black Ink clan alongside them. However, the road ahead would surely be paved with danger, so Yang Kai wasn't sure if he would successfully join the Yinyang Pass army. Fortunately, the old ancestor was there to deal with Mu Guang. Without the royal lord pursuing him, he stood a greater chance of fleeing. He fished out some spirit pills from his small universe and stuffed them into his mouth. As he moved forward, he tried to restore his strength. As he repeatedly manipulated space principles, his figure kept flickering across the void. Whenever he bumped into Black Ink clansmen, he wouldn't deal with them. Only when he was left with no choice would he fight. By doing so, he moved across billions of kilometers in one day. Presently, he was soaked in blood. The blood was his own as well as the Black Ink clan's. After escaping for such a long time, he was quite battered, but he was still far from Yinyang Pass. After all, his starting point was basically the royal city. Even though he had the help of space principles, it would still take him a long time to return to Yinyang Pass. Despite being exhausted, Yang Kai didn't dare to stop and rest. Wherever he went, there would be Black Ink clansmen waiting for him. With the help of the Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan was able to relay information rapidly. Whatever happened in any given place, the news would be soon spread to all the Black Ink nests in the region. Fortunately, he didn't come across any territory lords while escaping, which gave him some room for maneuver. If he really bumped into a territory lord, he wouldn't be able to shake them off given the state he was in. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't so surprising. Just like Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, territory lords were rare. Furthermore, the army had left Yinyang Pass, so the territory lords had to deal with the enemy. They wouldn't have time to hunt him down. Half a day later, Yang Kai flickered and appeared somewhere in the void. However, before he could stabilize himself to scan the surroundings, he felt a gust of wind coming at him as several auras locked onto him. A shocked Yang Kai knew that he was unlucky as he happened to bump into black ink clansmen who were lying in wait for him here. Nevertheless, he had encountered similar incidents during his escape, so he wasn't flustered. He easily dodged the initial attacks and took some distance from his opponent. Lifting his gaze, Yang Kai realized there were indeed a lot of black ink clansmen who had surrounded him. Many of them looked pleasantly surprised or perplexed. Apparently, his sudden appearance startled them. Yang Kai silently cursed and thought that he had run out of luck as he was surrounded by so many enemies. He reckoned that he had to fight his way out of here. I knew there was something wrong with you from the start, and now it seems I was right. A stern voice which sounded familiar to Yang Kai was heard speaking from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a black ink disciple with a hunched back who was glowering at him. This person was the one who launched a sneak attack on him just now. Lu Ziyan. Yang Kai arched his brow with surprise. He had never expected to bump into Lu Ziyan here. Initially, he thought that after leaving He Yuan's territory, he would never see Lu Ziyan again. Who would have thought they would see each other again? After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at the feudal lord who was apparently in charge. As expected, wherever Lu Ziyan was, Gue Liao would also be there. After all, Lu Ziyan was Gue Liao's black ink disciple. Of the other black ink clansmen, Yang Kai also found another feudal lord he was familiar with. It seemed that he had seen him before. These were obviously the black ink clansmen who were He Yuan's subordinates. Yang Kai soon figured out what was going on. While he was fleeing in Yinyang Pass direction, he unknowingly returned to He Yuan's territory. He Yuan wasn't around as Yang Kai couldn't detect his aura, which made him feel relieved. Surrender now. You can't escape. Lu Ziyan barked. Ignoring him, Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. Lu Ziyan snapped. Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. As he spoke, he summoned a saber and surged his strength. A glint flashed across the blade as he took a step forward and wielded the weapon at Yang Kai. Gue Liao, who was not far away from them, ordered, "Don't kill him. We have to capture him alive." Upon finishing his words, he circulated his black ink strength and charged towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the black ink clansmen around Yang Kai dashed towards him. Lu Ziyan grinned. "Don't worry, master. He's strong, so I might not be a match for him." As soon as he brought his weapon down, he cut Yang Kai in half. However, he didn't feel ecstatic for killing his opponent. Instead, his expression changed drastically. That was because he didn't feel he had hacked into blood and flesh. It was apparently an afterimage. He promptly whirled around and brandished his saber. Although he seemed to have hit something, a horrifying impulse was felt coming at him through the blade, one that forced him to step backwards. Before he could stabilize himself, the tip of a spear rapidly magnified before his eyes as he was engulfed in a great sense of danger. A flabbergasted Lu Ziyan madly pushed his strength in an attempt to dodge, but the spear seemed to have affected the space around him, which made it impossible for him to evade the attack. "Master! Save!" Lu Ziyan exclaimed in horror, but before he could finish his words, the azure dragon spear pierced right into his eye. The violent force from the spear exploded and turned his head into mist. Lu Ziyan was fully aware of his inferiority. He had fought with Yang Kai back then when the latter's small universe was damaged, and he was defeated in the end. Certainly, he wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai now as the latter's small universe had healed, and his power had increased. Therefore he knew that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, nor did he hope that he would deal a heavy blow to him. However, they were in a one-on-one fight back then, but he had many black ink clansmen with him now. Lu Ziyan thought that regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, there had to be a limit. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so he couldn't possibly defeat so many black ink clansmen on his own. Nevertheless, it never crossed Lu Ziyan's mind that he would lose his life after just 2 exchanges. His demise astounded the black ink clansmen around him. They couldn't even clearly see what was going on when the 7th-order black ink disciple was killed by the enemy. They had a feeling that Lu Ziyan hadn't stood a chance to even resist in front of Yang Kai. It wasn't until this moment that Gue Liao reached Yang Kai and tried to attack him. Lu Ziyan's death shocked him as well, so he was affected despite being determined to capture the opponent. This led to him uncontrollably retracting half of his force to defend himself. When he summoned Gu back then, the latter told him about what happened before Yang Kai was eventually captured by He Yuan. Gu's descriptions of Yang Kai's capabilities were vivid, but Gue Liao had a feeling that he was exaggerating. It wasn't like he had never dealt with seventh-order humans before, and they were nothing special in his opinion. Although Yang Kai was indeed unusually powerful, he couldn't possibly be as invincible as Gu described him to be. Gue Liao figured Gu must have suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands, who was then personally corrupted by the territory lord and became his black ink disciple. That was the reason Gu overstated Yang Kai's strength. Upon seeing that Yang Kai easily killed Lu Zian though, Gue Liao realized that perhaps Gu wasn't exaggerating. Yang Kai was just as powerful as Gu's descriptions of him. It was no wonder that the territory lord decided to personally corrupt him. He was indeed significantly stronger than other seventh-order humans. It was expected that He Yuan would be tempted. Gue Liao could feel that Yang Kai wasn't at his peak and he seemed to be injured, which wasn't a surprise since he must have gotten into quite a number of fights as he fled from the royal city to here. Despite that, he was still able to showcase such terrifying strength. How formidable would he be if he was in top condition? Nevertheless, this realization came too late. After killing Lu Zian, an overbearing Yang Kai turned his azure dragon spear into countless phantoms and engulfed Gue Liao with them. In an instant, Gue Liao felt immensely pressured. He madly pushed his black ink strength and cast several secret techniques in an attempt to save his own life. The Black Ink clan no longer hesitated to launch their attacks on Yang Kai. As a result, Yang Kai staggered while his blood spurted out of his wounds, but he remained unperturbed. Gue Liao was feeling both helpless and frustrated at the moment. He had no idea why Yang Kai only targeted him even though there were many Black Ink clansmen around. In fact, there were Black Ink clansmen who were closer to him, but Yang Kai ignored them and seemed determined to kill Gue Liao. Could it be that Yang Kai still hadn't gotten over the unfair treatment he had received in the castle? If that was really the case, Gue Liao felt that he was being unfairly blamed. However, he had no idea that the reason Yang Kai only targeted him was that he was the most powerful and authoritative figure among the Black Ink clansmen at the scene. Gue Liao was He Yuan's confidant, so killing Gue Liao would be akin to weakening He Yuan's power. Besides that, Gue Liao was indeed more powerful than other feudal lords. As far as Yang Kai was concerned, it wouldn't be long before Gue Liao would ascend to become a territory lord. When that happened, the humans would have a new formidable opponent on the battlefield. It would be like nipping a potential problem in the bud by killing Gue Liao here. Martial Peak. Chapter 5100, Enraged He Yuan. With that consideration in mind, and as the chance was rare, it was expected that Yang Kai wouldn't let Gue Liao off. Faced with the aggressive onslaught, Gue Liao was forced back repeatedly. On the other hand, Yang Kai thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Gue Liao realized that he could only ward off the opponent's attacks, but not counterattack. This made him feel shocked and infuriated. He had never expected that such a seventh-order human existed in this world. Over the years, he had frequently followed He Yuan to the battlefield and fought with many seventh-order masters. However, none had ever made him feel that he couldn't defeat them. At this moment, a sense of despair overwhelmed him as he was dealing with Yang Kai. Gue Liao used all the secret techniques he knew, but every strike Yang Kai made was overwhelming. In every exchange of blows, his black ink strength would be blasted apart on impact. Furthermore, Yang Kai's mobility was simply astonishing. Although the surrounding Black Ink clansmen managed to hit him from time to time, they were unable to seriously injure him. They only managed to cause some flesh wounds, which wouldn't change anything. "I'll die." That was the thought that flashed through Gue Liao's mind as a sense of anxiety gripped him. He had never expected that such a feeling would rise within him when he was facing a human in the same relative realm. This made him feel both ashamed and unresigned. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and he was about to attempt to ascend to become a territory lord. That was why he wasn't willing to lose his life here. Before He Yuan sent Yang Kai to the royal city, he told Gue Liao that he would let him enter the main Black Ink nest and make a breakthrough to the territory lord realm upon his return. Gue Liao had been looking forward to it. However, several territory lords had recuperated in the Black Ink nest recently, so it was running low on energy. Therefore, He Yuan didn't immediately let Gue Liao enter the black ink nest upon his return. Instead, he spent a massive amount of resources trying to replenish the black ink nest's spent energy. Over the past few years, the black ink nest had almost restored all its energy, and it would only take another 6 months before Gue Liao could attempt a breakthrough. When he succeeded, he would be a new territory lord, which would put him on par with He Yuan. Nevertheless, before his dream could become a reality, it was crushed by Yang Kai's spear. Presently, Gue Liao was soaked in blood, and facing the Azure Dragon's spear, he felt his aura weakening by the breath. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to resist Yang Kai's bombardment. The attacks were both sharp and unpredictable, with the spear always coming at him from the most unexpected angle, making it impossible to counterattack. Every strike also brought with it a strange power that sealed off the space around him. Just a short while later, Gue Liao was left with more than 10 serious wounds on his figure. The most severe injury was on his abdomen, which now had a hole the size of a fist in it. Just when Gue Liao felt he was about to lose his life, a formidable aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Yang Kai and Gue Liao, who were locked in battle, detected this familiar aura at the same time. The former turned solemn while the latter was elated. This couldn't be helped, as the newcomer was none other than He Yuan. This place was He Yuan's territory, and his feudal lords had scattered around to intercept Yang Kai. The moment Gue Liao and the Black Ink clansmen got into a fight with Yang Kai, He Yuan naturally detected it and hurriedly came over. He Yuan could move swiftly, so not long after Yang Kai detected his aura, he caught a glimpse of He Yuan approaching. Gue Liao promptly exclaimed, "Sir Territory Lord, save me!" Yang Kai fell into a dilemma as he hesitated between fleeing immediately and killing Gue Liao. The next moment, though, he summoned all of his strength and thrust out his spear. At the same time, Gue Liao's figure was reflected in Yang Kai's right eye. The reflection slightly contorted, and at that instant, Gue Liao, who was attentively resisting Yang Kai's attack, seemed to be struck by an immense pressure. There seemed to be a mysterious force that was contorting his body. His figure stiffened while he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain. This moment of sluggishness cost him dearly. The Azure Dragon spear directly pierced through his chest, and as the violent force exploded, his figure split in half. Black blood and black ink strength scattered across the void. A hint of disbelief flashed through Gue Liao's eyes. Although he hadn't lost his life yet, his death was inevitable given his injuries. Yang Kai couldn't help but close his right eye as blood dripped down from it. Myriad Demons' Heaven's Eye secret techniques were indeed incredible. However, Yang Kai had yet to fully master them, and he had already consumed a lot of energy prior to this battle. Forcefully activating this eye secret technique caused a huge burden on him. Fortunately, he managed to kill Gue Liao with the help of this eye secret technique, cutting off a potential crisis for the human race. It could be said that his efforts were worth it. Since He Yuan was about to reach him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to stay here, and he quickly pushed his space principles in an attempt to flee. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan's bombardment of attacks caused the surrounding void to become unstable, so he was unable to leave immediately. On the other hand, Gue Liao, who was cut in two, turned ferocious as his half-figure came right at Yang Kai. He spread his arms in an attempt to detain Yang Kai as he yelled, "Don't even think about escaping!" Yang Kai hadn't expected this guy to be so savage. Just when he was almost captured by Gue Liao, Yang Kai hurriedly pushed out his spear and turned Gue Liao's top half into mist. Unfortunately, thanks to this moment of delay, He Yuan finally reached him. Black ink strength surged around He Yuan as he sported a furious expression, and he directly extended his hand towards Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. All of a sudden, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind him. The tree crown seemed able to cover the entire sky. Its low-hanging branches turned into the strongest defense for Yang Kai. He Yuan struck the tree crown with all his might. The branches rustled upon impact as points of green light flew out everywhere. Towering evergreen was instantly broken through, and as if struck by a huge hammer, Yang Kai was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was expected that Yang Kai couldn't resist a territory lord's all-out attack. If not for his towering evergreen's fantastic defensive power, he would have lost his life then and there. It could be said that He Yuan was completely enraged. After all, he was the one who turned Yang Kai into a black ink disciple and recommended him to the royal lord to take part in the plan. In the end, the Black Ink clan's grand plan was destroyed because of Yang Kai, and even the critical person in charge of the project, Nian, was dead. This was a huge failure that even a territory lord like him couldn't bear. It was imaginable that the royal lord was mad with rage, and her fury would surely be vented out on him. All of this was Yang Kai's fault, so it was expected that He Yuan would be furious. Honestly speaking, when he received the news from the royal city, He Yuan couldn't believe what he was hearing and suspected that the other side was mistaken. After all, before he captured Yang Kai back then, he saw the latter going all out to resist and even give up a part of his small universe twice, which almost caused his order to regress. Since he was unable to turn things around, he even decided to commit suicide. It was only then that He Yuan made a move and corrupted him. Was everything he saw that day nothing more than an act? Were those the lengths this human was willing to go to in order to sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory? If that was true, he was truly a cunning and devious person. Despite knowing that the humans were sly, He Yuan hadn't expected them to be so deceitful. He regretted not examining Yang Kai's small universe after capturing him back then. If he had done so, none of this would have happened. At that time, he firmly believed that he had successfully corrupted Yang Kai. In his defense, the humans never granted one of the 4 universe pillars to 7th Order Masters, so it never crossed He Yuan's mind that Yang Kai would be capable of resisting his Black Ink strength. The human was even audacious enough to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and follow him to his territory. After several inquiries, He Yuan finally confirmed that the news from the royal city was true. It was only then that he realized he had been played by the humans all along. While he was recuperating, Yang Kai tactfully revealed his talent in artifact refining, which must have been part of the humans' plans from the beginning. Everything that had happened made He Yuan feel humiliated. As a result, he was burning with endless fury, which ensured that he did not hold back when sending out his last strike. However, he regretted it the instant he made a move, because the royal lord had ordered that Yang Kai be captured alive. It seemed that the royal lord had the intention of replacing Nian with Yang Kai, who would be tasked to continue building warships. Fortunately, Yang Kai was unusually strong and had used some kind of secret technique to save himself. Seeing that Yang Kai was still alive, He Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he had accidentally killed Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the royal lord. Now, he could still make up for his mistake. Presently, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a great sense of discomfort. He had already suffered a setback in front of Mu Guang, and then he consumed a lot of energy and became injured while escaping. Now that he was struck by He Yuan's attack, it was expected that he would be in a terrible state. It had to be noted that He Yuan was one of the top 5 territory lords who served Mu Guang, meaning he was significantly stronger than the average territory lord. If not for the great defensive power of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, and that Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh due to his dragon vein, he would have lost his life after being struck. Even so, he was still feeling dizzy and seeing stars at this moment. Many of his bones were also fractured. Steadying himself with difficulty and lifting his gaze, Yang Kai saw He Yuan standing not far away from him, while he was surrounded by a lot of Black Ink clansmen. As their eyes met, He Yuan suppressed his fury and said grimly, "You're really something." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. "Many thanks for your compliments, sir. I never expected that I'd come across you again. It seems that we share some common destiny, don't we?" He Yuan replied impassively, "Since it all started because of me, I'm sure the royal lord will be pleased if this matter is ended by me. Surrender without a fight. You're important to the royal lord, so I don't want to keep damaging you." Upon realizing what the other party meant, Yang Kai arched his brow. "Does the royal lord want you to capture me alive?" "An artifact refiner is only valuable if he's alive." Yang Kai replied, "It seems that Mu Guang intends to keep building warships." He Yuan looked sympathetically at him. "It's pointless to stall for time. Your old ancestor is still in a fight with the royal lord while the human army is far away from here. You don't stand a chance to flee. The humans have a saying, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Resisting will only make you suffer." "Who says I'm going to flee?" Yang Kai lifted his azure dragon spear and pointed it at He Yuan. With his chin raised, he appeared condescending. It's not like I've never killed a territory lord before. I don't mind killing one more. He Yuan was slightly surprised. You've killed a territory lord before? However, he soon cast the doubt away as he strode towards Yang Kai. Whatever. I can explain myself to the royal lord as long as you're not killed. As he stepped closer, his territory lord's pressure swept over Yang Kai. Martial Peak. Chapter 5101, Like Maggots on Rotting Bones. Yang Kai was on his last legs, so he wouldn't dare to be negligent when he was facing a territory lord. Although He Yuan didn't intend to kill him as he wanted to capture him alive, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't grant his wish. If he was really captured by He Yuan and sent to the royal city, he would become a servant for the Black Ink clan for the rest of his life. Before He Yuan could get close to him, Yang Kai drew on whatever power was left in his small universe. Strike first to gain the advantage. As the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt from behind him, burning with a brilliant radiance. At the same time, a full moon rose as well, casting its frigid cold glow. As the sun and moon appeared simultaneously, space principles madly fluctuated. The sun and moon started spinning around in tandem, transforming into a kaleidoscope where space principles and time principles intertwined and formed into space-time strength before spiraling towards He Yuan. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Faced with a formidable enemy like He Yuan, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to hold back any of his strength and directly used his most powerful method. He Yuan stopped in his tracks and instinctively felt a horrifying power coming from this secret technique. This caused his expression to turn solemn. Covered in the mysterious force, he even felt that his mind and body had been affected. Thick black ink strength erupted from his body and formed into a shield around him. Right after he did that, he was stunned to realize that the secret technique, which had looked far away just now, was already about to strike him. A violent force swept across the void and caused the local space to tremble. He Yuan was forced backward several steps while the Black Ink clansmen who were surrounding Yang Kai were instantly vaporized despite only being hit by the attack's fallout. A moment later, the terrifying force settled. He Yuan stood there stiffly, a strange and mysterious force wandering around his figure like arcs of lightning. The surviving Black Ink clansmen stared at He Yuan in shock, as they were worried he had been killed just like that. After all, they had witnessed how terrifying Yang Kai's secret technique was. They had no idea what would happen to their territory lord after being struck head-on by such an attack. Fortunately for them, even though He Yuan seemed affected by the secret technique, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. Just a moment later, his figure shook and the lingering arcs of lightning around him were shattered. After he sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, his aura weakened slightly. He then turned to look in a different direction and gritted his teeth. The next instant, he transformed into a dark light and shot forward. It wasn't until this moment that the surviving Black Ink clansmen realized that Yang Kai was gone. Apparently, Yang Kai ran away right after he cast his secret technique. However, they were not powerful enough to resist the influence of the secret technique on their senses, so they were not aware that Yang Kai had fled. He Yuan was far stronger though, so he definitely wouldn't let the wretched human off. Just then, Yang Kai reappeared from the void. He staggered and almost couldn't support his own weight, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Presently, he was like a lamp that was running out of oil. There was no doubt that the heritage of his small universe was indeed far richer than those of the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, since he started fleeing from the sealed world near the royal city, he had been constantly manipulating space principles and pushing himself to his limits. It also took him quite a bit of effort to kill Lu Zian and Gui Liao earlier. Furthermore, he almost used up all his energy to cast his most powerful secret technique at He Yuan. Fortunately, he had the World Tree clone with him. Otherwise, his small universe would have been affected given the state he was in. That would have been a huge problem. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to remain and quickly fished out a handful of Open Heaven pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Although Open Heaven pills couldn't help restore his power quickly, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the living creatures in his small universe would continuously produce world force for him, which helped restore his strength over time. The moment he took a step forward though, Yang Kai realized that an aura had locked onto him from afar. There was no doubt that it was He Yuan. As a Black Ink territory lord, he could easily ascertain Yang Kai's whereabouts as long as the latter wasn't too far away. Yang Kai cursed. He didn't expect his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel to kill He Yuan. After all, there was a huge gap between their powers as He Yuan was in a higher relative realm. Despite that, he still hoped that the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel could wound He Yuan and tie him down for a moment. As long as he could escape He Yuan's perception range, he could shake him off and gain some safety. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that He Yuan would recover so quickly. Now that he had been targeted by He Yuan's aura, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of him, unless Yang Kai could continuously use instantaneous movement to open a large gap between them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was unable to do so at this moment. He couldn't even activate instantaneous movement once, let alone repeatedly. Left with no choice, he could only try to restore his energy while doing his best to flee. An enraged He Yuan moved across the void swiftly, shortening the distance between them. To add insult to injury, Yang Kai would come across some Black Ink clansmen who got in his way from time to time. There was no doubt that they were all residents of He Yuan's territory. Upon receiving He Yuan's order, they started forming into different teams to cover a wide range. There were only a small number of people in every team, ranging from 10 to 30. Their leader usually a single feudal lord. Although these Black Ink clansmen couldn't harm Yang Kai, they could slow him down. Yang Kai either had to avoid clashing with them or force his way through them. Regardless of what option he took, he would have to consume both strength and time. Barely 1 hour later, Yang Kai broke through his third blockade. However, He Yuan was also getting closer to him. Seeing that it would reach a critical point where He Yuan would be able to make a move against him, Yang Kai hesitated no more and pushed his space principles. By using instantaneous movement, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. He used up what little energy he had recovered with that one move. Over the next day or so, such incidents would happen roughly every hour. The gap between Yang Kai and He Yuan would shorten and widen in a seemingly endless cycle. Yang Kai felt extremely bitter as he was unable to get rid of He Yuan, who was just like maggots on rotting bones. On several occasions, he almost couldn't widen the gap between them at the most critical moments, allowing He Yuan's attacks to graze him from afar, which exacerbated the horrible situation he was already in. By straining himself for a long period of time, Yang Kai realized that his vision had turned blurry. The pounding of his heart against his chest could clearly be heard, as though it couldn't endure the immense strain and would explode at any moment. While he was trying his hardest to escape, He Yuan wasn't exactly feeling any better. Pursuing such a fast and tricky enemy had left him exhausted as well. However, in order to make up for his mistake, he would never let Yang Kai go. Only by capturing Yang Kai and bringing him to the royal city would he be able to appease the royal lord. Otherwise, he would be doomed. The warship plan was critical to the future of the entire Black Ink clan, yet it was ruined because of his negligence. It was expected that the royal lord wouldn't easily let him off. With one escaping and the other pursuing, the pair crossed billions of kilometers in the void. Initially, Yang Kai thought that things would get better after he left He Yuan's territory. After all the Black Ink clansmen he came across all along were He Yuan's subordinates. However, he realized he was mistaken upon fleeing from He Yuan's domain. Instead of getting better, things actually got worse. The Black Ink clansmen he bumped into in He Yuan's territory only came in small teams. Therefore, he was able to force his way out despite being besieged. However, right after he left He Yuan's territory, Yang Kai came across an entire Black Ink clan army. It was an army consisting of several tens of thousands of troops. Among all those Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai clearly detected a powerful aura coming from another territory lord. Moreover, the direction they were traveling suggested that they were heading towards Yin Pass. If Yang Kai rashly charged forward, he wouldn't stand a chance to escape. The territory lord in charge of the army just had to cooperate with He Yuan, who was chasing him from behind, and they would easily capture him. Soon, Yang Kai came to realize something. The Black Ink army wasn't there to intercept him. Instead, they were heading to the main battlefield. In order to facilitate the old ancestors' plan and save Yang Kai, the humans had emptied out Yin Pass. Certainly, the Black Ink clan had to meet the humans in battle. the territory lords and feudal lords called the roll in the shortest time possible and set out towards Yingyang Pass from all different directions. The army before Yang Kai's eyes was just one of many. At that instant, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. If he continued heading in Yingyang Pass direction, he would only come across even more Black Ink clan armies. Even if he was in peak condition, he still could never hope to break through all of their blockades, unless the masters from Yingyang Pass could work with him to open a safe passageway. However, Yang Kai was in a terrible state, and he hadn't managed to restore a lot of his strength, so this idea was not feasible. Once he blindly used instantaneous movement, he might land right in the middle of a large Black Ink clan army. When that happened, it would be akin to stepping right into the enemy's trap. It was impossible for him to avoid running into these Black Ink clan armies and return to Yingyang Pass. Worse, every enemy army had a territory lord overseeing it, as they were practically the territory lord's own subordinates. He Yuan alone was able to leave Yang Kai battered and exhausted. If he had to contend with other territory lords as well, he would fall into an even more horrible state. Nonetheless, where could he go if he couldn't return to Yingyang Pass? While he was hesitating, the territory lord from the army up ahead scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and seemed to detect Yang Kai's presence. After gritting his teeth, Yang Kai turned around and transformed into a ray of light. Soon, the territory lord's divine sense detected a trace of aura left behind by Yang Kai. After giving it a thought, he soon figured out what was happening. However, he was tasked with dealing with the humans' army, so he wouldn't dare to be distracted. A moment later, he decided to ignore it and retracted his divine sense. The moment Yang Kai turned in a different direction, He Yuan followed, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He was surprised to realize that Yang Kai didn't head straight towards Yingyang Pass, but after pondering on it for a moment, he soon figured out what Yang Kai was worried about. He snorted and thought, "Where else can you go if you can't go back to Yingyang Pass?" He Yuan had somewhat figured out the condition that Yang Kai was in, so he firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would capture Yang Kai sooner or later. Now, he just had to wait for Yang Kai to lose all of his strength. While he was in his thoughts though, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai. The realization astounded him. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5102, A Bold Plan. Mid-pursuit, He Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and spread out his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings. However, regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't find Yang Kai's whereabouts. This caused his expression to darken. "I can't believe I lost him. How is that even possible?" Yang Kai was on his last legs with little energy left. How did he escape He Yuan's range of perception in such a state? He Yuan didn't think Yang Kai was powerful enough to cut off the thread of aura he had locked onto him, as there was a huge gap between their powers. If Yang Kai was capable of doing that, he would have done it earlier instead of waiting until now. Moreover, He Yuan didn't feel that his aura was forcefully cut off. Rather, it felt like Yang Kai just vanished somehow. The only logical explanation was that Yang Kai had massively widened the gap between them in an instant. As a result, He Yuan's aura wasn't able to locate him. However, Yang Kai didn't have much strength left. Even though he could use a special technique that would help him move across several tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, he couldn't possibly have done such a thing repeatedly in his current state. How could he have regained so much energy in such a short period of time? With a gloomy expression, He Yuan stood still in the same spot, not knowing what to do. The void was expansive, so now that he had lost track of Yang Kai, how was he supposed to look for him? But soon, he pulled himself together. The Black Ink clan's armies were heading in Yingyang Pass direction, so Yang Kai couldn't possibly go that way. That was the reason he turned around and continued fleeing. In other words, regardless of where he was still within the Black Ink clan's territory. As long as Yang Kai was still in their territory, his whereabouts would be exposed sooner or later. At the thought of this, He Yuan started taking action by heading to the fief of a feudal lord nearest to this place. The feudal lord of the fief had led his tenants towards the battlefield, so although there were still a lot of Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind, none of them was particularly powerful. Since He Yuan had shown up, these weak Black Ink clansmen would naturally obey his orders without question. Soon, with the black ink nest in this place as the center, word was spread across all of Mu Guang Royal Lord's domain. Within moments, black ink clansmen from all over could be seen searching for Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding in a black ink cloud and recuperating. Just like He Yuan had speculated, Yang Kai had relied on instantaneous movements to shake off his tracking aura. The reason he had enough energy to use instantaneous movement repeatedly was that he had consumed a low-rank world fruit. When he left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, Yang Kai brought 16 world fruits with him. The 3 mid-rank world fruits had been put to good use while the remaining 13 low-rank world fruits were somewhat useless. He had given 1 low-rank world fruit to Guazi Yen, which allowed him to ascend from the second order to the third order open heaven realm. As for the remaining low-rank world fruits, he basically had no use for them. Although they came from the world tree, they were not valuable to him at all. Most had stayed in his small universe for such a long time that Yang Kai had almost forgotten about them. It wasn't until his small universe was thoroughly exhausted this time that he recalled them. Although they were not valuable, they were the best spirit fruits to replenish one's world force. After consuming a low-rank world fruit, Yang Kai regained enough strength in his small universe in a short time to use instantaneous movement several times in a row. It was thanks to the low-rank world fruit that he shook off He Yuan and hid inside this black ink cloud. Even though he was safe for the time being, he knew that he would not be safe for long as he was still deep inside the Black Ink clan's territory. There was no way He Yuan would let him off. At least he finally had a chance to take a breather. It felt terrible to have so little energy left in his small universe. If he had enough energy, he could fight or flee despite being no match for his opponents. Upon making sure that He Yuan hadn't found him, Yang Kai quickly tried to restore his energy. He didn't consume another low-rank world fruit. With this experience, he naturally wouldn't waste something that could quickly restore a large amount of his strength. Instead, he stuffed a lot of open heaven pills into his mouth before fishing out a set of 7th-order materials to refine in order to replenish his spent world force. Unfortunately, this moment of rest didn't last long. Barely half a day later, Yang Kai felt several auras barge into the black ink cloud he was hiding in. Those auras were not powerful, only high-rank black ink clansmen. With a frown, Yang Kai tried his best to conceal his aura. There were countless black ink clouds of different sizes in the Black Ink clan's territory, and usually, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pay them any mind. However, the fact that these high-rank Black Ink clansmen carefully searched this Black Ink cloud showed that they were looking for Yang Kai. Initially, Yang Kai hoped that they would be negligent so that he could continue recuperating. Unfortunately, one of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen directly flew towards his hiding place. A moment later, the high-rank Black Ink clan stood right in front of him. Lifting his gaze, he saw a vague figure hiding somewhere inside the Black Ink cloud, but before he could get a closer look, he saw a fist flying out and striking him. As the violent force exploded, the high-rank Black Ink clansman turned into a blood mist without even a chance to scream. "Over there!" one of the Black Ink clansmen exclaimed upon detecting the movement. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by an immense force and sent to the afterlife. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Kai dashed out of the Black Ink cloud. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen who had barged into the Black Ink cloud had all lost their lives. "That human is here. We found him," quickly informed Sir He Yuan. The moment the surrounding Black Ink clansmen saw Yang Kai, they became startled for a moment before coming to their senses and shouting. Yang Kai looked around and realized that the Black Ink clansmen were scattered everywhere. They were thoroughly searching through the void in order to ascertain his whereabouts. Although they were weak, there were too many of them to avoid. He Yuan didn't think these weaklings could harm Yang Kai. He just wanted to make sure that Yang Kai had nowhere to hide. Amidst the chaos, the Black Ink clansman closest to Yang Kai cast a secret technique at him. Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although he knew that He Yuan wouldn't let him off, he hadn't expected the other party to move so swiftly. Judging from the way these Black Ink clansmen searched for him, it seemed that he would have nowhere to hide no matter where he went. After dodging the attack, Yang Kai summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and displayed his supreme limitless spear art to the enemy. Despite being besieged by so many Black Ink clansmen, he managed to force his way out. Those Black Ink clansmen hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so ferocious, but after suffering a setback, they had learned their lesson. Wherever Yang Kai went, they would keep their distance and not directly engage him. Yang Kai continued charging forward until there were no longer a lot of Black Ink clansmen around him. It was then he manipulated space principles and left this area using instantaneous movement. A moment later, He Yuan arrived, but after asking around, he could only snarl through clenched teeth. Keep searching for him. When you find him, do your best to delay him. Anyone who dares not to fight will die by my hand. Upon receiving the order, these Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to disobey He Yuan despite feeling bitter. Soon, Yang Kai realized that he was like a rat that these Black Ink clansmen were determined to corner. Wherever he went, the Black Ink clansmen would soon find him. Furthermore, he realized that the way these Black Ink clansmen dealt with him had changed. Initially, he just had to kill a few of them and the rest would flee, allowing him to escape with little effort. Now, however, these Black Ink clansmen refused to back down regardless of how ferocious he was. It was as though they were determined to drag him down even if they had to die. However, without a territory lord around, how were they supposed to stop Yang Kai from escaping? Their reckless charge only caused even more casualties. Presently, Yang Kai was glad that the Enyang Pass armies had tied down the main Black Ink clan force. Otherwise, he couldn't have kept moving around the Black Ink clan's territory. At the very least, the only territory lord he had to deal with so far was He Yuan. Mu Guang Royal Lord was locked in battle with the old ancestor from Enyang Pass, while most of the territory lords had probably left this place to intercept the humans from Enyang Pass. Perhaps there were still some territory lords who stayed back in Mu Guang's territory, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Yang Kai reckoned that he would be fine as long as he was cautious enough. The only problem he had to face was how he could get rid of He Yuan and circumvent the Black Ink clan's army to rejoin the people from Enyang Pass. That was indeed a difficult task. With that said, he was already in a better situation than before. At the very least, he had restored some of his strength, so unlike some time ago he was no longer running on empty. Most of the territory lords must have headed to the battlefield, so there wouldn't be a lot of them who stayed back. At the thought of this, Yang Kai racked his brain and came up with a bold plan. The more he thought about it, the more he was inclined to believe that this plan was feasible. If this plan was successfully carried out, it would deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. He became excited in an instant. He Yuan would never have thought that Yang Kai would be so reckless. Since he had made a decision, Yang Kai did not hesitate to carry out his plan. After killing for a bit, he stopped dealing with the Black Ink clansmen around him and manipulated space principles to flee. He Yuan had been in a terrible mood recently, but despite feeling vexed, he had no way to vent his anger. Just like he had expected, Yang Kai didn't have a chance to leave the Black Ink clan's domain after escaping from him and was instead now wandering around the Black Ink clan's territory. With the help of the Black Ink nests, He Yuan could easily get feedback from different places and accurately locate Yang Kai. However, this method couldn't help him capture Yang Kai. Every time he received the news and rushed to the place where Yang Kai appeared, he would only find the corpses of Black Ink clansmen while Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Although he was stronger than Yang Kai, he didn't have a chance to make a move against him, leaving him feeling frustrated and helpless. In his fury, He Yuan even killed 100 or so Black Ink clansmen who had retreated in fear when they confronted Yang Kai. Based on what He Yuan learned from the surviving Black Ink clansmen who had fought with Yang Kai, he confirmed that this annoying human was recovering. Yang Kai seemed to be doing his best to restore his energy, and after such a long period of time, he should have almost fully recovered by now. Nevertheless, He Yuan didn't understand what Yang Kai was up to. Since Yang Kai had almost restored all of his strength, he should be trying to leave the Black Ink clan's territory. However, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the game of hide-and-seek with the Black Ink clansmen. During this period of time, several thousand Black Ink clansmen were killed by his spear, and although only several of them were feudal lords, as most were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, it was still humiliating for He Yuan. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5103, Destroying Black Ink Nests. He Yuan was moving across the void at the speed of lightning as he headed straight to a particular battlefield. When he finally arrived at his destination, what came into his sight were corpses and broken limbs scattered all around. They were the Black Ink clansmen who were killed. Many of the horribly injured Black Ink clansmen groaned in pain. The battlefield was like a living hell. After sweeping a glance over the place, He Yuan estimated that more than 100 Black Ink clansmen were dead. He sported a grim expression. Since he started chasing after Yang Kai, he had encountered the same sight many times. Whenever he received the news and rushed over, he would see the same sight. On the other hand, Yang Kai would always run away before he arrived, leaving no chance for him to act. He had never come across a human who was as skilled as Yang Kai when it came to fleeing. Despite his burning fury, he had no way to vent it out. The surviving Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to go near He Yuan upon his arrival. Recently, He Yuan had killed many of their companions. If He Yuan blamed them for not doing their best and decided to kill them, they would be wronged. In fact, they had tried their hardest to stop Yang Kai earlier. However, how were they supposed to make him stay behind when they were no match for him? They could only watch as Yang Kai went on a killing spree and then left. Since no Black Ink clansman took the initiative to tell him what happened, He Yuan asked grimly, "Where did he go?" A high-rank Black Ink clansman closest to him pointed in a particular direction with caution. He Yuan turned to look in that direction and frowned. That was because his territory was in that direction. Although a large area of the void could be considered his territory, his foundation was where his Black Ink nest was located. That was his direct territory. Upon that realization, He Yuan felt his chest tightening. As he recalled the route Yang Kai had been moving around, he suddenly had a bad premonition. It seemed that Yang Kai wasn't aimlessly wandering around anymore, he was heading towards a particular goal. Just then, a feudal lord rushed over from afar. Upon reaching He Yuan, he said anxiously, "Sir Territory Lord, something terrible has happened." "What makes you so nervous?" He Yuan turned to look at him, the ominous feeling in his chest strengthening. This couldn't be helped, as this feudal lord was in charge of the fief that was closest to his Black Ink nest. This feudal lord was also responsible for monitoring the perimeter. He must have received some shocking news, so he rushed over and informed He Yuan about it. As expected, the feudal lord replied, "We've received word that Yang Kai is invading your territory, sir." He Yuan's head started buzzing as though it had been struck by a hammer. While feeling dizzy, he also instantly figured out Yang Kai's plan and roared, "How dare he!" He had never expected that Yang Kai, who was all on his own, didn't have the intention of fleeing at all. Instead, he wanted to raise hell when most of the Black Ink clan had left for war. It had to be said that Yang Kai was truly audacious and his move caught He Yuan off guard. Many of the territory lords who worked for Mu Guang had left their domains to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass. Therefore, there was a serious lack of soldiers in their home territories right now. That was also the reason He Yuan was unable to capture Yang Kai after such a long time. Now, Yang Kai was heading straight to his territory. Although there were a lot of feudal lords left behind, He Yuan wasn't confident that they could repel Yang Kai. After all, he had witnessed the latter's capabilities during this pursuit. On the other hand, it was apparent that Yang Kai was aiming for his Black Ink nest. The foundation of a feudal lord or territory lord's territory was their Black Ink nest. Without a Black Ink nest, they couldn't be considered a real feudal lord or territory lord. This was what Xueqi taught Yang Kai back then. A massive amount of resources had to be consumed to grow a Black Ink nest. For a feudal lord's Black Ink nest to hatch and fully mature, it required a colossal amount of resources, not to mention a territory lord's Black Ink nest. In comparison, the resources needed to grow a territory lord's Black Ink nest were many times more than what would be required to nurture a feudal lord's Black Ink nest. If his Black Ink nest was destroyed, He Yuan's foundation would be gone for good. That would be an unbearable blow to him. Although he could still get a new subnest from the royal lord and hatch it, it would be a heavy burden on the royal lord's Black Ink nest. Furthermore, it would also cost the royal lord a lot of time and energy to do this. Also, after such a catastrophic failure, it wasn't even certain whether the royal lord would still give him a new subnest. Throughout the war against the humans, it wasn't rare for feudal lord Black Ink nests to be destroyed. However, only a tiny number of Black Ink nests belonging to territory lords were ever destroyed. It was a great humiliation to the Black Ink clan for a territory lord Black Ink nest to be destroyed, and the only way to wash this shame away was by killing many more humans. With a great roar, He Yuan flew straight towards his home territory. At the same time, he prayed that the feudal lords who stayed behind could stop Yang Kai. He also hoped that Yang Kai didn't really intend to destroy his black ink nest. However, it was apparent what Yang Kai's plan was by him heading straight to his territory. It was likely that he had his eyes on the black ink nest. After all, he had pretended to be a black ink disciple and lived in this place for years, so he might have heard of the black ink nest secrets from somewhere. While feeling worried, He Yuan was moving forward at full speed. Given that he was a territory lord, it would usually take him half a day to return to his territory from the previous location, but in his haste, he managed to arrive in just 4 hours. When he finally arrived at the universe fragment where his direct territory was located, what came into his sight made him feel cold all over. That was because the universe fragment had been shattered and traces of the battle could be seen everywhere. The originally flourishing city was nothing but a disaster zone now. Every part of the place had been turned into ruins, and innumerable black ink clansmen had lost their lives. All of that was inconsequential though compared to what happened to the black ink nest, which was originally in the center of the city. The black ink nest, which had always looked like a giant flower bud, was starting to wither. Black ink strength was leaking out of the black ink nest like fresh blood, and its roots had clearly been cut off by a violent force. What He Yuan dreaded had become a reality, and he could not accept it. The black ink nest was withering, and it couldn't be saved. In other words, his foundation had been destroyed. In order to rebuild his foundation, he would need a new black ink nest. Even if the royal lord was magnanimous enough to give him another sub-nest from her black ink nest, it would take He Yuan at least 100 years to nurture it and cost him an enormous amount of money and manpower. To make matters worse, the feudal lords working for him would all experience the same problem. In other words, he and his subordinates had to rebuild everything from scratch, which would take a very long time. Sir! A blood-soaked feudal lord detected He Yuan's aura, so he quickly shot into the sky. Where is Yang Kai? He Yuan growled through clenched teeth. He couldn't detect Yang Kai's aura, so he could only hope that the feudal lords had killed him. With that said, he knew that it was unlikely to be the case. We did not see that human named Yang Kai. The feudal lord replied. He Yuan snapped. You didn't see him? Then what happened to my territory? What happened to the black ink nest? Did you all destroy it? The feudal lord shuddered and quickly replied, Sir He Yuan, we really didn't see Yang Kai. Everything was destroyed by a grand dragon. He then hurriedly gave an account of what had happened. According to this feudal lord, a grand dragon which was far more than 20,000 meters long had appeared out of nowhere. It was overbearing, and its entire figure radiated a golden glow. As soon as the grand dragon appeared, a lot of black ink clansmen were killed by its opening dragon breath. Strangely, the grand dragon was holding a huge spear in its claws. With this weapon, it smashed the universe fragment to pieces and destroyed the black ink nest, leaving the entire city in ruins. What was even more outrageous to the black ink clansmen was that the grand dragon had even robbed their shops and snatched up their resources. Although the feudal lords tried their best to resist, they couldn't possibly defeat the grand dragon. After kicking up a storm, the grand dragon nonchalantly departed, leaving this mess behind. The black ink clansmen knew nothing about grand dragons as they had never seen such creatures before. Fortunately for them, the black ink disciples had some ideas. Grand dragon? How could there be a grand dragon here? He Yuan appeared puzzled. The feudal lord replied cautiously, according to the black ink disciples, Yang Kai is probably not a human, but rather a member of the dragon clan. That grand dragon was his true form. He Yuan roared, I don't care whether he's a human or a member of the dragon clan. Find him. I must rip him to pieces. Only by doing so could he vent his fury. He was so enraged that he had even forgotten about the royal lord's order, which stated that Yang Kai had to be captured alive. But sir, the feudal lord spoke in a shaking voice, since the black ink nest is destroyed, we can't send any messages. He Yuan grabbed him by the collar and yanked him towards himself, his eyes practically spitting fire as he snarled. Since the black ink nest is gone, go out and inform everyone yourself. Mobilize all the clansmen in the territory. Leave him nowhere to hide. If you can't do that, all of you must die. Yes, the feudal lord replied anxiously. After the feudal lord flew off, He Yuan turned to look in a different direction. There seemed to be a mysterious force that was dissipating in the void. The energy fluctuations were consistent with what Yang Kai would leave behind each time he used instantaneous movement. Therefore, He Yuan speculated that Yang Kai had fled in that direction. Previously, he already didn't have a way to capture Yang Kai, and now that his black ink nest was gone, he knew it would be even harder to locate him. Nevertheless, he had to get his revenge after his foundation was destroyed. Despite his slim chances, he had to hunt Yang Kai down. Regardless of the cost, he had to capture that damn human and bring him to the royal lord to make up for his mistakes. At this moment, in a place that was far away from a universe fragment, Yang Kai was hiding inside a black ink cloud and recuperating. After assuming his grand dragon form and making a scene in He Yuan's territory, not only did he shatter the universe fragment, but he also destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest. It was expected that he would be pleased with himself. However, he had paid a hefty price to achieve this victory. There were indeed a lot of feudal lords who had stayed behind, and there were also innumerable high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen around. Although he could easily kill more people when he was in his grand dragon form, it also made him a huge target. While Yang Kai destroyed the black ink nest, he also inevitably got struck by the black ink clansmen's attacks. To the black ink clansmen, he had made a scene and left the place in a nonchalant manner. However, only Yang Kai knew that he wasn't as nonchalant as he appeared to be when he left. In truth, he just didn't dare to remain. Otherwise, he would most likely be captured. Presently, his entire figure was covered in wounds. Every time he moved, he would grimace in pain. 3 wounds on his back were so deep that one could even see his bones. Fortunately, these injuries didn't injure his foundation, and given his intrepid physique and astonishing restorative powers, he would recover in no time. Martial Peak. Chapter 5104, Implicated. Yang Kai's trip of turning into a grand dragon and making a fuss in He Yuan's territory was rewarding. Not only had he killed a lot of black ink clansmen, but he had also destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest and snatched a massive amount of cultivation resources. The price he paid was worth it. When Yang Kai pretended to be a black ink disciple back then, he already realized that the city where He Yuan's black ink nest was located was flourishing. There were ample supplies, which included all sorts of materials of different orders. The Black Ink clan couldn't directly use these resources, so they were basically thrown into the black ink nests to help produce black ink strength. Nevertheless, these were precious cultivation resources for the humans. Since Yang Kai decided to make a move, he certainly had to take those resources away. Furthermore, there was one discovery that surprised him. He realized that his grand dragon form had lengthened. When he was in the divine spirit's ancestral land in the shattered heaven back then, he made use of the dragon palace and ancestral strength to become a grand dragon. At that time, his grand dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Then, with the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory, his dragon vein was significantly enhanced, which allowed him to turn into a 20,000-meter grand dragon. At that time, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan respectively left a mysterious power in his body that could stimulate the power of his dragon vein. Even after Yang Kai reached 20,000 meters in his grand dragon form, he had a feeling that the mysterious power hadn't been used up and most of it still remained hidden in his dragon bead. Then, he got into a fight with Zhu Feng. At the critical moment, he spat out his dragon bead and dealt a lethal blow to Zhu Feng, which caused his dragon bead to be damaged. Over the years, the damaged dragon bead had slowly healed with the nourishing of his dragon vein. Now, it seemed his dragon vein had also been strengthened. When he transformed into a grand dragon in He Yuan's territory, he was nearly 30,000 meters long. Apparently, the damage to his dragon bead had stimulated the mysterious power left behind in his body by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. During this period of time, not only had his dragon bead gradually healed, but his dragon vein had also been strengthened. This came as a pleasant surprise. The strength of a grand dragon was manifested in their length. Usually, only a 10,000-meter dragon could be regarded as a grand dragon, which was equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Now that Yang Kai's dragon form was 30,000 meters long, his power was equivalent to that of a peak 7th-order master. However, there were pros and cons to fighting as a grand dragon. Since his grand dragon form was so massive, he could cause serious damage over a wide area, especially when doing things like destroying He Yuan's territory and the black ink nest some time ago. There was no doubt that it was easier for him to achieve his goal by turning into a grand dragon. Nevertheless, his large size also meant that he wasn't as agile or maneuverable. He might suffer a setback if he faced certain opponents in such a state. Fortunately, there were no powerful beings in He Yuan's territory at that time. Although the feudal lords had gone all out, they couldn't really kill him, only inflict some injuries on him at most. Presently, Yang Kai was recuperating in a black ink cloud with peace of mind. However, he knew that he couldn't stay here for long. According to past experiences, these omnipresent black ink clansmen would soon find him, and more black ink clansmen would quickly arrive to hunt him down. As expected, barely 1 hour later, some black ink clansmen barged into the black ink cloud and found his whereabouts. Yang Kai charged forward and easily killed these black ink clansmen, and soon, he arrived at a different place and snuck into a new black ink cloud. When the nearby black ink clansmen rushed over upon receiving the news, Yang Kai was already nowhere in sight. Over the following days, Yang Kai kept changing his locations as he seized every chance to recuperate. Soon though, he realized something was off. The black ink clansmen were reacting much slower than before. Previously, regardless of where he went, as long as his whereabouts were exposed, a large number of black ink clansmen would promptly swarm in from all directions and besiege him. Now, it seemed that they couldn't mobilize as quickly. This was a situation he had already expected though. Yang Kai had learned some secrets behind the black ink nests. With He Yuan's black ink nest as the center, all the feudal lord black ink nests formed a huge information network, which was used to spread information quickly. Now that he had destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest though, the central node was gone for good, disabling the information network between the black ink clansmen. That was the reason he decided to head straight to He Yuan's direct territory. Only by disabling their information network would he be able to move around easily. Now, it seemed that he had made a wise decision. Although he was still on his own, Yang Kai had already greatly improved his situation. Nevertheless, destroying He Yuan's black ink nest was just the first step of his plan. Since the black ink nests were the foundation of the black ink clan, he naturally wouldn't want to leave so soon as this chance was rare. Even though the territory lord's black ink nest was gone, there were still a lot of feudal lord black ink nests remaining. For every black ink nest that was destroyed, it would cause a huge loss to the black ink clan. It only took Yang Kai a few days to fully recover, and after fishing out a universe chart to ascertain his own location, he looked for the nearest feudal lord's fief. Soon, he found a target. However, the situation he came upon surprised him a bit. After killing some black ink clansmen who were searching for him along the way, he soon reached his destination, but the huge black ink nest was already withered and collapsed on the ground, as though it was dying. Countless black ink clansmen knelt around the black ink nest with solemn expressions. It seemed that they were holding a kind of sacred ceremony. The feudal lord at the front crossed his arms and chanted something. However, regardless of how hard they tried, they couldn't save the black ink nest from dying. Its black ink strength was leaking out like fresh blood, and for every bit of black ink strength that was lost, the aura of the black ink nest would weaken a little. It seemed that this black ink nest would wither and die within half a day. Yang Kai flew forward as though no one else was around while the black ink clansmen, who were completely focused on the ceremony, didn't detect his presence. Standing in front of the black ink nest, Yang Kai swept his gaze around and frowned, a perplexed expression on his face. The feudal lord at the front finally detected Yang Kai's aura and turned his head. When he made out Yang Kai's face, he snapped, "It's you!" It wasn't until this moment that these black ink clansmen came to their senses and stood up. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by all these black ink clansmen. Yang Kai turned to look at the feudal lord and nodded gently, "Brother Xiaogu." The feudal lord was none other than Xiaogu, who was the owner of this fief. Yang Kai had been here once and witnessed everything when Xiaogu planted the black ink nest and hatched it. It was also through Xiaogu that he learned a lot of the secrets about black ink nests that the humans were previously unaware of. The way Yang Kai addressed Xiaogu startled him. With a doubtful look, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "You? Is the rumor about you real? Have you betrayed Sir Territory Lord?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "I'm a human, and I've never pledged to be loyal to him. How could you say that I've betrayed him? As for the rumor, I have no idea what you've heard, but it's most likely to be true. Xueqi snapped. Did you destroy Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest? Yongkai nodded. Then he pointed to the front with a perplexed expression. What happened to your black ink nest? The reason he came all the way here was to destroy this black ink nest. Besides the one here, he had decided to destroy all of the feudal Lord black ink nests under He Yuan. Only by doing so could he deal the heaviest blow to He Yuan. After all the black ink nests were shattered, He Yuan and his subordinates would lose all of their foundation. This was a bigger contribution than killing several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen on the battlefield. My black ink nest. Xueqi appeared furious. My black ink nest is a subnest of Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest. Since you've destroyed the Territory Lord's black ink nest, do you think the subnest wouldn't be affected? In fact, Yongkai already had a speculation the moment he saw this black ink nest. However, when his speculation was verified by Xueqi, he was still surprised. Prior to this, he wasn't aware that the death of a Territory Lord's black ink nest would affect the feudal Lord black ink nests it spawned as well. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. Xueqi's black ink nest was a subnest of He Yuan's black ink nest, so there was a close connection between them. Since He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed, it was expected that Xueqi's black ink nest would be implicated. Following a moment of deliberation, Yongkai asked, is your black ink nest the only one that's been affected? Or have all the feudal Lord black ink nests been implicated as well? Xueqi said through gritted teeth. Do you think I'll tell you? Yongkai nodded. Don't bother, I think I figured it out. Judging from the situation Xueqi was in, it wasn't hard to speculate that the other feudal Lord black ink nests had been affected as well. They were probably all withering at this very moment. Initially, Yongkai planned on destroying all the black ink nests in He Yuan's territory one by one. Now, it seemed that it wasn't necessary for him to do so. As a thought flashed through his mind, Yongkai asked, Brother Xueqi, what if the royal lord's black ink nest is destroyed? Don't even dream about destroying any black ink nest ever again. Xueqi roared. Apparently, he no longer wanted to listen to any of Yongkai's nonsense. He extended his hand and summoned a giant halberd. At the same time, a dark fog swirled around his figure and soon, he was clad in an artifact armor that covered the upper half of his body. The giant halberd and artifact armor were the artifacts that Yongkai previously refined for him. With the giant halberd in hand and the artifact armor on his body, Xueqi appeared quite imposing. He directly thrust out his halberd at Yongkai. Presently, Yongkai was holding his azure dragon spear, and faced with the attack, he didn't intend to dodge. His spear thrust forward like a dragon and skirted past the giant halberd before jabbing towards Xueqi's chest. A hint of ferocity flashed through Xueqi's eyes as he also didn't intend to dodge the attack. He exerted even more force with the giant halberd as he was determined to wound the other party despite knowing that he would be injured as well. He was aware that Yongkai was extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had witnessed Yongkai going on a killing spree back then. Those feudal lords were as frail as paper tigers when they were dealing with Yongkai, and Xueqi didn't think he was more powerful than them. Even though he had 2 artifacts in his possession now, he didn't think he could defeat Yongkai in a one-on-one fight. In order to survive, he had to take risks despite knowing he would get hurt as well. In fact, it was a good idea, but when the azure dragon spear easily stabbed into his chest and its explosive force shattered all the organs in his body, he still appeared bewildered. With a dispassionate expression, Yongkai looked at him and said, I'm the one who made that artifact armor. It's ridiculous that you think you can use it to defend against me. Xueqi came to his senses and asked, Are there weaknesses in all the things you've made? Yongkai roared, The things I've made will not be used to go against my people. None of them will shed a drop of blood because of those artifacts. Martial Peak. Chapter 5105, Pleasant Surprise. I was the one who helped you back then. The ferocity on Xueqi's face faded. Faced with imminent death, he pleaded with the other man. Yongkai looked around and nodded. I can't deny the fact that you'd helped me before, but how did your black ink nest come about? How did you gather enough resources to hatch this black ink nest? Do you really think I have no idea? All you have now is because of me, and it's only apt that I am compensated for my work." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled more world force into the Azure Dragon Spear and Xueqi exploded, leaving no traces behind. There was no denying that they had gotten along pretty well, and Xueqi had earned a lot of black ink coin with his help and made himself known as an expert in artifact refining. However, he was pretending to be a black ink disciple at that time, and Xueqi was just making use of him. They were fundamentally on different sides, so Xueqi had no qualms about killing him. A feudal lord was still a pretty significant force on the battlefield, so if Xueqi let him off on this day, some humans might be killed by him in the future. Xueqi was still in the early stage of building his fief, so he was the only feudal lord here and the rest of them were insignificant. There weren't even that many high-rank black ink clansmen. As Xueqi was dead, these black ink clansmen couldn't possibly ward off Xueqi. Despite their resistance, they were all killed within a cup of tea's worth of time. By the time Xueqi was gone, no one was alive in the fief. Xueqi initially wanted to destroy all the feudal lord black ink nests under He Yuan's wings, but what he saw in Xueqi's fief made him realize that it wasn't necessary to do so. In fact, after a territory lord's black ink nest was destroyed, all the subnests it spawned would be affected. That explained why, after he destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest, the Black Ink clan became slower in their response. After He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed, not only was the information network in He Yuan's territory disabled, but all the subnests had also withered. The feudal lords who had their own fiefs must be flustered now, so they wouldn't be in the mood to search for Xueqi despite He Yuan's order. To play it safe, Xueqi decided to head to another feudal lord's fief to see it for himself. Just like what happened in Xueqi's fief, the feudal lord's black ink nest was withering, and its black ink strength was leaking out. It would die in no time. Finally, Xueqi could set his mind at ease. It never crossed his mind that destroying He Yuan's black ink nest would bring about such a pleasant surprise. It seemed that there were pros and cons when it came to the special connection between the black ink nests. Inferring from this, if the black ink nest in the royal city was destroyed, all the territory lords' black ink nests would wither, which would lead to the decline and eventual fall of all the black ink nests in Muguang's territory. Xueqi couldn't help but have the urge to head back to the royal city and shatter the royal lord's black ink nest. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on the idea. This couldn't be helped as, given his current strength, he could only make a scene in a territory lord's territory as most of the black ink clansmen had gone to the battlefield. However, if he barged into the royal city, it would be akin to stepping right into the enemy's trap. He would be doomed. After all, there was more than one territory lord guarding the royal city. At the thought of the royal city, Xueqi couldn't help but recall the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass. With the help of the ancient coin, a void corridor was formed and the old ancestor arrived and saved him before getting into a fight with Muguang. A few days had passed, so he wondered if there was any outcome now. Although the old ancestor was powerful, the battle took place near the royal city, after all, so she might not gain the upper hand since she was on her own. Nevertheless, he wasn't in any position to worry about her. Given his current power, he was unable to intervene in the fight between the royal lord and the old ancestor. Perhaps 8th Order Masters could assist the old ancestor in this situation, but a 7th Order Master like him was still too weak. Yinyang Pass Army and the Black Ink Clan's main force must be clashing at the front line as well. Xueqi had no idea what was going on over there, but judging from the collective powers between the two races, the human army would have to return to the inner sanctum soon. That was because there was a huge gap between the numbers on both sides. Furthermore, the Black Ink Clan did not care about casualties. On the other hand, the life of every human soldier was valuable. The humans were in a disadvantageous position by fighting against the Black Ink Clan in the void. They could significantly reduce casualties by staying near Yinyang Pass. The reason the army had left Yinyang Pass this time was that they had to facilitate Xueqi's return. However, he was unable to circumvent the Black Ink Clan and join up with those from Yinyang Pass back then as he was in a horrible state. It was destined that the soldiers from Yinyang Pass wouldn't achieve their goal. Therefore, Xueqi speculated that the soldiers from Yinyang Pass should have retreated by now. Presently, Yinyang Pass must be surrounded by the Black Ink Clan. The two races had gotten into a battle where one side would defend while the other side would attack. It was the pattern of battle they were most familiar with. Over the years, This kind of battle had taken place at every great pass numerous times. Be it the humans or the Black Ink clan, they were already familiar with how this would go. If that was indeed the case, the situation would be in Yang Kai's favor. Since the Black Ink clan's army had gathered outside of Enyang Pass, there wouldn't be any blockades in front of him. He could stealthily head to the battlefield and wait for a chance to return to the inner sanctum during the fighting. He had done the same thing when he and Feng Ying saved several hundred Black Ink disciples and brought them back to Blue Sky Pass previously. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to do that. He had a taste of successfully destroying He Yuan's Black Ink nest, which resulted in the fall of all its subnests. As this was a rare opportunity, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss it as he reckoned that it wouldn't come again. Therefore, he left He Yuan's territory several days later and headed towards another territory lord's territory. He had no idea whose territory it was, nor did he know where that territory lord's home territory was. Regardless, it didn't matter to him. He directly headed to the feudal lord's fief nearest to him and went on a killing spree. In just half a day, most of the Black Ink clansmen in this fief were either dead or dying. Some of the Black Ink clansmen seized the chance to flee from the place, but Yang Kai didn't have the intention of pursuing them. To him, destroying the Black Ink clan's foundation was the most important objective, while killing stray Black Ink clansmen came second. Moreover, the most powerful Black Ink clansmen in this fief had followed their feudal lord and left for the battlefield, so the ones who stayed back were undoubtedly weak. Yang Kai then directly barged into the Black Ink nest in this place. This was a feudal lord's Black Ink nest, and with the prior experience of visiting Xiaogu's Black Ink nest, Yang Kai soon realized that the inner structures of all Black Ink nests were more or less the same. There were still some Black Ink clansmen inside the Black Ink nest, but they appeared oblivious to what had happened outside. The moment they saw a human entering this place, they were puzzled. They were all killed by Yang Kai before they realized what was happening. A moment later, Yang Kai stood inside an empty chamber and opened the portal of his small universe. His word force was instantly drawn by a powerful force and absorbed by the Black Ink nest. With his world force serving as a bridge, he was soon connected to the consciousness of this Black Ink nest. He had done the same thing in Xiaogu's Black Ink nest back then, so he was familiar with the process. The next instant, Yang Kai found himself in a special space where a lot of consciousnesses wandered around. This was the secret behind the information network that the Black Ink clan had built using the Black Ink nests. These Black Ink clansmen had entered this place through the consciousnesses of the feudal lord's Black Ink nests. They could then exchange all sorts of information here and find out what was going on in the other feudal lords' fiefs. The arrival of a new consciousness like Yang Kai's didn't catch the attention of the Black Ink clansmen. After all, there would be unfamiliar consciousnesses entering the place from time to time, so they were used to it. After listening to them for a while, Yang Kai realized that he couldn't gather any useful information. He wanted to find out what was going on at the front lines through the conversations between these consciousnesses, but the latest information from the battlefield was apparently not available to these Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind. Just when he was ready to carry out his plan, a message was sent from a consciousness. The message wasn't encrypted in any way, so the other consciousnesses could easily read it. Yang Kai soon found out what the message was about. The royal lord is still in a fight with that human. I wonder if she can kill her. Another consciousness replied, that human is the old ancestor of Enyang Pass. Although the royal lord is powerful, it's not easy for her to kill that human. However, I heard that several territory lords have gone over to help. With their assistance, I believe that human will be defeated. No. From the looks of it, the royal lord is in a disadvantageous situation. Although she has the help of several territory lords, both parties are only equally matched now. The moment the message was sent, the other consciousnesses were evidently shocked. One of the consciousnesses asked, how could it be that the royal lord is at a disadvantage? They've fought with each other countless times in the past, and they've always been equally matched. Neither side could defeat the other. What happened this time? The consciousness from earlier replied, I have no idea, but for some reason, they arrived somewhere near our fief and continued fighting. My feudal lord was the one who saw it. Fortunately, they soon left. Otherwise, our fief would have been destroyed. We wouldn't be able to defend against the fallout from their battle. Could it be that the royal lord hasn't recovered? That's possible. However, the royal lord has the help of some territory lords now, so the human old ancestor certainly won't get the upper hand. The consciousnesses continued chatting and soon changed the topic. Although Yang Kai hadn't gathered a lot of information, he had at least found out that the old ancestor was fine. On the other hand, he was surprised at the fact that the royal lord had fallen into a disadvantageous position. It never crossed his mind that the seemingly unreliable old ancestor from Enyang Pass would be so powerful, able to battle against the royal lord and several territory lords on her own. He wondered what the outcome of the battle would be. Nevertheless, he didn't have the right to interfere in this matter, and he had bigger fish to fry. He then focused on sensing his surroundings. According to Xueqi, this special space was actually a platform linked to the consciousness of the territory lord's black ink nest. The consciousnesses of the subnests could easily connect to it, which allowed the feudal lords to communicate with one another. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that he could make use of it and find out the whereabouts of the territory lord's black ink nest. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5106. This won't end here. Following the faint traces, Yang Kai's consciousness tracked the signs back to the source and soon found what he was looking for. Although he wasn't certain about the exact location of the territory lord's black ink nest, he was confident that he got the direction right. As long as he moved in that direction, he would find the territory lord's black ink nest. Since he had achieved his goal, he retracted his divine sense and left the feudal lord black ink nest before shooting into the sky. He didn't waste any of his energy to destroy this feudal lord's black ink nest since all the feudal lord black ink nests were linked to the territory lord's black ink nest. As long as he destroyed the source, all the feudal lord black ink nests would wither as well. The moment Yang Kai's consciousness left this special space, a certain consciousness temporarily fell into a dazed state in another similar but even more magnificent space. The consciousnesses of the feudal lord's black ink nests would gather together in the special space transformed from the consciousness of the territory lord's black ink nest. Similarly, the consciousnesses of the territory lord's black ink nests would assemble in the special space transformed from the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest. This even bigger space was where the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest was located. The consciousnesses that had gathered together in this place came from the territory lord's black ink nests. Hence, the consciousnesses in this place represented the territory lords. Upon detecting the anomaly, the other consciousnesses quickly inquired about it. The consciousness from earlier fell silent for a moment and said hesitantly, "Just now, someone seemed to be searching for my location." "Someone was searching for your location?" Another consciousness asked curiously. The third consciousness was equally inquisitive. "What's the point of ascertaining your location? Are you mistaken?" The first consciousness replied, "Maybe. I'm not sure about it." Since he had said so, the other consciousnesses stopped asking about it. This matter ended here, and they went on to talk about another topic. "What's going on with that human named Yang Kai? Has Sir He Yuan captured him?" "There's no news about him yet, but it seems that human has destroyed Sir He Yuan's black ink nest." "What? Sir He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed? When did that happen?" Another consciousness exclaimed. It was apparent that he had not heard about this news yet. "It happened not long ago. The person guarding the black ink nest sent me a message at the last moment. Apparently, the human named Yang Kai directly invaded Sir He Yuan's home territory. Now, we can't contact anyone from Sir He Yuan's side. Our connection with them has been cut off." The other consciousnesses fell into silence. Something must have gone wrong as they were unable to contact anyone from He Yuan's side. The only possibility was that He Yuan's black ink nest had been destroyed. Otherwise, this shouldn't have happened. All of these consciousnesses felt their hearts sinking at the revelation that a human had destroyed a territory lord's black ink nest. At the same time, they felt furious and humiliated. The only thing they knew was that He Yuan was chasing after the human, but they had no idea whether he would succeed. The consciousnesses felt that the topic was too depressing, so they quickly moved on to another. They started discussing the war between the two races and tried to speculate on the outcome. While they were engrossed in the discussion, a certain consciousness suddenly exclaimed. As the conversation was cut off, the other consciousnesses looked at him in puzzlement. The consciousness explained, Some feudal lords reported to me that the human named Yang Kai came to our territory. He's in your territory? What is he doing there? Regardless of what he is up to, quickly inform Sir He Yuan about it so that he can come over to help. Also, mobilize the Black Ink clansmen in your territory and restrain the human until Sir He Yuan arrives. We must not let him flee. Got it. The moment the consciousness finished speaking, he passed on an order through the Black Ink Nest network and the Black Ink clansmen in his territory started taking action. The other consciousnesses waited with concern as they asked about what was going on from time to time. Certainly, the consciousness wouldn't hide anything from them. Half a day later, a consciousness suddenly said in a puzzled manner, "The human doesn't seem to be running away from Sir He Yuan. Instead, go on. It seems that he has targeted my territory lord's Black Ink Nest." Upon hearing that, the other consciousnesses paled, especially the one who represented the area of the territory lord's Black Ink Nest where Yang Kai was located. Just then, another consciousness said, "Earlier, you said that someone was trying to figure out your location, right?" The consciousness that represented the area of the territory lord's Black Ink Nest where Yang Kai was located replied, "Yes, that's what I felt." "Wait, you mean?" "That's right. The human named Yang Kai didn't know the exact location of your territory lord's Black Ink Nest, so he made use of a feudal lord's Black Ink Nest to find it. He then headed straight to your place after that. His target is the territory lord's Black Ink Nest." "What?" the consciousness exclaimed. "What should I do?" "What about Sir He Yuan? Have you reached him?" "Sir He Yuan is on his way, but he's still far away from the human. It seems that he can't arrive in time to stop him. Assemble the feudal lords to stall him. We must not let that human destroy another territory lord's Black Ink Nest. Otherwise, it will be a humiliation we can never wipe away. When Sir He Yuan reaches there, he'll easily capture that human." "It's too late." The consciousness sounded despondent. "Why?" "It seems that Yang Kai has arrived. I can feel the fluctuations of battle outside." "How is it possible that he has arrived so soon?" The other consciousnesses were astounded. "Are you sure that human is there?" "It's not a human. It's..." "What are you talking about? What do you see?" "It's a monster that's several tens of thousands of meters long with a humongous spear in its claws. The feudal lords can't block him. It's heading straight for the Black Ink." "Ugh!" The shriek sent a shockwave across the other consciousnesses. Although they were not the ones experiencing the disaster, they could feel how heart-wrenching it must have been for their companion the moment they heard the shriek. Feelings of panic and fear overwhelmed these consciousnesses, causing them to tremble. The Black Ink Nest's consciousness was a medium through which one could connect with the other consciousnesses via divine sense. Although one could communicate with others swiftly and easily, he had to promptly cut off the connection when he fell into danger. Otherwise, his soul would die following the destruction of the Black Ink Nest. This was an unbearable pain for any living creature. "This won't end here," the consciousness wailed. The message made the entire space descend into despair. The next moment, the consciousness vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed before. The other consciousness fell into silence in this special space. Another consciousness tried to contact him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the other side. In the meantime, in a particular territory lord's home territory, a colossal Black Ink Nest was cut down by the Azure Dragon Spear. A violent force caused the entire Black Ink Nest to collapse and countless Black Ink clansmen lost their lives while the expansive territory shattered. Those Black Ink clansmen tried their hardest to repel the enemy, and many attacks of varying power were sent out at the 30,000-meter-long dragon. Although most of the attacks were weak, they came in massive numbers. The golden dragon scales on the dragon trembled upon impact, and as its gigantic figure flew across the void, dragon blood fell to the ground. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep fighting with them. After destroying the Black Ink Nest and killing those who got in his way, he went on to snatch up as many resources as he could before turning around and escaping. A while later, he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Following that, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from the place with a flicker. The Black Ink clansmen dashed out of the broken territory and fearlessly pursued their hated enemy. However, they soon lost track of Xueqi and could only aimlessly search for him. The Territory Lord's territory behind them was now in a giant mess. After a long time of silence, the consciousnesses that had gathered together in the grand space formed from the consciousness of the Royal Lord's black ink nest finally started reacting. One of the consciousnesses said, "Another Territory Lord's black ink nest has been destroyed. We haven't received any definitive news yet, so it's too early to say that. The truth is right before our eyes. Why else wouldn't we be able to contact them? You might want to deny it, but you can't change the fact that a calamity has happened." It was a several tens of thousands of meters long monster with a huge spear in its claws that destroyed the black ink nest. What was it? It's a grand dragon. According to the black ink disciples, a grand dragon is a powerful being. Sir He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed by that same grand dragon. Furthermore, from what I've gathered, Xueqi is not a human. The grand dragon is his true form. I don't care whether he's a human or grand dragon, he's destroyed 2 Territory Lord black ink nests so far, and I don't have to remind all of you that before our comrade passed away earlier, he said that it won't end here. I'm sure you all know what that means. A consciousness asked in horror, "Does that mean that Xueqi is going to destroy even more Territory Lord black ink nests?" In order to repel the human army, the Territory Lords have left for the battlefield with their respective armies. Apart from a few Territory Lords who have remained in the Royal Lord's territory to guard the royal city and coordinate other matters, there are no powerful masters left. Moreover, some of those Territory Lords had to join up with the Royal Lord to fight against the human old ancestor. It's not surprising that Xueqi would seize this chance to raise chaos. Although Sir He Yuan has been hunting him down, he hasn't managed to achieve his goal so far. The human's next target could be me, or any one of you. Upon hearing that, those consciousnesses became apprehensive. We can't pin all our hopes on Sir He Yuan. To put it bluntly, if he was able to capture the human, the second black ink nest wouldn't have been destroyed. We have to save ourselves. How are you going to do that? That human is too powerful. We can't fend him off even if we have a lot of subordinates with us. Regardless of how powerful he is on his own. Moreover, he must be injured after destroying 2 Territory Lord black ink nest. I believe he'll have to recuperate for some time before acting again, so all of you don't have to worry. However, once he recovers, he'll probably make a move again. Do you have a suggestion? Tell us about it. The consciousness then told everyone about his plan, and the rest of them nodded in agreement. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5107, I've been waiting for you. Life hadn't been peaceful in Mu Guang's royal domain recently. First of all, the royal lord's plan that was hundreds of years in the making was derailed by a human just before its imminent success, flushing all her efforts down the drain. Then, the old ancestor of Enyang Pass suddenly appeared in her territory and started a huge fight against her and several Territory Lords. Space shattered and many Black Ink clan fiefs were devastated while countless Black Ink clansmen were killed from the fallout of their battle. The human army from Enyang Pass had also gone all out. The Territory Lords in the royal domain had no choice but to lead their own armies to deal with the humans. The Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind had no idea what was going on at the front line. Usually, they just had to wait patiently. After all, even though the humans were powerful, they could never break through the Black Ink clan's blockade and storm the royal domain. However, there was now a lone human who was raising all kinds of havoc in the royal domain when most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were not around. He was the very human who derailed the royal lord's plan. This human wasn't particularly powerful. According to the classification of the humans, he was just a 7th-order master, equivalent to a feudal lord. Nevertheless, it was this 7th-order human who threw Mu Guang's royal domain into absolute chaos. In just half a month, he managed to destroy 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests and killed several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen. Although He Yuan was personally hunting him down, he hadn't achieved his goal so far. From what they had gathered, this human could transform into a several tens of thousands of meters long grand dragon and wield a gigantic spear in his claws. Once he got close, he could destroy a Territory Lord Black Ink nest with one strike and shatter the universe fragment it sat on. The reason he was able to evade He Yuan's pursuit for so long was that he was a master in the Tao of space. With the help of space secret techniques, this human could move with shocking speed. Even if He Yuan was stronger than he couldn't capture the human intruder without being able to restrict his movements first. After destroying 2 Territory Lord black ink nests, the human went missing. However, the consciousnesses staying in the Territory Lord black ink nests believed that he was recuperating somewhere. When he fully recovered, he would make a move on another Territory Lord's black ink nest. This made the consciousnesses staying in the Territory Lord black ink nests feel anxious, as they were worried that one of them would be Yang Kai's next target. Black ink clansmen were seen thoroughly searching for Yang Kai across the void, leaving no stone unturned. Nevertheless, they couldn't find the human after several days, as though he had vanished into thin air. This made many black ink clansmen suspect that Yang Kai might have left Mu Guang's royal domain. One day, a team of 20 or so were examining a cluster of thick black ink clouds. From what they had gathered, this human liked hiding in places like this. Therefore, the black ink clouds of different sizes that scattered across the void would be thoroughly inspected. After all, no one knew if he was hiding in a certain black ink cloud, just waiting to catch the nearby black ink clansman off guard. After they inspected all of the black ink clouds here though, they still couldn't find the human. Just when the team of black ink clansmen were preparing to leave, the leading high-rank clansman detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. What came into his sight astounded him, for a series of ripples had suddenly appeared in the void. As the ripples expanded, a portal glowing with a faint light abruptly formed. This high-rank black ink clansman was a quick-witted person, instantly realized something, and hurriedly ordered, "Hide!" After he finished speaking, he led his team to charge into the nearest black ink cloud. They concealed themselves and withdrew their auras as best they could as quickly as possible. As they lifted their gazes, they saw that a portal had fully taken shape. While the ripples continued to expand, a figure appeared all of a sudden. He was the human that the Black Ink clan had been looking for. The high-rank clansman narrowed his eyes and soon realized something. It was no wonder that so many Black Ink clansmen were unable to find a trace of this human even after several days of searching. It turned out he had been hiding inside a sealed world. The portal that suddenly opened up was obviously a portal that led to that sealed world. Despite the distance between them, the high-rank clansman could clearly feel the aura coming from the portal. It was the aura of the world force that the Black Ink clan loved the most. So that's how it is. Upon figuring out everything, the high-rank Black Ink clansman couldn't help but think that Yang Kai was blessed with luck to have found a sealed world and hidden inside it. It seemed that the news they had received was true. Yang Kai had been badly injured when destroying the previous Territory Lord Black Ink nest and was hiding and recuperating recently. Although there were over 20 members in the group he led, this high-rank Black Ink clansman didn't dare to make a rash move upon sighting Yang Kai. He knew that this human was too powerful for them and he and his team were no match for him. Exposing themselves at this point would be no different from committing suicide. Despite acting swiftly though, Yang Kai, who had just stepped out of the sealed world, still sensed something and quickly looked in their direction. Apparently, he had realized they were there. As their eyes met, the high-rank clansman felt a chill shoot up his spine. Before he could react, Yang Kai pushed out his palm as his 7th Order Open Heaven Realms world force burst forth. Without having a chance to resist, the Black Ink clansmen hiding in the Black Ink cloud were all instantly killed. The high-rank Black Ink clansman thought that Yang Kai was simply lucky enough to have found a sealed world to recuperate in, but the truth was that luck only played a part in it. As a master of the Tao of space, Yang Kai could easily find sealed worlds that the Black Ink clan hadn't discovered. Not only had he been recuperating during this period of time, but he had also picked clean all of the resources in this particular sealed world. Although he had already obtained an astonishing harvest from robbing the home territories of 2 territory lords, Yang Kai didn't mind collecting even more resources. He was already pleased that he could snatch so much from the Black Ink clan, and it was even more satisfying that he had also destroyed 2 territory lord Black Ink nests. Just like the Black Ink clan expected, Yang Kai's next target was still a territory lord's Black Ink nest. Nevertheless, even though he had killed this search party, another nearby group of Black Ink clansmen soon noticed what happened. Realizing that Yang Kai might have appeared, they quickly spread the word. By the time everyone found out that Yang Kai had reappeared, he had arrived at a feudal lord's fief. With the previous experiences, Yang Kai was already familiar with how to look for the local territory lord's black ink nest. The black ink clansmen in this feudal lord's fief were weak, so it only took Yang Kai a little effort to kill them all. He then headed straight to the feudal lord's black ink nest. The moment he entered the central chamber, he opened his small universe and let the black ink nest absorb his world force. With that serving as a bridge, he connected himself with the black ink nest's consciousness. Just a moment later, his divine sense entered the special space with the black ink nest's consciousness as the medium. As usual, there were a lot of consciousnesses in this special space. These consciousnesses represented the feudal lords who had their own fiefs and black ink nests. Many of the feudal lords had left for the battlefield to fight against the humans. Despite that, other black ink clansmen could stay back and guard their black ink nests. Hence, Yang Kai wasn't surprised one bit. However, he soon realized that something was off. Previously, when he entered this space with his consciousness, the other consciousnesses didn't pay much attention to him. However, on this day, all the consciousnesses around him appeared hostile to him. Yang Kai could clearly feel that these consciousnesses were paying close attention to him. Hostility and formidable powers exuded from these consciousnesses. Was I exposed? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he soon realized something. In fact, it wasn't surprising. He had done the same thing before, so it was expected that the Black Ink clan had put their guard up. Nevertheless, since he had the audacity to make a move, he had the confidence to keep himself safe. The consciousnesses didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai. The moment Yang Kai understood all this, however, the special space froze as a restrictive power spread across it, like a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. Yang Kai instantly appeared surprised, for he had never expected that such a turn of events would happen in this space. With that said, this space was transformed from the consciousness of a territory lord's black ink nest, so it wasn't surprising that there were secrets that he wasn't aware of. He tried cutting off his connection with the black ink nest, but he realized that it wasn't possible to do so. The space had been completely sealed up, so unless he could shatter this place's barriers, he couldn't possibly withdraw his divine sense. If he forcefully tried, his soul might be damaged. It seemed that his consciousness had been locked inside this space. "I've been waiting for you." The moment the space was sealed off, a voice reached him, one that sounded furious and vexed. Yang Kai could sense that this consciousness gave off a familiar aura. Moreover, this consciousness was unlike the others. It was far more powerful. It was like a crane standing among the chickens. A doubtful Yang Kai asked, "Hey Yuan." The consciousness roared, "I'm glad that you recognize me." Yang Kai was astounded. "It's really you. So, you were waiting for me?" Hey Yuan replied, I knew that you wouldn't stop trying to destroy the other territory lord's black ink nests, so I chose one and waited for you. It surprises me that you really came to Kong Chan's territory. It seems that I'm in luck." Yang Kai had no idea who Kong Chan was, but he reckoned that he was the owner of this territory, and a territory lord. The reason He Yuan decided to wait here was that Kong Chan's territory was the closest to the territory lord's territory where the black ink nest was previously destroyed by Yang Kai. He reckoned that Yang Kai would most likely come to this area. Now, it seemed that his wait was worth it, for Yang Kai had really come to this place. At that instant, He Yuan felt slightly less aggrieved. As a territory lord, he was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he had been trying to hunt Yang Kai down recently, but he couldn't even find out the latter's whereabouts. It was expected that he was frustrated. Martial Peak. Chapter 5108, Battle Between Souls. Having fought with Yang Kai several times, He Yuan was now aware that the other man was proficient in the Tao of Space, which could be utilized to swiftly escape from his enemies. That was the reason Yang Kai could always shake off his pursuit. Presently though, Yang Kai's consciousness was sealed off in this space. Since he was unable to use his biggest strength, he was basically trapped. "Keep him alive. Don't kill him," He Yuan ordered. He still remembered Mu Guang's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive so that he could replace Nian to preside over the construction of warships. If he killed Yang Kai here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the royal lord. Following his command, the surrounding consciousnesses exuded powerful forces which then blasted at Xueqi. Every territory lord had a few dozen feudal lords who had their own fiefs, and Kong Chan was no exception. He had about 30 feudal lords who had their own fiefs. Therefore, roughly the same amount of consciousnesses belonging to feudal lords were here. If these feudal lords came across Xueqi in their physical bodies, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. After all, a large number of feudal lords were killed by Xueqi recently. Despite being a 7th-order human, he was more powerful than any 7th-order master they had dealt with before. However, this space was transformed from the black ink nest's consciousnesses, so the feudal lords didn't have to directly face Xueqi. They could achieve their goal simply by confronting Xueqi's consciousness. That was the solution that they came up with after Xueqi went missing previously. It was a trap targeted specifically at Xueqi. This wasn't the only trap, though, as similar traps had been set up in every territory lord's territory. In other words, whichever territory lord's territory that Xueqi headed to, he would fall into the same trap if he dared to make use of the black ink nests. The only difference was that only Kong Chan's territory had He Yuan assuming command. The other territory lords' territories only had feudal lords who were patiently waiting for Xueqi to show up. With that said, regardless of whether there was a territory lord around or not, as long as Xueqi stepped into such a trap, he would never be able to run away. He could only escape by defeating all the consciousnesses here, but that was practically impossible. These consciousnesses exuded powerful forces as a tide of violent energy soon formed in this special space and shot towards Xueqi like a tsunami. This became a battle between souls. Xueqi couldn't help but turn solemn. He had never expected that the Black Ink clan would deal with him using such a trick, nor was he aware that the space transformed from the Black Ink nest's consciousnesses could trap a person's consciousness inside. Nevertheless, since he had fallen into the trap, he had no choice but to act accordingly. Fortunately, he was no ordinary open heaven realm master. Faced with the tide of powerful attacks, Xueqi's consciousness appeared small in comparison. It seemed that he would directly perish the moment the wave struck him. He Yuan, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but be worried. What if Xueqi couldn't withstand this bombardment and was killed directly? It had to be noted that if a consciousness passed away in this space, its body back in the Black Ink nest would become a soulless husk. It was just a matter of time before such a person would die. While He Yuan was watching with concern, Xueqi's consciousness was drowned in the tide. All of a sudden, an explosive power burst out from Xueqi's consciousness and warded off the strike. He was as unshakable as a rock. An astounded He Yuan exclaimed, "Impossible!" If he were in Xueqi's place, he wouldn't have been able to fend off the joint assault of 30 feudal lords. According to his estimation, the best outcome would be that Xueqi's consciousness was instantly injured. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to fight. Presently, following He Yuan's order, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards Xueqi's real body. As Xueqi would be unable to flee, they could easily capture him. However, the sight before He Yuan's eyes was simply unbelievable, for Xueqi had flawlessly defended himself against all the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses. How was that even possible? Why was a 7th-order human's soul so powerful? Although the feudal lords didn't use their full powers following He Yuan's order, the sight before the latter's eyes was still inconceivable. Besides He Yuan, these feudal lords couldn't believe their eyes either, and they promptly exerted more force with their attacks. The tide rose again and became even more violent. Xueqi's consciousness was finally affected. Faced with the bombardment of the Black Ink clansmen, he felt his spiritual energy being drained rapidly. He couldn't endure attacks of such intensity for long. Fortunately, Xueqi had obtained the soul-warming lotus when he was just a budding cultivator. Over the years, his soul became much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm because he had continuous nourishment coming from the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, his spiritual energy had increased significantly after he obtained Yu Ru Meng's primordial Yin. It had to be noted that charm demons were the best when it came to utilizing spiritual energy, not to mention that Yu Ru Meng was a demon saint at the time. Although he was just a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, Xueqi's soul was on par with an 8th-order human master's. That was the reason he could ward off the tide of the feudal lords' consciousnesses on his own. In this space, a consciousness was the manifestation of one's soul, so the stronger a person's soul was, the stronger they were in this place. On top of that, Most of the Black Ink clansmen were not experts in using their souls. However, Xueqi reckoned that the Royal Lord's secret technique that was exclusive to the Royal Lords must be a form of soul technique. These feudal lords were basically trying to show off meager skills before an expert by trying to fight Xueqi with their consciousnesses alone. With that said, even though he could temporarily defend himself from the bombardment, he couldn't persevere for long. After all, he couldn't endure the barrage of attacks forever, regardless of how impenetrable his defense was. Furthermore, his consciousness was trapped in this special space, so he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. If the Black Ink clan seized the chance to harm his physical body, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Therefore, after tentatively defending himself for a moment, he decided to act ruthlessly. The Black Ink clansmen, who were ready to channel more of their powers to suppress Xueqi, suddenly felt chills running down their spines. Before they could figure out what was going on, Xueqi's aura flared up. His powerful consciousness slowly solidified in this special space and turned into a soul avatar. What astonished these feudal lords was that this soul avatar was holding a saber. The feudal lords were befuddled while He Yuan was flabbergasted. Over the years, they had never seen a consciousness that could take on his true form in this place. The communication between consciousnesses had always been accomplished in a kind of intangible form. How powerful must a person's soul be in order to actually take on a visible, almost solid form? What made them feel despondent was that they had no idea why there was a saber here. How did Xueqi bring an artifact to this space where only consciousnesses were supposed to exist? Was this a special skill unique to the humans? They had never interacted with the humans' consciousnesses before. However, the Black Ink nests belonged to the Black Ink clan, so why was a human in a favorable position in this place? The feudal lords thought that the saber was an artifact Xueqi brought to this place, and in fact, they weren't wrong. However, this weapon was no ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. It was the Emperor artifact, soul-splitting saber. This was an artifact that Xueqi had obtained all the way back when he was still in the Hangluo star field. He was still weak at that time, so this Emperor artifact was of great help to him when it came to killing his enemies. However, as his strength increased, this Emperor artifact was no longer useful to him. He simply kept soul-splitting saber in his soul and had not used it for years. It never crossed his mind that he would use this Emperor artifact again one day. Although this Emperor artifact was too weak compared to his current realm, it was better than fighting against the feudal lord's consciousnesses with only his raw spiritual energy. After all, he was on his own while the Black Ink clansmen came at him in large numbers. With the soul-splitting saber in hand, Xueqi felt his murderous intent surging and grinned. "Don't worry. I'll make this quick." The moment he finished speaking, he brandished his saber as a cold light slashed across this special space. Xueqi's powerful spiritual energy allowed the light of the soul-splitting saber to fill the entire space. Following the attack, the consciousnesses of 4 feudal lords died in silence. At the same time, the feudal lords, who were respectively in charge of 4 Black Ink nests in Kongchan's territory, collapsed to the ground. Although they were still technically alive, they were now completely immobile. The destruction of their consciousnesses meant that they wouldn't survive for long. The power of the saber astonished the feudal lords. The barrage of attacks, which was the agglomeration of the feudal lords' consciousnesses, instantly weakened. With most of the pressure lifted off, Xueqi slashed with his saber again. This time, the feudal lords promptly dodged the attack, so only 2 were killed. Still, they were shaken to the core after witnessing the power of the saber twice. They initially thought that they could easily capture Xueqi with this trap, but they had never expected that this human was actually so ferocious. Even though he was in a trap set up by the Black Ink clan, he was still the one slaughtering them. Faced with the threat of death, the feudal lords' consciousnesses tried to flee from this place in a hurry. After all, none of them wanted to be killed, especially when Xueqi was chasing after them with his strange saber. To their dismay though, they soon realized that they were unable to leave this place. The moment Xueqi's consciousness barged into this special space, it was completely sealed off. Only He Yuan, who was in charge of this place, could open it again. Apparently, He Yuan didn't have the intention of opening this space. The turn of events not only startled the feudal lords, but also He Yuan. He had never expected that instead of harming Xueqi, the trap they had set up in advance became a battlefield where they were the ones being slaughtered. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses. Seeing that the feudal lord's consciousnesses were trying to run away from Xueqi, he roared, "Stand and fight! We must not let him flee this time." This chance was hard to come by, and if they let Xueqi escape, He Yuan didn't have the confidence to trap him again. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he had to defeat and capture Xueqi today. The next instant, He Yuan took the initiative to charge towards Xueqi. His consciousness, which was even more powerful than the rest, clashed with Xueqi. Xueqi's consciousness, which had basically replicated his true form, was caught off guard and staggered backwards upon impact while the light around him also dimmed. Martial Peak. Chapter 5109, Ray of Hope for the Black Ink Clan. The instant Xueqi was attacked, he responded with his saber. He Yuan's consciousness promptly backed off, but he couldn't be as quick as the saber light. Struck by the saber light, He Yuan groaned in pain like an injured beast. His powerful consciousness weakened in an instant and it was obvious that he was wounded. As horror overwhelmed him, thinking that he was doomed, He Yuan heard something crack. As his consciousness refocused, he realized that the saber in the hands of Xueqi's avatar had shattered upon impact. An elated He Yuan roared at the feudal lords who were running away. "His weapon has been destroyed. Do not fear." Upon hearing that, the feudal lords turned around and realized that, just like what He Yuan had said, the saber in Xueqi's hands had fallen apart for some reason. In an instant, they become energized. The consciousnesses were all essentially naked, so the feudal lords were stunned when they saw Xueqi summoning a saber. After He Yuan was done barking, he madly activated his power and charged towards Xueqi. Seeing that, the feudal lords promptly assisted him. At that moment, Xueqi was immensely pressured. In the end, the soul-splitting saber was just an emperor artifact. Although it had been nurtured in his soul over the years, its original quality couldn't be changed. It couldn't bear the power of Xueqi's spiritual energy, so 3 strikes had been its limit. Therefore, before Xueqi could kill all of his enemies, the saber broke apart. Presently, with He Yuan leading the charge, the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses came right at Xueqi in a continuous manner from all directions. Regardless of how powerful Xueqi's soul was, he couldn't possibly bear such a bombardment. Seeing that Xueqi's consciousness became immobile, as though it had been suppressed, the feudal lords struck their opponent harder, determined to take him down. Xueqi was aware that he was in an unfavorable position. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had come up with a brilliant method to deal with him. In such a place, space principles were practically useless. This was purely a contest of the strength of their spiritual energy. He had to quickly come up with a solution, otherwise he would be doomed. At the most critical moment, Xueqi realized that since he could summon the soul-splitting saber to this place, what about the soul-warming lotus? The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so if he could summon it, there wouldn't be any suspense regarding the outcome of this battle. However, he had never summoned the soul-warming lotus to fight his enemies before. Usually, he would only counterattack when others attempted to invade his knowledge sea, so the idea of summoning it hadn't crossed his mind. As he thought about this, a 7-colored light burst from his figure. When the feudal lords, who were bombarding Xueqi with their attacks, saw the light, they were bewildered. He Yuan had no idea what was going on either, but through his battles with Xueqi, he came to realize that this human had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the moment the 7-colored light appeared, he felt that something was off and promptly shouted, "Take him down now!" As soon as he finished speaking, he focused all of his power and charged towards Xueqi. At this moment, he had no choice but to ignore the royal lord's order that Xueqi had to be captured alive. Whether Xueqi could survive this strike would depend on his luck. Following He Yuan's order, the feudal lords wouldn't dare to hold back any of their strength and madly attacked. Invisible attacks came right at Xueqi from all directions and drowned him. However, the 7-colored light only became brighter and soon filled the space. The feudal lords watched apprehensively while He Yuan turned solemn. A moment later, the storm subsided as the originally noisy space fell silent. A lotus that radiated a light of 7 colors abruptly appeared in the place where Xueqi previously stood. The lotus spun gently, exuding an aura that the black ink clansman coveted. "What is that?" one of the puzzled feudal lords asked. Although he had no idea what this seven-colored lotus was, he could clearly feel that it was hugely beneficial to any black ink clansman who could possess it. "Where is he?" There was another feudal lord who was concerned about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Other than the seven-colored lotus sitting in the place where Yang Kai previously stood, the human himself was nowhere in sight. "I suppose he's dead. Although he is strong, he couldn't possibly survive that bombardment." "Well done. That human was too arrogant as he had no regard for us. He deserved his death." Besides these feudal lords, He Yuan also believed that Yang Kai had perished. Yang Kai had indeed showcased powerful spiritual energy, but regardless of how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly stave off the joint attack of all the feudal lords and He Yuan. However, if Yang Kai was really killed, how was He Yuan going to explain himself to the royal lord? This was giving He Yuan a headache. Also, what was this seven-colored lotus that Yang Kai had left behind? While he was puzzled, the flower petals of the spinning seven-colored lotus started to unfurl, and as that happened, a figure revealed itself. Seated among the stamens, this person radiated a vague glow. Upon making out the person's face, He Yuan was shocked. That was because not only wasn't Yang Kai dead, he wasn't even wounded. How can this be? He might have been lucky enough to have survived the bombardment of attacks, but how was it possible that he wasn't injured at all? Could the strange lotus have blocked all their attacks? Before He Yuan could figure it out, Yang Kai's soul power burst forth. The power of this soul was as magnificent as the ocean and as profound as the abyss. As the mass of spiritual energy increased in intensity, the special space started trembling. "It wouldn't be polite if I didn't offer a gift in return. Please accept this." The moment the clear voice reverberated across the space, clearly discernible spirit energy turned into visible saber lights that pointed in all directions as they hovered above Yang Kai's head. Faced with the saber lights, the feudal lords felt chills running down their spines. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, the spiritual energy saber lights shot out in all directions and mercilessly rained down on them. The feudal lords were horrified as they all scrambled to escape or defend themselves. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. As the saber lights swept across the space, half of the feudal lords' consciousnesses were destroyed. Even He Yuan was struck by two saber lights and roared in pain. The surviving feudal lords' consciousnesses all trembled in fear. He Yuan knew that if they let Yang Kai attack again, all of the black ink clansmen here would be killed. Yang Kai's soul was unimaginably powerful. Besides that, he had a lot of special offensive skills when it came to the soul, something that the black ink clan were not aware of previously. Ignoring his own injuries, He Yuan launched another attack in an attempt to turn the tide. Seeing that, some of the feudal lords joined in and made a move. However, the incident that took place the next moment sent He Yuan into a state of despair. The attacks of He Yuan and the feudal lords were all blocked by the seven-colored lotus. As a result, Yang Kai wasn't harmed one bit. Now, He Yuan could confirm that the reason Yang Kai was safe earlier was that the latter had this strange seven-colored lotus. He wondered what kind of treasure it was that could defend against so many spiritual energy attacks. Even a territory lord like him was unable to hurt Yang Kai despite having personally made a move. The defensive strength of the seven-colored lotus was simply impenetrable. With the protection of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai had no more worries. As his spiritual energy condensed into another attack, he slashed out at the surviving black ink clansmen. More and more of the feudal lords were eliminated, and inside the feudal lord black ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, numerous bodies passed out and collapsed to the ground. These feudal lords no longer reacted regardless of how loud the other black ink clansmen called out to them. Within moments, fewer than 5 of the original 30 feudal lord remained. These consciousnesses were running about madly as Yang Kai relentlessly chased after them, completely powerless to counterattack. He Yuan's aura was also weakening by the breath. It was not possible to use any kind of technique in a pure clash of spiritual energy, so in such a place, it was hard for He Yuan to use his formidable strength. Finally, one of the feudal lords shouted, "Sir He Yuan, we can't persevere any longer. Please open this space. Otherwise, all of us will die." He Yuan was unperturbed though, for he firmly believed that the seven-colored lotus wasn't as impenetrable as it seemed. He thought that by exerting more force with his attacks, he could shatter the lotus defense. However, his goal was still not achieved after so many of the feudal lords' consciousnesses perished. Regardless, their defeat in this place didn't mean that the Black Ink clan had lost. They still had a chance to turn things around. That was because the moment Yang Kai entered this space through the Black Ink nest's power, He Yuan managed to ascertain his whereabouts. This could be achieved easily, for Yang Kai made use of a feudal lord's Black Ink nest to come into this space. Just by finding out which Black Ink nest it was, He Yuan could effortlessly discover where Yang Kai was. After all, the fiefs and Black Ink nests of the feudal lords were fixed. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's consciousness entered this space, He Yuan ordered more than 10 feudal lords to rush over to Yang Kai's location. He Yuan's initial plan was to damage Yang Kai's consciousness so that this team could easily capture him in a weakened state. However, things were not going to plan. Not only was Yang Kai not injured, but he had also made use of a seven-colored lotus to commit a massacre. They were not in a favorable position in this special space, so it was inevitable that so many feudal lords' consciousnesses were wiped out. Nevertheless, as long as Yang Kai's consciousness was trapped here, he couldn't return to his body, and the team that He Yuan had sent would soon capture Yang Kai. That was the reason He Yuan refused to open this space despite the fact that so many feudal lords were injured or dead. There was still a ray of hope for them to turn things around. With that said, regardless of how swift the team of feudal lords were, it would take them at least 4 hours to arrive at the Black Ink nest where Yang Kai was located. Could He Yuan persevere for another 4 hours? He had no idea, but he knew that there were not a lot of feudal lords' consciousnesses left. Once they were all dead, he would have to face Yang Kai alone. Despite the fact that a lot of feudal lords were killed, He Yuan continuously channeled his power to attack the seven-colored lotus in the hope that he could shatter its defense. There was no doubt that the outcome was disappointing for him, as the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was so impregnable that even a territory lord like him couldn't hope to destroy it. Martial Peak. Chapter 5110, Unconstrained. Shrieks were heard reverberating across this special space, each one representing the demise of a feudal lord's consciousness. He Yuan felt his heart sinking. When the last feudal lord's consciousness died, Yang Kai slowly turned around. While standing on the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, he stared dispassionately at He Yuan's consciousness. The tide of spiritual energy swirled around Yang Kai like a violent storm. "You're the only one left, He Yuan. Are you ready to die?" Yang Kai stepped towards his enemy, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus following closely. He Yuan roared, "You'll pay for underestimating me." Despite the ferocity in his tone, it was apparent that he was just acting tough. Just now, he had joined forces with more than 30 feudal lords, but they still couldn't hurt Yang Kai at all. Instead, they were the ones that were wiped out. More than 30 feudal lords had died, and he was the only one left now, so how was he supposed to be a match for Yang Kai? The only thing he could do was to stall for time so that the team he had sent could capture Yang Kai. After a sneer, Yang Kai said, "Let's see how you're going to make me pay then." Upon finishing his words, he drove the soul-warming lotus to charge towards He Yuan. A flustered He Yuan promptly ran away. While relentlessly chasing after him, Yang Kai mocked him by saying, "Didn't you say you'll make me pay the price? Is this how you do it? It's an eye-opener for me, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan was thoroughly ashamed and had the urge to stop in his tracks and fight it out with Yang Kai, but he didn't have the courage to do so. His consciousness was already wounded after the exchanges of moves with Yang Kai. If his injuries were exacerbated, he would have to get into a Black Ink nest and recuperate for a long time. Therefore, he did his best to avoid fighting with Yang Kai so that he wouldn't get hurt. Yang Kai wasn't a fool, so he soon realized what the other man was trying to achieve. "Are you stalling for time?" Certainly, He Yuan wouldn't respond to him, but his silence only confirmed Yang Kai's speculations. After giving it a thought, he figured out the other man's plan. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be some Black Ink clansmen coming to capture me. Am I right?" He Yuan finally responded, saying, "You can't flee. Surrender without a fight now." Yang Kai sneered, "We'll talk if you can survive." Upon figuring out He Yuan's plan, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't waste any time on him. He was worried that his physical body would be harmed by the Black Ink clansmen coming to attack him, so he exerted even more force with his attacks. Although He Yuan was trying to dodge, it was hard for him to do so. Left with no choice, he had to exchange moves with Yang Kai several times, which resulted in his aura weakening even further. On the other hand, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai became increasingly ferocious, abandoning all semblance of defense and only attacking. Barely an incense stick later, He Yuan realized that he could no longer persevere. His consciousness was badly wounded. It would take him several hundred years to heal this kind of injury. If he clashed with Yang Kai again, his consciousness would be destroyed, just like what happened to the feudal lords. Despite his unwillingness, there was nothing else he could do. He had paid a huge price, losing more than 30 feudal lords and suffering horrible injuries himself. However, he still hadn't managed to capture one seventh-order human like Yang Kai. This was the biggest humiliation in his life. Nevertheless, things had come to such a point where he could no longer turn things around. If He Yuan still didn't give up, he would be killed by Yang Kai before the team of feudal lords he sent could capture him. Therefore, at the last moment, he promptly decided to escape. Just as Yang Kai dashed forward with his violent tide of spiritual energy, he realized that He Yuan was nowhere in sight. At the same time, this special space, which had been locked since his arrival, was reopened. He ran away. Yang Kai ground his teeth, thinking that it was such a shame. If he could keep fighting with He Yuan, he had the confidence to kill the latter's consciousness. Unfortunately, He Yuan was the one who could decide whether he would open up the space, and he didn't give Yang Kai a chance to kill him. Killing a territory lord would be a huge contribution. By doing so, not only could it significantly weaken the Black Ink clan's power, but it could also reduce the possible casualties of the human soldiers on the battlefield. Although Yang Kai had killed a territory lord before, he had joined forces with Bai Yi at that time to do so, and Zhu Feng, the territory lord in question, was already badly injured. Despite that, it had still been a perilous situation. In the end, Yang Kai managed to deal a lethal blow to Zhu Feng only by resorting to his dragon bead. The chance to fight with He Yuan this time was rare, and it was impossible to have such a chance again. However, even though He Yuan had fled, it wasn't like Yang Kai had achieved nothing. When he was dealing with He Yuan just now, he managed to ascertain his whereabouts. If he raced after him now, he might be able to kill him. Therefore, the instant Yang Kai realized that He Yuan had fled, he quickly retracted his consciousness and dashed out of the feudal lord's Black Ink nest. It was silent all around him with no Black Ink clansmen in sight, so he turned to look in a particular direction and shot into the sky. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai charged forward swiftly. About an hour later, he saw a group of Black Ink clansmen rushing over in his direction. What surprised him was that this team was entirely composed of feudal lords, about a dozen in total. This was obviously unusual. The strongest Black Ink clansmen had left to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass, and although there were still a lot who stayed back, and Yang Kai had come across many of them recently, it was the first time he saw a group that consisted of only feudal lords. This powerful team was obviously tasked with capturing Yang Kai. Was this the arrangement He Yuan had made? When Yang Kai was dealing with He Yuan earlier, these feudal lords must have been heading in his direction. Unfortunately, they came too late as the battle in the special space had ended long ago. They were still on their way when Yang Kai happened to run into them. It seemed that He Yuan was really located in that direction. While Yang Kai had discovered the team of feudal lords, the other party had certainly seen him as well. These feudal lords, who were moving at full speed, were flabbergasted as they stopped in their tracks and got ready to fight. Recently, Yang Kai had sent a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. All the teams that had come across Yang Kai were destroyed. Although they were all feudal lords, they still didn't have the confidence to defeat Yang Kai here. However, this human's consciousness was supposed to be trapped inside the Black Ink nest's network, and they just had to go over and capture his body. So why was he here? Had He Yuan failed in his attempt to injure this human in that special space? Before these feudal lords could figure it out, Yang Kai was seen turning into a ray of light and charging towards them. Before he even arrived, his spear turned into countless shadows. The instant both parties clashed, the feudal lords exclaimed and grunted, feeling that the violent force had torn their defenses apart. In an instant, they were all blown backwards. Xueqi directly moved past them and left this place without turning his head, soon disappearing from sight. The place was in a mess as black blood and black ink strength scattered everywhere. The feudal lords looked around with horrified expressions. 3 of them were killed by Xueqi in the blink of an eye, and the rest were injured. It seemed that this human was even more powerful than they had heard. The surviving feudal lords were glad that Xueqi didn't intend to kill them. They had no idea why he was in a hurry, as he only attacked them once and left. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their lives. One of the feudal lords suddenly realized something. Is he after Sir Xueqi? When the feudal lords heard that, a myriad of expressions came over them. Even if that was true, there was nothing they could do. Now they could only hope that Xueqi could capture that human. Otherwise, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain would be humiliated. It only took Xueqi another hour to rush over to a certain feudal lord's fief. The feudal lords guarding this fief were startled upon seeing Xueqi, and before they could figure out what was going on, they were easily killed. When the only 2 feudal lords were dead, the other Black Ink clansmen in the fief certainly wouldn't be able to counterattack. Xueqi directly barged into the Black Ink nest and searched around, but Xueqi was nowhere in sight. However, some of Xueqi's aura was left in the chamber inside the Black Ink nest, which suggested that he had been here not long ago. After dashing out of the Black Ink nest, Xueqi caught a horrified high-rank Black Ink clansman by the throat and asked in a grim voice, "Where's Xueqi?" The high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed out a puff of Black Ink strength in an attempt to corrupt Xueqi, but an unperturbed Xueqi simply exerted more force with his hand and broke the other party's neck. He then caught another Black Ink clansman and asked, "Where's Xueqi?" Having witnessed what happened just now, the Black Ink clansman replied in horror, "I have no idea where Sir Xueqi went. He left in a hurry just now." "In what direction did he head?" The Black Ink clansman quickly pointed in a particular direction. Xueqi tossed him away, and by the time the Black Ink clansman landed, he had lost his life. In the meantime, Xueqi shot into the sky and raced after Xueqi. Since Xueqi had fled, it suggested that he was badly injured, and he had speculated that Xueqi would come for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately run away after leaving the special space. Although Xueqi had promptly pursued, he was still too late. Even if Xueqi chased after Xueqi now, he might not be able to find him as the void was too vast. He also wouldn't have any solution if Xueqi was determined to hide. However, he wouldn't want to miss this rare chance. It would be best if he could kill Xueqi, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find him. One day later, Xueqi stopped in his tracks somewhere in the void. Although he had searched around a large area for the entire day, he still hadn't discovered Xueqi's whereabouts. He felt that it was such a shame. With that said, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Most of the Black Ink clansmen had left Mu Guang's royal domain to fight with the humans from Yinyang Pass, so there were not a lot of them left in this place. The territory lords who stayed back had to assist Mu Guang to deal with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass, so they wouldn't have time to hunt Xueqi down. Previously, he had to put his guard up as Xueqi was relentlessly pursuing him. Now that Xueqi had gone into hiding though, no one else in Mu Guang's royal domain could restrain him. In other words, Xueqi could basically go anywhere in this royal domain. Given his mastery of the Tao of space, he wouldn't fall into danger as long as he was cautious enough. At the thought of this, he turned to look in a particular direction and grinned. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5111, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Kong Chan's home territory was located in a dead universe world where there was a magnificent mid-rank Black Ink nest. Over the years, the Black Ink strength that had been emanating from the Black Ink nest had enveloped everything. There were over 1 million Black Ink clansmen living in this place, which was just as flourishing as Xueqi's territory. The strongest and most competent Black Ink clansmen had left with Kong Chan to intercept the human army. So although there were some feudal lords around, the rest of them were mostly high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Over the past few days, A slight sense of tension could be felt among the Black Ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory. Rumor had it that a human named Yang Kai was on a killing spree in Mu Guang's royal domain. He had already destroyed 2 territory lord Black Ink nests, and his next target was Kong Chan's. Most of the Black Ink clansmen didn't believe this rumor. As far as they were concerned, even though the humans were strong and resilient, they couldn't resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength. Therefore, they had been hiding in their great passes all these years. Faced with the Black Ink clan soldiers, they could only defend themselves. How was it possible that a single human had barged into the Black Ink clan's territory, and even destroyed Black Ink nests belonging to the powerful territory lords? One day though, a 30,000-meter-long creature, which was covered in scales and radiating a golden light, arrived at this place, wielding a giant spear in its claws. The horrifying pressure this creature exuded sent chills down the spines of these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. The humongous creature descended from the sky and forcefully swept his spear across the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The Black Ink nest, which had stood in this place for tens of thousands of years, given birth to countless Black Ink clansmen, and provided a resting place for all the Black Ink clansmen who were born here, was cut in half with just one strike. As the Black Ink nest fell, Black Ink's strength gushed out of it like a flood. The Black Ink clansmen in Kong Chan's territory were naturally flustered. The feudal lords promptly shot into the sky to repel the enemy. However, the Black Ink clansmen, who were much larger than ordinary humans, appeared as petite as ants in front of this behemoth. The terrifying creature didn't even spare these feudal lords a glance as he opened his mouth and spat out a horrifying flame. In an instant, many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. Kong Chan's territory was set ablaze, and countless Black Ink clansmen perished. The terrifying creature flitted across the sky, and wherever he went, he easily killed all the Black Ink clansmen within his reach. On top of that, he swept his claws across all the shops that were filled with resources. The moment his claws came into contact with the shops, they simply disappeared. Barely a cup of tea's time later, Kong Chan's territory was dyed with black blood. The Black Ink clansmen tried their best to resist by bombarding the creature with their attacks. Their attempt wasn't effective in the beginning, but soon, the creature grunted in pain as his blood scattered about. The battle didn't last for long. Only an incense stick of time had passed from when the terrifying creature appeared to when he was forced to retreat. Despite that, over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives and Kong Chan's territory had been destroyed. Innumerable amounts of resources and manpower were lost. What sent these Black Ink clansmen into despair though was that Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was thoroughly destroyed. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It could be said that all the Black Ink clansmen living in this place were nurtured by this Black Ink nest. To them, Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was profoundly important to them, a symbol of their very lives. But now, this Black Ink nest was destroyed. Although it was still alive, it would inevitably wither after it was cut down by the giant creature. Soon, this Black Ink nest would perish. These Black Ink clansmen were furious as they vowed to get their revenge, but how were they supposed to look for the colossal creature? After breaking the siege, the creature abruptly disappeared. Furthermore, after the territory lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, all the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory died. The information network had been disabled, so their ability to coordinate their efforts was severely hampered. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud and recuperating. In the past, he would be nervous when he recuperated as he was worried that He Yuan would find him. However, he didn't have to worry about that now. In the Black Ink nest space, he had severely injured He Yuan's soul. Just like him, He Yuan was probably hiding somewhere and recuperating, so he wouldn't dare to mess with Yang Kai. He should be glad that Yang Kai stopped trying to look for him. Without any territory lords around, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other Black Ink clansmen given his current strength. In such a situation, his presence in the Black Ink clan was like a flood dragon plunging into an ocean or a tiger in the mountains. He was simply unstoppable. Several days later, Yang Kai dashed out of the Black Ink cloud and headed straight in a particular direction. Although he ran into some Black Ink clansmen on his way, he easily killed them off as they were no match for him. Sometime later, he arrived at a new territory lord's territory. He had destroyed 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests already, so the Black Ink clansmen were obviously aware of his plans. Knowing that he had targeted the Black Ink nests belonging to the territory lords, the Black Ink clansman resisted in an even more ferocious manner. The instant Xueqi assumed his Grand Dragon form, the feudal lords, who had been hiding, rushed out to deal with him. Upon seeing so many Black Ink feudal lords, Xueqi counted and realized there were over 100 of them. Despite being a Grand Dragon, Xueqi still felt apprehensive. He was indeed powerful and able to escape from a territory lord, as he was no match for such a master. However, there was no way he could defeat 100 feudal lords in a frontal clash. Xueqi had no idea whose territory this was, but from the looks of it, he knew that all of the feudal lords who stayed behind had gathered together in this place to defend the territory lord's Black Ink nest. It was no wonder that when he arrived at a feudal lord Black Ink nest to ascertain the location of the territory lord's Black Ink nest earlier, he faced no organized resistance at all. That was because they were all waiting for him here. After a moment of hesitation, Xueqi still charged at the feudal lords, who apparently hadn't expected that he would be so unrelenting. Seeing that the 30,000-meter creature was coming at them with a gigantic spear, the feudal lords instinctively dodged. The Grand Dragon directly plowed through the feudal lord's lines, forcefully enduring the attacks that came at him. Dragon blood splashed everywhere and dragon scales were shattered and broken, while some unlucky feudal lords were instantly killed as they came into contact with Azure Dragon's spear. With that said, the casualties were insignificant compared to the total number of feudal lords in this place. Regardless, Xueqi just had to break through their blockade. Ignoring the attacks coming from behind, he directly struck the territory lord's Black Ink nest with his Azure Dragon spear. After a long time of dealing with the Black Ink clan, Xueqi came to realize that the Black Ink nests were actually quite frail. Basically, the Black Ink nests were defenseless. Even if he was in his human form, he could easily destroy a Black Ink nest with one strike, not to mention in his Grand Dragon form with the Azure Dragon spear in his claws. Therefore, Xueqi didn't need to get tangled up with these feudal lords. His target had always been to destroy the territory lord's Black Ink nest. As a Grand Dragon with the Azure Dragon spear, Xueqi's attack was unimaginably destructive. Following the strike, the Black Ink nest collapsed to the ground. Xueqi didn't even take another glance at it as he flew across the sky above the prosperous city and spat out dragon breath, instantly killing tens of thousands of weaker Black Ink clansmen. The 100 feudal lords were relentlessly pursuing him from behind, as they continuously cast violent attacks at him in an attempt to take him down. Although Xueqi did his best to dodge the attacks, his figure was too massive, so almost all of them struck him, causing him to tremble and roar. In such a situation, he couldn't possibly rob the shops, as a moment of delay would greatly exacerbate his injuries. Despite thinking that it was such a shame, he had achieved his main goal. Therefore, Xueqi did not hesitate to shoot into the sky and leave. The feudal lords were still chasing after him. However, after Xueqi returned to his human form, he manipulated space principles several times and easily shook off his pursuers. Since Xueqi was nowhere in sight, these feudal lords had no choice but to give up. They turned around and saw that the Black Ink nest was withering and could not be saved. Although they had caused some damage to the Grand Dragon, they didn't manage to make him stay behind, and he had successfully fled in the end. Another territory lord Black Ink nest was destroyed, and all of the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain were alerted. No one knew when Xueqi would jump out of nowhere and make a move on another territory lord's Black Ink nest. More importantly, no one knew which territory lord Black Ink nest would be his next target. Based on this experience though, they understood that even 100 feudal lords couldn't stop Xueqi from destroying a Black Ink nest. It wasn't that they were unable to defeat Xueqi, but that he could break through their formation and head straight to the Black Ink nest, though he would be injured in the process. Presently, the royal lord and several territory lords were dealing with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass while He Yuan had gone missing. The feudal lords couldn't find anyone who could take charge, leaving the entire royal domain leaderless and flustered. Now, the only thing the feudal lords could do was to gather together around their respective territory lords' Black Ink nests and wait. They had to prepare should Xueqi launch a surprise attack on them all of a sudden, and they could only hope that they could stop him or kill him on the spot eventually. Therefore, in Mu Guang's royal domain, every territory lord Black Ink nest now had over 100 feudal lords surrounding it. Through the territory lords' Black Ink nests that hadn't been affected, they constantly exchanged information and reported on Xueqi's whereabouts. The territory lords' territories neighboring the Black Ink nest that Xueqi previously destroyed were the center of attention. They speculated that Kai's next target would be one of those territory lords' black ink nests. Therefore, countless weaker black ink clansmen were sent from these territory lords' territories to search for Kai. As time passed, Kai was still nowhere in sight though, and the pressure on the black ink clan intensified. Based on past experiences, Kai would go into hiding every time he destroyed a black ink nest, but when he reappeared, he would stir up a bloody storm. Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:12, I Can Give It a Try. The Black Ink Clan speculated that Kai was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. After all, every time he appeared, he would be wounded. However, it wouldn't take him a long time to recover. The human named Kai seemed to have an incredible restorative ability. Regardless of how badly injured he was, he could always recover in 10 days to half a month. Based on the information they had gathered from the Black Ink disciples, this kind of restorative power must have something to do with his Dragon Clan bloodline. Dragon Clan members were known to be able to heal their wounds quickly. As expected, Kai reappeared half a month later. Just like the Black Ink Clan had speculated, he appeared in a neighboring territory lord's territory of the Black Ink Nest that he previously destroyed. Although over 100 feudal lords were already waiting there, and they had set up a restrictive spirit array with the help of the Black Ink disciples, they still couldn't ward off the 30,000-meter-long Grand Dragon. Just like what happened previously, the Grand Dragon destroyed the Black Ink Nest and shattered the universe world it sat on. Although he was badly injured, he still managed to break through the siege and escape. Another territory lord's Black Ink Nest was gone for good. This caused the Black Ink clansmen to be furious. The destruction of the Black Ink Nests united all these Black Ink clansmen as the feudal lords swore that they would kill Kai for the humiliation he had inflicted upon them. The Black Ink clan intensified their search for Kai, which made it hard for him to recuperate in peace. Despite their best efforts though, a mid-rank Black Ink Nest would be destroyed by Kai every half a month. Faced with the ferocious Grand Dragon, these Black Ink clansmen didn't have a solution as there were no powerful masters among them who could confront the enemy head-on. One day, when Kai transformed into a Grand Dragon and arrived at a territory lord's direct territory, he saw nearly 200 feudal lords charging towards him. After an intense battle, he managed to kill quite a number of them, but their defense line held, so he was unable to get close to the Black Ink Nest. Faced with so many feudal lords, he wouldn't dare to be reckless. Otherwise, he would most likely be killed. Left with no choice, he fled for now. It had been about half a year since Kai destroyed the first territory lord's Black Ink Nest. During this period of time, he had destroyed 10 territory lords' Black Ink Nests. In the past, the feudal lords were unable to stave him off regardless of how hard they tried, but this time, they managed to force him to withdraw without achieving his goal. Seeing that the Grand Dragon turned around to flee, the feudal lords became high-spirited and cheered in ecstasy. Some of the bold feudal lords even chased after Kai, but they eventually lost track of him. Although the feudal lords were unable to make Kai stay, it was the first time they gained a victory against this opponent. With their hard work and perseverance, they saved a territory lord's Black Ink Nest that Kai had targeted. This was a meaningful victory for all the Black Ink clansmen that was worth celebrating. Unlike how joyful the Black Ink clansmen were, Kai was extremely vexed. He had repeatedly made a move recently, and even though he had made a huge contribution by destroying quite a number of territory lord Black Ink Nests and killing a lot of feudal lords, he came to the realization that, as time passed, he faced increasingly strong resistance. One thing he had noticed was that the number of feudal lords he had to face increased each time he arrived at a new Black Ink Nest. Furthermore, he found many of the feudal lords familiar. In other words, he had seen them before. After giving it a thought, he soon realized that those familiar-looking feudal lords came from the other territories to help. His target was clear, which was to destroy territory lord Black Ink Nests. Usually, a territory where a territory lord's Black Ink Nest was located would have 100 or so feudal lords inhabiting it. Once he managed to destroy the nest though, these feudal lords would head to the neighboring Black Ink Nests to provide reinforcements. That was the reason he came across so many feudal lords on this day, and many of them looked familiar to him. It was apparent that he faced them before. In that case, as he destroyed more Black Ink Nests, he would face stiffer resistance. Yang Kai was unable to achieve his goal on this day as nearly 200 feudal lords went all out to protect the black ink nest. Although he had turned into a grand dragon, he was still unable to break through their defenses, and instead, he was terribly injured. It seemed that he had to stop this game at this point. If he still recklessly continued, an accident was likely to happen. Fortunately, he had already destroyed a lot of territory lord black ink nests, thus dealing a heavy blow to the black ink clan. He had also snatched vast amounts of resources from several territory lords' territories and killed countless black ink clansmen. It could be said that he had made a huge contribution. Despite his reluctance, Yang Kai still decided to end his actions here. He believed that after the chaos he raised this time, the foundation of the Black Ink clan in Mu Guang's royal domain had been severely damaged. It would take them several hundred to 1,000 years to fully recover. The Black Ink clan must be extremely vexed that 10 territory lord Black Ink nests had been destroyed, which resulted in several dozen more feudal lord Black Ink nests withering as well. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai found a remote place to recuperate in peace. It was destined that his journey back home wouldn't be smooth sailing though. Other than the fact that he would run into a lot of Black Ink clansmen along the way, he would also have to deal with the Black Ink clan army besieging Yinyang Pass. Several days later, Yang Kai, who was recuperating, suddenly thought of something. He turned into a soul avatar and appeared in his small universe. This was a place with lush mountains and clear rivers. The 300 artifact refiners that Yang Kai had kept inside his small universe were settled down here. In any case, other than recuperating in such a serene place, there was nothing else they could do. This was Yang Kai's small universe, after all. If they activated their world forces as they pleased, it would cause a burden on Yang Kai. They might even damage or contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. With that in mind, they had been doing nothing recently, which was why they were quite bored. However, after such a long time, they still had no idea what was going on in the outside world, and Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of releasing them. It was expected that Xueqi and the others were worried about Yang Kai, and they wanted to ask him what was going on. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared, they promptly surrounded him. "What's wrong, senior brothers?" Yang Kai asked. Xueqi said, "Junior brother Yang, haven't we returned to the inner sanctum?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Not yet. There's been an accident. We're still inside the Black Ink clan's territory." "We're still in enemy territory?" Guan Ning was astounded. Wang Sibo asked with concern, "What kind of accident? Is there anything we can help you with?" Yang Kai shook his head. "The Black Ink clan's territory is filled with Black Ink clouds and Black Ink strength, so it's best you stay here lest you become corrupted again." Xueqi and the other Grandmaster artifact refiners had cut off large sections of their small universes, causing them to drop to the 6th order from the 7th order open heaven realm so that Yang Kai could easily keep them inside his own small universe. Now that their orders had dropped and their small universes were incomplete, they would easily be invaded by Black Ink strength. The other artifact refiners were unable to help either because they were only in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. As for what accident occurred, it's no big deal. Recently, I've been destroying some Black Ink nests. Yang Kai briefly told them what he had been up to. It wasn't that he wanted to brag, but he understood that these artifact refiners were apprehensive as they had been staying in his small universe and unable to find out what was going on in the outside world. Therefore, he decided to tell them what he had done to let them know that it wasn't that he was unable to return to the inner sanctum. He just didn't want to go back without dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan first. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed so many territory lord Black Ink nests and killed countless Black Ink clansmen, these artifact refiners were dumbfounded. They couldn't really believe what they had just heard. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Although most of the strongest Black Ink clansmen had left the royal domain, even an 8th order division commander would be unable to pull off such a feat. However, they knew that it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to lie to them. In other words, such things had really happened. Xueqi and the others were astonished as admiration was written all over their faces. A moment later, Xueqi came to his senses and asked, "Junior brother, you mean, after a territory lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of the subnests that originated from that Black Ink nest will wither as well?" Yang Kai nodded, "That's right. Wu Xing he quickly ran the numbers in his mind. A territory lord's black ink nest is connected to several dozen feudal lord black ink nests. In other words, hundreds of feudal lord black ink nests have been destroyed as a result. I think so. All of them gasped. Wang Sibo said in a shaking voice, "You've also injured He Yuan." Yang Kai nodded. He wanted to fight me using only our souls, but he had no idea that I possessed the soul-warming lotus. He basically found the wrong opponent. Unfortunately, even though I've managed to wound his soul, I have no idea where he is now. I've failed in my attempts to find him. Otherwise, I could seize this chance and end his life. The soul-warming lotus. Wu Xing he muttered under his breath. He had certainly heard of the supreme treasure before, but it never crossed his mind that such a valuable item was in Yang Kai's possession. With the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai's soul, it was expected that He Yuan would lose in such a contest. Anyway, the Black Ink clan have suffered immense losses recently. However, the feudal lords who are still around have gathered together around the surviving territory lord Black Ink nests, so I'm no longer able to keep attacking. It's time we went home. Upon hearing that, Wu Xing he nodded. You'd better keep yourself safe, junior brother. You're just a 7th Order master now, but you've managed to make such a huge contribution. When you ascend to the 8th Order in the future, you'll be a pillar of strength for the human race. You must prioritize your safety at all times. Yang Kai replied humbly, Many thanks for your compliment, senior brother. How confident are you that you can kill He Yuan if you find him? Wang Sibo suddenly asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea, however, since He Yuan's soul is damaged, he must be significantly weakened now. If I run into him, I'll stand a chance to end his life. Why do you ask, senior brother Wang? A hint of hesitation flashed through Wang Sibo's face. Realizing something, Yang Kai asked, Do you have a way to locate He Yuan? Wang Sibo remained silent. Nevertheless, his silence meant that he definitely had a way to find He Yuan. Yang Kai promptly said, Senior brother Wang, if you have a solution, why don't you tell me about it? Although I've destroyed a lot of mid-rank black ink nests and severely damaged their foundation, black ink nests can still be hatched again. It will just take them some time and energy to nurture these black ink nests. However, it will be different if we have a chance to kill He Yuan, who is one of the top 5 territory lords serving Mu Guang. Killing He Yuan will deal much longer-lasting damage than destroying 10 territory lord black ink nests. His death will be a severe blow to the Black Ink clan. After a sigh, Wang Sibo said, I wouldn't dare to say that I can definitely find him, but I can give it a try. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. I'm all ears. Wang Sibo went on to say, He Yuan has a defensive artifact that was made by me. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:13. Why is he here again? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai soon realized what the other man was talking about, that arm ring. Certainly, he was aware that there was an arm ring on He Yuan's right arm. After all, he had frequently come into contact with him. Although Yang Kai knew that it was an artifact made by a human artifact refiner, it never crossed his mind that it was crafted by Wang Sibo. As expected, Wang Sibo nodded. Indeed. It was an arm ring. Back then, He Yuan found me and told me to make a defensive artifact for him. Therefore, I specifically made the arm ring for him. Although the defensive artifact isn't very strong, it's not weak either. It might save his life at a critical moment. Since you've seen it before, it means that he's still wearing it. Yang Kai nodded. N. It will be easy then, Wang Sibo put on a smile. Junior brother, you're an artifact refiner yourself, so you know that we have a habit of leaving unique marks on the artifacts we make to show that they are our works. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of this custom. Just like Wang Sibo had said, many artifact refiners had a habit of leaving their unique mark on the artifacts they refined. Of course, they wouldn't leave a mark on every artifact they crafted, only the special and unique ones. The reason artifact refiners did such a thing was that they wanted to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, an artifact with a unique mark of an artifact refining grandmaster would be costly. The marks could either be conspicuous or hidden, it was fully at the artifact refiner's discretion. In fact, Yang Kai had done such a thing as well. However, he didn't leave a unique mark but instead a kind of hidden restriction. He left such a restriction in every artifact he refined for the feudal lords. When he dealt with Xueqi, he activated the corresponding restrictions, disrupting the flow of energy in the artifacts on Xueqi's body, rendering them brittle and useless. That was how he managed to kill him with one strike back then. Therefore, he could easily understand what Wang Xibo was talking about at this moment. Did you leave a mark in that arm ring? Wang Xibo nodded. There was no doubt that the arm ring he made for He Yuan was valuable, which was why he left his unique mark on it. I can make something to trace that mark. Perhaps it will allow you to find He Yuan. However, if he's hiding in a sealed world or if he's too far away, it won't work. If He Yuan was hiding in a sealed wood, he couldn't be traced as the signal from the mark couldn't be traced across a world barrier. On the other hand, if he was too far away, they simply would be able to connect to the mark. With that said, it was worth giving it a try and Yang Kai promptly said, "In that case, please do what you can, Senior Brother Wang. It would be best if we can seize this chance to kill He Yuan, but if that's not possible, we can just return to the inner sanctum." Certainly, Wang Xibo wouldn't turn him down. However, he wasn't able to freely use his power in Yang Kai's small universe. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only look for a safe place first. Fortunately, there were a lot of sealed worlds within the Black Ink clan's territory. While Yang Kai was raising chaos, he discovered a lot of hidden portals to sealed worlds, but he didn't have time to explore them. Hence, it wasn't hard for him to find a sealed world now. It only took him a day to locate a sealed world, and after opening the portal, he entered and let Wang Xibo out from his small universe. He had already prepared all the materials needed for artifact refining. It wasn't difficult to craft a tracker, but it would still most likely take Wang Xibo several days. Yang Kai thus released Wu Xinghe and the others so that they could protect Wang Xibo while he searched around the sealed world for any potential dangers. By doing so, he could explore this place as well. If there were any rare spirit herbs or profoundine spirit fruits, he could pick them. As he explored the sealed world, Yang Kai pondered on where He Yuan was hiding. Although Wang Xibo could craft a tracker, it wouldn't be useful if He Yuan was too far away. Therefore, Yang Kai had to speculate where He Yuan was so that they could make better use of the tracker. Since He Yuan's soul had been badly injured, he must be recuperating now. A black ink nest would be the best choice if a black ink clansman wanted to recuperate. As a territory lord, He Yuan certainly had to go into a territory lord rank black ink nest to properly heal. However, Yang Kai was causing a storm in Mu Guang's royal domain, targeting mid-rank black ink nests. Hence, He Yuan might not have the guts to enter one. If he was cornered by Yang Kai in a black ink nest, he would be in hot water. Hence, Yang Kai was 80% sure that He Yuan wasn't in any black ink nest. He believed that He Yuan would be hiding in a region where those territory lords' black ink nest had already been destroyed. That was because there were no longer black ink nests in such a place. Judging from what Yang Kai had been doing, he wouldn't revisit such a place. Thus, it would be considered a safe zone for He Yuan. He might even be hiding in his own territory to fool his opponent. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from the depths of the sealed world. There were no valuable items in this sealed world. He had picked a few herbs, but there were no profound spirit fruits. During this period of time, Wang Xibo had finished making the tracker. Seeing Yang Kai, he passed something that looked like a compass to him and explained, "With the help of this thing, you'll be able to detect the arm ring as long as it's within range. You should find He Yuan when you detect the arm ring's presence." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. "Be cautious, junior brother. Although He Yuan has been weakened, he's still a territory lord. Run away if you can't defeat him," Wang Xibo said with concern. Yang Kai replied, "Don't worry, senior brother. I have to bring all of you back to the inner sanctum, so I won't take any big risks." After moving Wang Xibo and the others back inside his small universe, Yang Kai left the sealed world. Upon identifying the direction with the help of his universe chart, he headed straight towards He Yuan's territory. Yang Kai held the compass in his hand, and he would take a look at it from time to time. Nevertheless, it didn't react along the way. Whenever he ran into a group of black ink clansmen, he would directly kill them all. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen that he came across, so how were they supposed to stop him? It seemed that his speculation was right. All the feudal lords had headed to the neighboring mid-rank Black Ink nests to help and waited for Xueqi to arrive. Therefore, there wasn't a single feudal lord among the Black Ink clansmen on patrol. Xueqi went on a killing spree for the next 7 to 8 days before he arrived at He Yuan's territory. He headed straight to He Yuan's home territory, since he speculated that He Yuan was trying to deceive him by hiding in the least likely spot for him to look. This place also made sense for He Yuan, though, as this was where his foundation was. If he wanted to recuperate without relying on a Black Ink nest, this place would be the best choice. However, when Xueqi arrived at the universe fragment and took a look at the compass, he realized that there was no reaction. Is He Yuan not here? Xueqi frowned. He certainly had trust in the thing Wang Xibo crafted. This compass wasn't a complicated artifact, and Wang Xibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the items he refined couldn't possibly be useless. Since the compass didn't react, it suggested that He Yuan wasn't here. It seemed that Xueqi's speculation was wrong, so he was disappointed. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he wouldn't want to go back without achieving anything. As he took a glance at the shattered universe fragment, he activated the power of his dragon vein and roared. The next instant, he turned into a 30,000-meter-long dragon. Life hadn't been peaceful for the Black Ink clansmen living on this universe fragment. When the human named Xueqi appeared as a grand dragon previously, not only did he destroy the mid-rank Black Ink nest and kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but he also shattered the universe fragment. As a result, the city was ruined, and a lot of the resources in the shops were stolen. There was originally a mid-rank Black Ink nest that continuously produced Black Ink strength here, which was the foundation that the Black Ink clansmen relied on to survive. Now that the Black Ink nest was destroyed, the Black Ink strength around the universe fragment became thinner and thinner. A long time had passed, but the injured Black Ink clansmen still hadn't managed to recover. It was imaginable that the remaining Black Ink strength would be gone for good in no time. When that happened, the situation here would only exacerbate. On the other hand, He Yuan was missing. Initially, there were still some feudal lords in this area, but they had left soon after. It seemed that they had headed out to protect other mid-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clansmen living on the universe fragment were apprehensive about their future. Although some high-rank clansmen assured them that He Yuan wouldn't abandon them, and that he would get another Black Ink nest to rebuild their foundation, their efforts did little to assuage these fears. Just as the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were lost in their own anxiety, they heard a dragon roar coming from the distance, and it sounded familiar. The Black Ink clansmen looked up and saw that there was a colossal grand dragon with a golden glow descending from the sky, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it swam towards them. Why is he here again? The Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were stunned. It was said that this grand dragon had been targeting territory lord rank Black Ink nests, but since the Black Ink nest in this place had been destroyed, why was he here now? Before they could figure out the reason, the grand dragon was upon them. Wherever he went, Black Ink clansmen would die. When Xueqi arrived at this place as a grand dragon previously, he faced resistance from a lot of feudal lords. However, this time, the most powerful opponents were just high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Faced with Xueqi's intense dragon pressure, these Black Ink clansmen were so terrified they ran away at first sight, not daring to clash with him. The grand dragon destroyed everything in sight as though there was no one else in this place. As he breathed out his dragon breath, the Black Ink clansmen screamed in terror and pain. When Xueqi left 2 hours later, the entire universe fragment was thoroughly shattered. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives during the carnage. It was estimated that over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had perished. Although there wasn't a feudal lord among them, these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were still part of the Black Ink clan's foundation. Their deaths could potentially affect the Black Ink clan's survival as a whole. What's more, all the resources in all the shops had been snatched up. Although Xueqi had previously looted several shops, he didn't obtain everything as he was in a hurry. This time, he could pillage without any worries, so he picked the Black Ink clan clean. The entire universe was shattered, and innumerable Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. It could be said that He Yuan's home territory was thoroughly destroyed. This was probably the first territory lord territory to be completely wiped out by a human in history. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:14. Wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Unfortunately, He Yuan wasn't here. He Yuan's soul had been damaged, so if Yang Kai could find him here, he had the confidence to kill him. However, the void was expansive, so Yang Kai wasn't even sure where to start looking for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do at this point. It was time he returned to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink Clan's army was currently besieging the Great Pass, but Yang Kai had no idea about the specifics over there. Since he had made up his mind, he headed straight towards Yinyang Pass. As space principles flared, his figure flickered. There weren't any obstacles along the way. Perhaps the Black Ink clansmen were too terrified of him now, so they wouldn't dare to wander about. Half a day later, just as he was about to leave He Yuan's territory and enter another territory lord's domain, the compass in his hand shook a little all of a sudden. Although he didn't find He Yuan in his home territory, Yang Kai still held out hope. Perhaps he might find a trace that would lead him to He Yuan on his way back, so he kept the compass made by Wang Sibo on his person the whole time. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised that it finally reacted. The vibration was weak. However, Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had been hoping to find He Yuan, so he had been paying close attention to the compass. Therefore, the moment the compass vibrated, he immediately noticed it. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked down, only to see that the pointer was slightly swaying as it pointed in a particular direction. His eyes brightened. Since the compass was reacting, it suggested that it had detected the arm ring's presence. He Yuan was always wearing the arm ring on his right arm, so wherever it was, He Yuan should be hiding there. The reason the pointer was swaying was that He Yuan was still far away. It was barely within the range where the compass could detect the arm ring, so it could only roughly point out a direction. That was enough though. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He initially thought that he would miss the chance to kill He Yuan, so he was surprised at the turn of events. He immediately concealed his aura and charged in the direction that the compass had pointed. There was no doubt that He Yuan was recuperating. Although his soul had been injured, he was still a territory lord. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. Yang Kai reckoned that his best hope was to launch a sneak attack on him. As he got closer, the pointer gradually stabilized and eventually stopped swaying. Half a day later, Yang Kai hid inside a black ink cloud and silently examined the universe fragment in front of him. The universe fragment was pretty huge as it was left behind from a shattered universe world. Such universe fragments were innumerable on the Black Ink battlefield, especially inside the Black Ink clan's territory. Many feudal lords and territory lords built their bases on such universe fragments. He Yuan's home territory was also built on a universe fragment. As Yang Kai observed this place, he realized that there were no Black Ink clansmen moving around on the universe fragment. He Yuan was nowhere in sight, nor could he detect his aura. However, the compass was pointing in this direction. In other words, He Yuan must be hiding in this universe fragment. After observing for a bit, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Yang Kai frowned and dashed out of the black ink cloud before charging towards the universe fragment. Since he had no idea where He Yuan was, he could only search for him. He did his best to conceal himself as he moved around the universe fragment like a ghost. Initially, Yang Kai was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. After all, regardless of how well he could conceal his aura, He Yuan might detect his presence in such close proximity. However, after he searched around most of the universe fragment, there was still no reaction from He Yuan. It was only then that Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that He Yuan was indeed badly injured. When a Black Ink clansman was horribly injured, the best way to recuperate was to enter an unconscious state. In other words, He Yuan was probably hibernating somewhere on this universe fragment. That would allow Yang Kai to make a move with ease. However, after inspecting most of the places on the universe fragment, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Fortunately, there came a moment when a hint of Black Ink strength caught his attention. In the Black Ink clan's territory, Black Ink strength was practically omnipresent. Some of it had even formed into Black Ink clouds. Therefore, Yongkai didn't pay attention to this wisp of black ink strength initially. It wasn't until he realized there was something off about this particular patch of black ink strength that he decided to examine it. A moment later, he noticed that the source of the black ink strength was inside the universe fragment. In other words, He Yuan was hiding within the universe fragment. It was no wonder that Yongkai was unable to find him even after such a long time. With that thought in mind, he traced the black ink strength and soon found a cave that led to the depths of the universe fragment. As he held his breath, Yongkai snuck into the cave and descended for quite some time. The deeper he went, the thicker the black ink strength was. This led him to believe that his judgment was right. There came a moment when he saw light at the other end of the cave. There was a huge empty space in the center of the universe fragment, and as he looked up, Yongkai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because there was a several dozen meter tall black ink nest in the center of this universe fragment. Just like the other black ink nests that Yongkai had seen before, this one looked like a dark flower bud, and as it breathed, the entire black ink nest pulsated like a heart. He was surprised that there was a black ink nest in this place. One had to know that he had destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest, so supposedly, all the subnests bred from it should have withered by now. Why was there still a black ink nest here? The only possibility was that this black ink nest wasn't a subnest of He Yuan's black ink nest, nor was it a subnest of any of the mid-rank black ink nests Yongkai had destroyed. This might even be another mid-rank black ink nest. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly have survived. However, its scale wasn't even comparable to the low-rank black ink nests. He Yuan must have hatched it in a hurry to help him recuperate, so he didn't have time to grow it yet. As Yongkai looked down at the compass, the pointer was pointing at the black ink nest. Found you! Yongkai stored the compass and examined the black ink nest in front of him. The entire black ink nest had been sealed up, so it was impossible for him to sneak inside without alerting He Yuan. Nevertheless, He Yuan still didn't react even though Yongkai was in such close proximity. It seemed that he was really in a state of deep sleep. Yongkai took a deep breath and reached out his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. The next instant, he madly pushed the power of his small universe. As a golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt up from behind Yongkai. Fixing the great sun at the tip of his spear, he hurled it towards the black ink nest. At the same time, space principles flared, turning the local space viscous, giving He Yuan no chance to flee. Under the great sun, the several dozen meter tall black ink nest was blown away. Right then, a roar with a hint of fury reverberated across the space. The next instant, a golden light dazzled Yongkai's eyes as a ring-shaped light shield appeared and blocked his attack. It was the arm ring refined by Wang Xibo. Yongkai long ago realized that the arm ring was a defensive artifact that He Yuan wore on his right arm. Although he had been sound asleep, he, as a territory lord, still instinctively reacted to the danger the moment Yongkai launched the attack, and the arm ring shield was instantly activated. Wang Xibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the defensive artifact with his unique mark that he had personally refined certainly wouldn't be weak when it came to its defense. However, it wasn't enough to withstand Yongkai's attack either. After all, he was significantly more powerful than an average 7th Order master. Furthermore, Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation, so ordinary secret techniques were not comparable to it. Under the great sun, the golden defense shattered and Yongkai directly thrust his Azure Dragon Spear towards He Yuan's chest. It was expected that He Yuan was in a terrible mood as he was faced with such an attack right after he awakened. As his power burst forth, he forcefully threw out his fist. In an instant, the ground cracked and rocks flew around. The universe fragment, which had been drifting around the void in silence over countless years, was subject to a violent clash, and in the next instant, it exploded into pieces. Two figures shot out of it. While in mid-air, Yongkai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He almost couldn't bear He Yuan's all-out attack. Some of his ribs were broken and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were throbbing. Just like what Wang Xibo had said, even though He Yuan had been weakened, he was still a territory lord. Yongkai stabilized himself and lifted his gaze, only to see that He Yuan was looking furious. There was a hint of puzzlement behind his eyes, as it was apparent that he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The arm ring on his right arm had turned dim with cracks all over it. Most of its spirituality had been lost. It was only thanks to this arm ring that blocked Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun at the critical moment that his life was saved. Otherwise, he could have been killed by Yang Kai in that sneak attack. Even so, blood was still streaming from his chest at this moment as the blow had still hurt him. A short while later, He Yuan figured out what was going on. As he looked up and made out the person who launched a sneak attack on him, he said through clenched teeth, "It's you." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth and sneered, "You're pretty lucky." It was thanks to the arm ring that Wang Sibo had made for He Yuan that Yang Kai could find He Yuan. Nevertheless, it was also because of the arm ring that his strike was rendered ineffective. His success and failure were all because of Wang Sibo. With that said, he had found He Yuan at the very least, and the battle had just started. "How did you know that I was here?" He Yuan was both surprised and shocked as he couldn't figure it out. The void was vast, and he was hiding inside an empty universe fragment to recuperate. How did Yang Kai discover him? One had to know that he randomly chose this place to settle down for the time being. No one else was aware of his whereabouts. Despite that, Yang Kai had still accurately located him and launched a sneak attack on him, which was inconceivable. "Is it hard to find you?" Yang Kai sneered as he wielded his spear. "I can smell the stench coming from your body even if we're billions of kilometers apart. So, don't even think about hiding from me. Wherever you are, I can find you and kill you." Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:15, You Can't Run Away. He Yuan's expression darkened. "Do you think you're capable of doing it?" "You'll soon find out if I'm capable or not." Yang Kai snorted, looking high-spirited as he pointed his spear at his opponent. "Don't even think about running away, as today, either you die or I perish, there is no third possibility." "Run!" He Yuan was so furious that he started laughing as his territory lord aura rose. Black ink strength swirled around his burly figure as he roared. "How dare a trivial ant like you challenge this lord? You court death." As his horrifying pressure burst forth, space started contorting. Under the influence of his fury, He Yuan's robust figure expanded and became even more intimidating. Standing in front of He Yuan, Yang Kai was so petite that it was as though he was really just an ant. In the next instant, a huge fist came at Yang Kai. Faced with such an imposing attack, Yang Kai had never been more solemn, because wherever the fist went, space would shatter apart. This showed how powerful a territory lord truly was, and the situation was quite unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. The damage to He Yuan's soul didn't seem to affect his strength at all. This reality surprised Yang Kai, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Faced with He Yuan's punch, he didn't hesitate to cover himself in spear light and charge towards his opponent. As he infused his seventh-order open heaven realm world force into the Azure Dragon Spear, he was determined to pierce through whatever stood in front of him. As the violent forces clashed, Yang Kai felt an immense power sweeping across his figure. He almost lost grip of his spear as the force easily shattered all of his defenses, causing him to see stars as he was sent flying backwards while spraying out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. If not for the fact that he had the World Tree's clone, his small universe would have turned upside down because of this one attack. Once a cultivator's small universe was shaken, his power would severely weaken. When that happened, his life or death would be controlled by his opponent. Despite the fact that Yang Kai's small universe was robust, he couldn't make up for the gap between their powers. A relentless He Yuan was determined to capture Yang Kai and charged forward, throwing out his fist again. Yang Kai raised his spear to intercept the attack, but his attempt was futile and he was sent flying away again. Hong hong hong. A violent force swept across the void with every attack that He Yuan launched. Despite being defiant, Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack, as though he was a mere sandbag. Barely a moment later, he was covered in blood, looking completely battered. Struck by He Yuan's fist again, Yang Kai flew out several hundred kilometers and crashed into a universe fragment and remained there, unmoving. He Yuan strode towards Yang Kai, and with every step he took, he crossed several dozen kilometers. It only took him a moment to reach Yang Kai, and as he looked down at him, he spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated across the void. "Have you lost all hope, Ant?" Don't worry. I won't kill you, for you are still useful to the royal lord. I initially had no idea where to look for you, but since you've delivered yourself right to me, I'll not let you go. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand towards Yong Kai. Stop shamelessly boasting, Yong Kai sneered as he stood straight up without a warning, the blood on his face giving him a hideous look. Do you seriously think I'm unable to fight back? I was just trying to ascertain the gap between our strengths. As he spoke, He Yuan managed to grasp him. Yong Kai was stuck in the huge hand and was restrained by thick black ink strength. Aware that Yong Kai was a master in the Tao of space, He Yuan ensured that his opponent wouldn't be able to flee. The calm expression on Yong Kai's face made He Yuan even more furious though, and he exerted more force with his grip, resulting in the sounds of bones cracking. He lifted Yong Kai and said grimly, "Have you ascertained the gap between us now?" Yong Kai let out a breath. And you're not as powerful as I thought." "Now who is boasting shamelessly?" He Yuan growled. "You're in my grasp now. I can squeeze you to death if I feel like it." Yong Kai just grinned at him though, and in the next instant, an invisible force condensed into a spike and stabbed into He Yuan's forehead. An unsuspecting He Yuan felt that a stake had penetrated his head. He was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, which caused him to flail and groan in agony. Yong Kai, who was right in front of him, gripped his spear and stabbed it into He Yuan's left eye, directly destroying it. Black ink strength and dark blood gushed out of the now empty eye socket and dyed Yong Kai black. He Yuan roared even louder as he staggered backwards. In excruciating pain, he instinctually tightened his grip in an attempt to kill Yong Kai. Certainly, Yong Kai wouldn't let that happen. As he roared, he transformed into a 30,000-meter-long gigantic creature and effortlessly broke free from He Yuan's grip. Yong Kai next directly struck He Yuan with his dragon tail and sent him flying away like an arrow. He Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with difficulty after flying across several thousand kilometers. As he covered his wounded eye with one hand, he sported a grim expression, dark blood streaming through the gaps between his fingers. Yong Kai had turned back into his human form, and with the azure dragon spear in hand, he sauntered towards He Yuan. Although he still looked battered, he wasn't dispirited at all. Instead, he appeared condescending. As the human drew closer, He Yuan couldn't help but step backwards, his only remaining eye filled with horror. Yong Kai said impassively, "Do you think you can intimidate me just by showing your strength? Such a display only proves how weak you are. I guess it's really hard to heal the damage in your soul. Am I right, Sir He Yuan?" "You knew from the start," He Yuan said through clenched teeth. Yong Kai snorted. "Of course I knew. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have looked for you in the first place. This place will be your grave. Are you ready to die, He Yuan?" Upon finishing his words, he lifted his spear and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of He Yuan. In an overbearing manner, Yong Kai thrust his azure dragon spear towards his enemy's other eye. A flustered He Yuan extended his fist in a hurry in an attempt to intercept this attack, but in that instant, Yong Kai pushed his spiritual energy again and launched another attack on He Yuan's soul. Instantly, He Yuan growled, feeling as though someone had stuck a knife into his head. The pain caused his figure to shudder. Just like Yong Kai had said, it wasn't easy to heal the damage to one's soul, and He Yuan's was badly injured during their previous confrontation in that special space. It was now a fatal weakness which Yong Kai could use against him. If he were at his peak, Yong Kai couldn't have easily attacked his soul. However, given the state he was in, He Yuan couldn't possibly fend off Yong Kai's attack on his soul. His injured soul was attacked once again, which caused his defense to slip and Yong Kai easily bypassed it with his spear. At the critical moment, He Yuan tilted his head and saved his remaining eye from being gouged out. Although there was now a wound on his head, physically he was still fine. Just as Yong Kai was ready to push out his spear again, He Yuan swung his arm out and swept him away. The next moment, he turned around and ran away at full speed. Yong Kai couldn't believe that his opponent had fled just like this. He had been targeting the damage in He Yuan's soul, so the latter was completely powerless to go against him. If He Yuan hadn't fled, he would be doomed. Since he didn't want to die though, He Yuan could only run away. As Yang Kai stared at his opponent's back, he slightly lowered his head. No one can flee from me. Don't even dream about it. He Yuan. Saying so, he manipulated space principles. Instantly, He Yuan's movements became sluggish, as though he was stuck in a quagmire. But soon, a powerful force burst from his figure, which allowed him to struggle out of the constraint. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, for this was the first time he saw that someone able to break through his space principles restraint with such ease. However, He Yuan was still a territory lord while Yang Kai was just a 7th order master, so the raw power difference between them was still quite large. It wasn't surprising that He Yuan could do this. Based on Yang Kai's observation, He Yuan was still able to fully utilize his strength as long as his soul wasn't attacked. But when his soul was targeted, his power would drop considerably. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to settle this issue quickly, but now it seemed that he had to act carefully. It would be terrible if He Yuan became desperate and went all out against him without caring for his own life. Yang Kai still remembered vividly that when he joined forces with Bai Yi to deal with the wounded Zhu Feng back then, they were almost killed despite the territory lord being terribly wounded. At the thought of this, Yang Kai chased after his opponent and shouted, "You can't run, He Yuan!" At the same time, he struck with his spear and manipulated space principles to restrict He Yuan's movements. Noticing the danger coming from behind, He Yuan turned around and roared before pushing out his fist. A well-prepared Yang Kai used the same trick by sending out a spiritual energy attack. Instantly, He Yuan staggered, and his punch was significantly weakened. While enduring the attack, Yang Kai jabbed his spear into the side of He Yuan's belly and madly surged his world force. A hole was formed in He Yuan's abdomen as a result. The two of them traded injuries, and seeing how Yang Kai was forced back, He Yuan quickly turned around and fled. Soon, Yang Kai caught up though and repeated the process. Barely half a year ago, Yang Kai had been running away from He Yuan for such a long time that the world force in his small universe had almost dried up. Now, the prey had become the hunter. He was the one pursuing He Yuan. It seemed that He Yuan had run out of luck. He Yuan knew that he was unable to flee from Yang Kai as the latter was a master of the Tao of space. However, he didn't lose hope. Every time Yang Kai attacked him, he would be injured as well. As they kept wounding each other, He Yuan hoped that Yang Kai would be the one who could no longer persevere. Only then would he stand a chance to escape. Unfortunately for He Yuan, he wasn't aware that this was the situation Yang Kai had deliberately created. In fact, Yang Kai wasn't unable to dodge He Yuan's counterattacks at all. There were several times when he could have completely evaded such attacks, but he still chose to clash with He Yuan despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:16. Why are you here? Yang Kai wanted to give the prey in front of him the illusion that he could still survive and escape. Yang Kai's cultivation may not be as high as He Yuan's, but in terms of restorative abilities, He Yuan was far inferior to him. Trading injuries put Yang Kai at an advantage. He Yuan was destined to grow weaker over the course of this chase, and at the right time, perhaps He Yuan would die from exhaustion even without his intervention. Nonetheless, He Yuan was not an idiot. He might not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he was still trying his very best to escape from his pursuit. He repeatedly fled to the fiefs of a few feudal lords, hoping to use the Black Ink clansmen in those territories to stop Yang Kai. However, the remaining Black Ink clansmen in those feudal lord fiefs were basically just the low and high-rank clansmen with no feudal lords at all. How could they possibly stop Yang Kai? They might delay him for a few breaths, but it was impossible for He Yuan to completely escape. The chase continued across billions of kilometers and He Yuan's injuries became more and more severe. He was riddled with wounds now, and not a single part of his body was left unbloodied. The fury and grievance boiling in his heart could not be expressed in words. He was far stronger than Yang Kai in terms of raw power, but Yang Kai kept deliberately targeting his heavily injured soul, rendering him unable to display the strength of a territory lord. Otherwise, why would he be in such a miserable condition? Several times, He Yuan had an urge to turn around and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to do so. In his current state, he would not survive if he truly tried to fight to the death with Yang Kai. He wasn't even sure that he could take Yang Kai down with him at this point. His desire to survive pushed him to constantly flee, hoping for some miracle to happen which would help him overcome his current crisis. Suddenly, a variable indeed appeared. At some point, He Yuan suddenly felt a few familiar and powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Obviously, they were other territory lords, existences like him. He could even ascertain the identities of these people from the auras. He Yuan was overjoyed. Currently, most of the territory lords in Mu Guang's royal domain had basically led their respective armies to fight against the humans from Yinyang Pass. Only a few territory lords remained to guard critical areas like the royal city. However, He Yuan also knew that the territory lords in the royal city had been assisting the royal lord in besieging the human old ancestor. He Yuan had been recuperating recently, so he had no idea about the current situation of the battlefield. Since he could sense the auras of these territory lords appearing in the distance though, it meant that the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord had come to an end. Regardless of what the final outcome of the battle was, these territory lords could provide some assistance at the front lines. And judging by the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were heading in that direction. Running into them here was truly a stroke of luck. He Yuan immediately flew in the direction of the territory lords without a moment of hesitation. So long as he met up with them, Yang Kai, who was chasing after him, would definitely have to act cautiously. He could even team up with the other territory lords and find a way to capture Yang Kai. With their help, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape. At this moment, He Yuan couldn't help but recall a saying passed down in the human race: every cloud has a silver lining. But right then, a petite figure appeared in his sight all of a sudden. He Yuan suddenly felt so cold, it was like he had been frozen solid. When He Yuan sensed the auras of these territory lords, Yang Kai also noticed them. Even from a great distance, the monstrous auras of these territory lords were as clear as the bright moon in the night sky. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. He had originally planned to slowly exhaust He Yuan to death as, no matter how weakened, the latter was still a territory lord. If he was forced into a corner, Yang Kai had no idea what kind of methods He Yuan could pull out in desperation. However, the sudden appearances of other territory lords had thrown his plans off entirely. He could sense Mieqiong and Qing Lei among these auras, and apart from those two, he also sensed the aura of another unfamiliar territory lord. In other words, there were 3 territory lords up ahead. What are they doing here? According to the information Yang Kai had received, a few territory lords were assisting Mu Guang in besieging the old ancestor. That was why, when he had severely wounded He Yuan's soul, Yang Kai had been able to continue acting freely within the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, there was no other territory lord present to stop him. But now, 3 of them had appeared all of a sudden. Has the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord ended? Who won? Yang Kai had no time to give it another thought though, as he only hesitated for a moment before immediately activating his space principles and disappearing like a ghost. The next moment he appeared, he was not too far behind He Yuan. He promptly manipulated the local space principles to seal the surrounding space and thrust out his azure dragon spear. At the same time, he fired a blast of his spiritual energy straight at He Yuan's head while shouting, "He Yuan, suffer death!" The 3 territory lords were still some distance away, so Yang Kai figured he still had enough time to escape after killing He Yuan. Yang Kai was already prepared to defend against He Yuan's final counterattack, but He Yuan appeared as if he was completely oblivious to the danger even when this fearsome spear thrust was upon him. Rather, all his attention was focused on something in front of him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed by as a petite figure, holding a long sword, flew past He Yuan. The long sword was devoid of even a stain of black blood and just so happened to collide with Yang Kai's spear. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of this figure and he frantically retracted his spear, but the powerful impact still caused his vitality to tumble in his chest. The petite figure rushed to Yang Kai and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai was also stunned as he asked in a dumbfounded voice, "Old ancestor." He had not expected to run into the Yinyang Pass old ancestor here. Kai had been wondering about the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord when he felt the auras of Qiong and the other territory lords up ahead. Nonetheless, it never crossed his mind that the old ancestor would suddenly appear before him the next moment. Does this mean that the old ancestor was fighting Mu Guang for an entire half a year? Astonishing! However, now was obviously not the time to reminisce about such things. The 3 territory lords behind the old ancestor were relentlessly chasing after her and would be here soon. So after the old ancestor finished asking, she mustered her world force, wrapped Kai in it, and shouted, "Let's get out of here first." Kai could only allow himself to be dragged along by the old ancestor, flying forward as fast as lightning. While escaping, he took a quick look back and saw Yuan's huge body collapse into countless pieces all of a sudden. Apparently, in the brief moment the old ancestor passed him by, she had ruthlessly attacked him. Yuan was already on his last legs and had no strength to take on an attack from an old ancestor. A load had been taken off Kai's mind when he saw this. Yuan might not have died at his hands, but in the end he didn't escape. "Didn't I tell you to meet up with the army? Why are you still here?" The old ancestor curiously asked as she led Kai away. Kai respectfully replied, "Mu Guang's army moved to engage the army from Yinyang Pass. At first, the huge army was blocking my path, so it was difficult for me to break through alone. I wasn't able to join up with the others. Later, something happened, so I stayed here." "You might be young, but your courage isn't small," the old ancestor indifferently stated. Who knows whether she was mocking him or praising him? She then suddenly asked, "Were you the one who injured that guy?" Yuan. Kai nodded. "Yes, it was me." "No wonder he didn't have any strength to resist my attack," the old ancestor instantly understood. "If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to kill him in my current state." Kai was taken aback after hearing this and immediately took a closer look at the old ancestor's face. "Are you injured?" The old ancestor gloomily nodded. "My injuries aren't light." But the next moment, she suddenly sneered. "Don't worry, that old hag's injuries are even worse. She's currently unconscious inside her black ink nest." Kai's heart was shaken. He knew that the old hag she was referring to should be Mu Guang. Both of them had fought countless times since they had taken command of this war zone, so a deep blood feud had already been forged between the two. Both were supreme masters of their respective race and they had always been on par with each other. Since the old ancestor had suffered heavy injuries, Mu Guang would not have fared any better either. Otherwise, not just these territory lords would be chasing after the old ancestor. Just now, Kai had been wondering why someone like the old ancestor was even being chased by a few territory lords, but now he knew the answer. Apparently, her injuries were quite serious. However, there was one thing that piqued Kai's curiosity. "Old ancestor, those territory lords don't seem to be injured at all." The old ancestor pursed her lips in disdain. "These cowards were just hovering around in the background while I was fighting with that old hag. They didn't dare to interfere, so why would they be injured? However, when I broke through the encirclement, I killed one of them. Otherwise, the ones chasing after me would have been 4 territory lords. Haha, I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" Saying so, she even winked at Kai. At that moment, Kai couldn't remain calm and the corners of his mouth twitched as he praised. "Old ancestor is truly too amazing and awesome, your might is simply boundless." The old ancestor seemed to be quite happy to hear the praise, no matter how obviously forced it was. Quickly composing herself though, she asked, "I'm quite curious, how did you injure a territory lord to the point you could chase him down? You're only in the 7th order, right?" If all the 7th order open heaven realm masters were so powerful, the Black Ink clan would have long been wiped out. Kai explained, Yuan dug his own grave. Afterwards, he briefly explained what he had done so far and how Yuan had worked together with many others to set up a trap, waiting for Kai to fall into it. In the end, Yuan only lifted a rock just to drop it on his own foot. He failed to do anything to Kai's consciousness in that strange space and instead was badly wounded. With the help of the compass refined by Wang Sibo, Kai coincidentally found Yuan's location and engaged in a fierce battle with him before pursuing him. The old ancestor's eyes lit up as she listened. Their black ink nests actually have such a connection? Did old ancestor really not know? The old ancestor explained, shaking her head. The human race actually knows very little about the Black Ink clan. Because of the Black Ink strength, we are unable to explore the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, let alone their Black Ink nests. What's more, Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so they naturally do not reveal secrets about them. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this intel at all. Having said so, a solemn look appeared on her face before she continued. According to what you said, each Black Ink nest can be counted as a sub-nest of a higher-grade Black Ink nest. If a territory lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of its sub-nest will wither as well. If that old hag's Black Ink nest were destroyed, wouldn't all of the territory lord Black Ink nests also wither, thereby affecting all the feudal lord Black Ink nests as well? Xueqi agreed with a nod. That should be the case. Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:17, Revert back to a child again. The old ancestor asked again, then whose nest bred the royal lord Black Ink nests? Xueqi shook his head. I don't know either. According to the Black Ink clan, a royal lord Black Ink nest is the highest grade Black Ink nest. The old ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally adding, there must be a source. If we can find this source, perhaps we can eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Xueqi asked worriedly, if that's the case, doesn't it mean there's an even stronger Black Ink clansman, stronger than even the royal lords? Since that source could give birth to a high-rank Black Ink nest owned by a royal lord, it would naturally be guarded by an even stronger Black Ink clansman. That was quite a terrifying prospect. The royal lords were already on par with the old ancestors. If there really was someone even stronger, what kind of strength could they display? Perhaps. The old ancestor couldn't explain it either. Right now, our understanding of the Black Ink clan is still too limited. While speaking, she turned her head to look and saw that the three territory lords were still hot on their tails. More importantly, instead of opening up a gap, the distance between them had actually gotten shorter. A trace of murderous intent flashed across the old ancestor's eyes as she muttered, these three stalkers are a bit troublesome. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unless we take care of them. Do you have any good ideas? Xueqi decisively shook his head. I'm unable to take on a territory lord, but if it's just escaping, it shouldn't be a problem. That's my forte. The old ancestor glanced at him before realization dawned upon her. Right, you're proficient in the Tao of space, I forgot about that. But I want to kill them. Xueqi promised upon hearing this. I'll help out however I can. The old ancestor nodded her acknowledgement as she stated, we'll act according to the situation, don't force it. Yes. Xueqi replied firmly. Right then, they spotted an average-sized universe fragment floating up ahead. Who knows how long it had been drifting through the void? In the cover of the universe fragment, the old ancestor turned around and landed straight on the universe fragment. The next moment, she thrust her long sword out repeatedly while forming a set of hand seals with her free hand. Xueqi couldn't understand what she was doing, but he knew that the old ancestor was probably setting up some kind of array or trap. She was done in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the old ancestor bit her fingertip before flicking a drop of gemstone-like blood essence into the void. Immediately after doing this, she quickly concealed her aura. Xueqi understood the gist of what she was planning and hurriedly concealed his aura as well. Of course, since his cultivation was lacking compared to the old ancestors, his concealment wasn't as effective. Although the old ancestor was standing in front of him right now, if one didn't use their naked eyes to observe her, they wouldn't be able to perceive her at all. This showed just how exquisite her concealing technique was. Of course, this also had to do with her fantastic strength. Just as she was finished, the three pursuing territory lords flew across the universe fragment. They failed to spot the old ancestor ahead. However, they seemed to have noticed the universe fragment from the corner of their eyes and felt that there was something strange about it. Xueqi, who was leading the group, turned his head. The next moment, he saw the old ancestor dressed in white standing alone on the universe fragment with her sword pointed at them with a solemn expression on her face. Xueqi's hair stood on end. He might not have any idea as to what the old ancestor was planning, but judging by her posture, he could tell that it was not anything good for them. At the same time, Qing Lei and the other territory lord whom Yang Kai didn't recognize also noticed this peculiarity. The three territory lords had never imagined that the human race's old ancestor, who they had been chasing all this time, would actually stop here and ambush them. They had thought that the old ancestor was too seriously injured and unable to contend with the three of them, which was why they had chased after her so aggressively. All along the way, the three territory lords had been fantasizing about killing an old ancestor. After all, the death of such a powerhouse was a rare opportunity. They would have made an enormous contribution to the war if they really did kill her. It wasn't until this moment that the three territory lords realized that things were different from what they had imagined. The human old ancestor wasn't completely powerless. Before they could react, a torrential world force erupted from the old ancestor as she swung her sword. The universe fragment exploded and was reduced to dust as a giant yin-yang fish pattern appeared in the void, enveloping the three territory lords. The yin-yang fish was filled with endless murderous intent and, as it rotated, it seemed to transform into a giant millstone that crushed everything in its range. The three territory lords who were enveloped by it immediately began to bleed profusely as they howled in pain and anguish. Immediately after, a surge of black ink strength erupted from the territory lords. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. Each of them released a powerful burst of energy in an attempt to break free. While they were struggling though, the old ancestor arrived before the three territory lords with her sword in hand. No one saw when she had attacked, not even Yang Kai who was standing right next to her. It wasn't until a cold light flashed in front of the territory lord Yang Kai didn't recognize and his giant head flew up into the void that Yang Kai came to his senses. The old ancestor had decapitated a territory lord with one swing of her blade. The old ancestor had already made her move, so how could Yang Kai stand idly by? His figure instantly teleported in front of Mie Qiong and attacked. At this moment, Mie Qiong was preoccupied with resisting the grinding force of the yin-yang fish and his entire body was covered in blood as his aura had greatly weakened in this short span. When Yang Kai attacked Mie Qiong with his spear, the latter was unable to react and was stabbed through the chest by the azure dragon spear. Although this injury was not light, it wasn't enough to take his life. On the other hand, the old ancestor swung her sword towards Qing Lei, after killing the first territory lord. Qing Lei wasn't weak though and managed to dodge the oncoming attack, preserving his life. Be that as it may, the sword light cut off one of his arms as a fountain of black blood spurted from his wound, causing him to stagger back, howling in pain. But his howl was abruptly cut off as the old ancestor slashed again. This time, Qing Lei was unable to dodge and his huge body was split in two. At the same time Qing Lei was killed, Yang Kai was also sent flying by Mie Qiong's fist, breaking many of his bones. Yang Kai somehow managed to stabilize himself and grit his teeth as he madly mobilized space principles, wrapping himself in spear light as he shot towards his enemy. Mie Qiong let out a furious roar and ruthlessly thrust out palm. As the palm and spear clashed, Yang Kai felt as if he was struck by lightning and he could see stars circling around his eyes. Right then, a look of horror flashed across Mie Qiong's eyes. Yang Kai also spotted the old ancestor silently appearing behind Mie Qiong like a ghost. Immediately after, she swung her sword, sending a shocking sword wave down at Mie Qiong. When the brilliant sword wave disappeared, the frozen Mie Qiong fell to pieces, literally, and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai stared ahead in a daze, his face covered in blood and filth. Dead. 3 territory lords had died in less than 10 breaths. He might have participated in the battle, but his contribution was minuscule. He had only been able to restrain Mie Qiong for a moment and had even been struck hard by the latter's counterattack. It wasn't wrong to say that these 3 territory lords had all died at the hands of the old ancestor. The fearsome territory lords, against whom Yang Kai was completely helpless, were like common chickens in front of the old ancestor, unable to fight back or even resist, easily killed in an instant. Yang Kai got to witness the true strength of an old ancestor up close today. Be that as it may, he was greatly puzzled by the current situation before him, and immediately turned to the old ancestor. The old ancestor put away her long sword and turned to him, worriedly asking after seeing his state, "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai lightly coughed before replying, shaking his head. "It's nothing serious, I can recover after a few days of rest, But old ancestor, I don't understand something. The old ancestor indifferently asked. You want to know why I let them chase me since I could have killed them at any point I wished? Xueqi nodded his affirmation. The old ancestor replied, because I only had this much strength left. If I killed them before, I wouldn't have been able to return, but since I met you, I'll be relying on you to take me back. An earnest and serious expression took over Xueqi's face. I will not fail in the duty I have been entrusted with. The old ancestor suddenly clucked her tongue. Damn it, I'm about to revert back into a child again. Xueqi was confused. Huh? The moment he was finished speaking, the old ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as her aura rapidly weakened like a deflating balloon. Only then did Xueqi suddenly come to his senses. The old ancestor was wounded, and her injuries were not light either. Furthermore, the old ancestor began to shrink with the weakening of her aura. Originally, the old ancestor looked like a young woman in her early 20s, but under Xueqi's dumbfounded gaze, this young woman seemed to regress into a 7- or 8-year-old kid in less than 20 breaths. Her white clothes also shrank along with her figure, sticking close to her body. Obviously, this was not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a specially refined artifact. Xueqi's eyes almost popped out, looking at the little girl the old ancestor had transformed into. You! He was not just shocked by the old ancestor's transformation, but also by her little girl persona. It was the same little girl who had been pestering him in Enyang Pass marketplace. It was this little girl who had given him that ancient coin. When he first met the old ancestor, Xueqi found her a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Now he finally understood that the old ancestor's appearance was somewhat similar to that little girl's. He had never imagined that the old ancestor herself was that little girl. Suddenly, everything that Xueqi had encountered back then which he failed to understand made sense to him. Previously, he had been wondering why the old ancestor of Enyang Pass hadn't summoned him or given him any instructions before sending him on such an important mission to infiltrate the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory and find the Black Ink disciple artifact refiners. It wasn't that the old ancestor hadn't summoned him, but rather that she had been at his side the whole time. The ancient coin's origins also made sense now. How could a little girl who wasn't even in the open heaven realm steal such a precious thing from the old ancestor? At the time, Xueqi had assumed the old ancestor had given it to her, but now it seemed that was not the case. At this moment, Xueqi couldn't sense any trace of cultivation from this little girl. She was like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. If Xueqi hadn't witnessed her transformation with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this person in front of him was actually the Enyang Pass old ancestor. What the hell? Xueqi was more than a little confused. Don't just stand there gawking. Hurry up and run. Who knows when more Black Ink clansmen might arrive to investigate. The old ancestor's face was pale, and a bit of blood was trickling from the corner of her lips. Her bright eyes had gone gray and lost their shine, and she looked extremely tired with her eyelids already starting to droop. Martial Peak. Chapter 51:18, Ancestor has issued a decree. Having prompted Xueqi, her small body staggered forward. Xueqi immediately reached out to support her. I'm a bit tired. The little girl rubbed her eyes with her white, small and chubby baby hand, yawning. Hurry back to the pass, and be careful on the way. Saying so, she closed her eyes. Xueqi called out to her twice but didn't receive any response. After he carefully examined the little girl in front of him, he found that she had really fallen asleep. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was left with no choice but to pick up the little girl by the waist and make a beeline towards Enyang Pass. He might not have played a big role in the last battle, but he was still injured by Xueqi while he was holding him back. However, this kind of injury wasn't a big problem for Xueqi. Even if he didn't take rest, he could still recover. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was curled up and sound asleep, and couldn't help noticing her extremely pale complexion. No one would have ever thought that such a small girl would be able to kill 3 territory lords in an instant. Her tiny body actually carried within it the apex strength of the human race. When Xueqi first met her, he had only felt the aura of an Origin King realm cultivator from her. At that time, He could not help but wonder how such a little girl could exist in Enyang Pass. She had lied to him at the time, claiming to have been born in Enyang Pass, and Yongkai believed her. But at this moment, Yongkai could not even feel the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura from her. She was like an ordinary mortal now. Yongkai had never encountered such a situation before, but he suspected that it had something to do with the old ancestor's secret art. Perhaps when she was seriously injured, she would return to her youth to recover. He tried to place the little girl in his arms into his small universe, but he found that he was unable to do so. Even if the old ancestor was showing no signs of cultivation right now, her Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation was still present, so his small universe was unable to contain her. Since he couldn't put her in his small universe, he could only remain on guard and try to avoid any conflicts with the Black Ink clan along the way as he physically carried her. Furthermore, Yongkai did not dare to use instantaneous movement unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, it would consume too much of his energy. It would have been extremely convenient for him to use instantaneous movement if he was alone, but bringing someone along with him would increase his consumption several times over. Secondly, the old ancestor's condition really was not good and Yongkai had no idea if instantaneous movement would negatively affect her. Fortunately, Yongkai's cultivation was not low and his speed was not slow. Even if he flew all the way back to Enyang Pass, it would only take him a month or two. Along the way, Yongkai avoided the scattered Black Ink clansmen and the journey remained uneventful for the time being. 3 days later, Yongkai suddenly felt the small figure in his arms move. Looking down, he saw the old ancestor rubbing her eyes and slowly waking up. Yongkai was overjoyed. "Old ancestor, you're awake." The old ancestor's complexion was still pale, but it had improved compared to before, albeit only slightly. The old ancestor let out a muffled groan as she shifted into a more comfortable position in Yongkai's embrace. Having done so, she indifferently asked, "Where are we?" Yongkai replied, "We're still in the Black Ink clan's territory, about a month away from the Enyang Pass." "So slow." The old ancestor looked displeased. Yongkai suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Perhaps we'll arrive the next time you wake up." The old ancestor deliberately widened her eyes, shaking her head. "I'm not tired, I'm not sleeping." Perhaps it was because it was uncomfortable in Yongkai's arms. Her small body adjusted and changed to other positions a few times, but she was still not satisfied. Finally, she grabbed Yongkai's arm, flipped her body over, and straddled his neck, finally stopping. Yongkai suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wouldn't matter if a real 7 or 8-year-old little girl was riding on his shoulders, but the issue was that she wasn't a little girl, she was the old ancestor of Enyang Pass. The high and mighty old ancestor was riding on his shoulders like this, putting him in an awkward position. It would be quite embarrassing if someone from Enyang Pass saw this. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. Her 2 little legs dangling over Yongkai's chest rocked back and forth as she looked around with interest, as if she was enjoying the picturesque scenery. However, there was naturally no picturesque scenery in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, so after staring for a while, the old ancestor grew bored and patted Yongkai's head. "I'm hungry." "Ah!" Yongkai thought he misheard her. "I'm hungry." The little girl bent over and shouted in Yongkai's ear, "I want to eat some hot steamed stuffed buns." Yongkai's eyes widened in shock. Where would I get steamed stuffed buns here? There were naturally no shops in this vast void. Yongkai had a nagging feeling that the old ancestor's temperament had greatly changed after turning into a kid. "I don't care, I want to eat steamed stuffed buns right now, right this instant." The little girl kept shouting, throwing a tantrum like a real child. Yongkai was just about to refuse her and say that he couldn't do anything, but he suddenly remembered that while other open heaven realm cultivators might not be able to accommodate this request, he was raising a large number of humans in his small universe. He could get whatever he wanted from them. Using his divine sense, he immediately found a steamed stuffed bun shop in a bustling city in his small universe. The next moment, a tray of steamed stuffed buns appeared with a flip of his hand before he handed it to her. "Take it." The little girl immediately smiled happily. She grabbed a steamed stuffed bun and took a bite, but the next moment, she suddenly spat it out as a furrow appeared on her brow. "Yuck, this tastes like poop, I want to eat delicious steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai immediately had a huge headache. He suddenly understood why those 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Enyang Pass didn't have the demeanor of masters in the marketplace, and why each and every one of them was extremely unscrupulous with their business dealings. The people of Enyang Pass had to work hard in order to serve an old ancestor like her. Yang Kai's small universe, inside the main conference hall of 7 Star Sect. A meeting of the higher-ups was taking place. Since the last time Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Emperor Realm Masters of 7 Star Sect to kill Zhu Feng, they had gained some understanding of what was above the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai also taught them the method to condense their Dao seals and gave them some resources to cultivate with. Recently, the higher-ups of the 7 Star Sect had been working hard to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, but their aptitudes came up short. Even if they managed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm in the future, their order would be extremely limited. They wouldn't be of much help in the Black Ink battlefield. Only Miao Fei Ping had a chance of reaching the 6th Order. At this moment, the Emperor Realm Masters were discussing their own cultivation insights with the Sect Master, Shang Guanji, as the leader. Although Yang Kai had taught them the method to condense their Dao seal, they naturally had many questions as they had never come into contact with such things before. They wanted to ask Yang Kai for some advice, but their ancestor, Yang Kai, had always remained elusive. They were unable to find him, so left with no options, they could only try to learn by discussing with each other. Just as everyone in the hall was locked in a heated discussion though, Shang Guanji suddenly jolted as he stood up straight as an attentive look appeared on his face, apparently listening to something. His strange actions puzzled many of the higher-ups and they all focused their attention on him. After a short while, Shang Guanji bowed and solemnly stated, "This junior will obey." As soon as he said this, all of the Emperor Realm Masters present became excited. Elder Guan Qianxing even asking, "Sect Master, does the ancestor have any instructions?" In the entire Void world, the only person who could make Shang Guanji act so respectfully was the ancestor. As he had expected, Shang Guanji solemnly nodded his affirmation. "Just now, the ancestor issued a decree for my 7-star sect to carry out." Guan Qianxing and the others stood up together, perking up their ears. Shang Guanji swept his eyes over the crowd and sonorously declared, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns." Everyone was dumbstruck. Guan Qianxing thought he had heard wrong and skeptically asked, "Sect Master, what does the ancestor want to do?" Shang Guanji stared at him with a serious look on his face, reiterating, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns." 7-star sect's gear suddenly started fiercely turning as the Emperor Realm Masters flew about. The disciples below didn't know what was happening and thought that something big had happened. But soon they found out that one of the 7-star sect's precious spirit beasts had been killed by Elder Guan Qianxing. The disciples were all shocked. It had to be known that Elder Guan Qianxing had spent a great deal of effort to capture this spirit beast in the past. It was quite strong and intelligent. Coupled with its beautiful appearance, many of the disciples were quite fond of it. Although it had a bad temper and would occasionally injure others, when this spirit beast was killed, many of the female disciples broke into tears. They felt that Elder Guan Qianxing was simply inhumane. How could he kill such a beautiful spirit beast? Rather than calling him Guan Qianxing, we should just call him Butcher Guan. The disciples didn't know why the spirit beast was killed, but the elders did. The ancestor wanted to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns. They didn't know what kind of steamed stuffed buns the ancestor would find delicious, so they could only try their best by using the top materials they could find. The entire 7-star sect had been mobilized, especially the disciples who were proficient in cooking. In less than 2 hours, all kinds of steamed stuffed buns were served. As soon as the steamer was opened, a basket of steamed stuffed buns strangely disappeared. In the void, a profusely sweating Yang Kai handed the freshly baked steamed stuffed buns to the old ancestor. "Try this." The old ancestor took it and sniffed before gingerly taking a bite. "It's acceptable." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The 1 hour before the steamed stuffed buns were prepared was definitely the most torturous hour of his life. He wouldn't feel so tired even if he had to fight a territory lord one-on-one. The tantrum-throwing old ancestor was simply a nightmare to deal with. Fortunately, she had finally calmed down. Sitting on his shoulders, the old ancestor was happily eating. She picked up a steamed stuffed bun and pushed it to Yongkai's mouth. "You eat one too." Yongkai said, "I don't need it." "Eat." The old ancestor simply stuffed it into his mouth after throwing a word. Yongkai swallowed back his protests and obediently ate the bun. The few steamed stuffed buns were quickly consumed as the two ate them one after another. The old ancestor licked her little hand and casually muttered, "I also want to eat candied fruits." Yongkai immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning as a troubled look took over his face. "Old ancestor, please wait a moment." In 7-Star Sect, Shangguanji stood up straight for a moment before suddenly turning to the elders who were staring at him and speaking, "The ancestor wants to eat candied fruits." Marshall Peak. Chapter 51:19, Ancestor is coaxing a child. Ancestor wants to eat pancakes. Ancestor wants to drink tea. Ancestor wants. Almost every other day, a new decree would be issued, sending the entire 7-Star Sect into a flurry of activity. The sect master, Shangguanji, was in charge of coordinating their response, leading the various Emperor Realm Elders to work together. Every time a decree was issued, all of the sect's manpower would be mobilized, completing the request in the shortest time possible no matter what the ancestor demanded. After completing several of Ancestor's decrees, an Emperor Realm Elder suddenly asked, "Sect Master, what is the ancestor doing?" Shangguanji's expression turned solemn. "How can we understand the ancestor's thoughts? Don't think too much about it. Meticulously completing every task is more important." The elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Naturally, we can't fathom the ancestor's thoughts. It's just that, I think that the requests ancestor has raised aren't something he needs personally." Shangguanji glanced at him, immersing deep into his thoughts. "You mean?" The elder continued, "Sect Master, you must be aware that I became a grandfather a few years ago. My grandson is now 6 years old and is very playful and gluttonous. When I'm free, he makes all kinds of requests, similar to the decrees issued by the ancestor. If this old master may make a bold presumption, I think that the ancestor is doing the same thing as this old master. Coaxing a child." As soon as these words left his mouth, it resonated with many of the elders' hearts as a few even nodded in agreement. To be honest, many decrees had been passed down over the last few days, so everyone had been able to infer some things from them. Nonetheless, none of them had the courage to ask questions, or make any assumptions, until this elder boldly spoke. Shangguanji raised his brow upon hearing this. "Coaxing a child? You might be right, but does that mean the ancestor has an heir? This is joyous news." The elder replied, "Of course it's joyous news, but if he's really coaxing a child, we can be more proactive in supporting him. It's extremely hard to fathom a child's temperament, but as long as they are happy, they will become obedient." "What plan do you have?" Shangguanji asked. The elder stroked his beard before replying, "If it's regarding eating, we've already prepared a lot of snacks for the ancestor, so the direction we should be focusing now should be entertainment. To tell you the truth, my grandson is very fond of a certain toy, and he enjoys playing with it quite a lot. If we can give a similar object to the ancestor, perhaps we can resolve the ancestor's predicament." "Oh." Shangguanji became interested. "What is it?" The elder stroked his beard with a smile before giving its name. Shangguanji lightly nodded his acknowledgement. "An interesting proposal. In that case, we should quickly make one and hand it over to the ancestor." The elder readily accepted the order. After the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, Yongkai suddenly reached out as something appeared in his hand, handing it to the old ancestor on his neck. "Here, this is for you." The old ancestor glanced at it before smacking Yongkai's head and angrily asking, "Do you think I'm a child?" Yongkai's neck shrank back. Be that as it may, the old ancestor took the object in his hand with a light snort before she started shaking it in satisfaction. It was a rattle drum. After they gifted Yongkai the rattle drum that day, the frequency with which the ancestor issued new decrees greatly decreased. Although they still needed to prepare some food from time to time, it was not as frequent as before. After the initial hustle and bustle, 7-Star Sect was able to quickly and effectively complete the ancestor's orders. The ancestor was obviously very satisfied with their performance, even bestowing them with some materials and many insights about condensing their Tao seals. The Seven Stars sect higher-ups were naturally very grateful. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After traveling non-stop, Xueqi was already close to Yinyang Pass. He didn't run into many Black Ink clansmen on the way, so the journey was quite smooth and uneventful. On this day, Xueqi saw the towering Yinyang Pass from afar, but just as he had expected, it was surrounded by the Black Ink clan's army. It had been over half a year since the Black Ink clan's army had engaged Yinyang Pass army. During this time, both sides must have clashed on quite a few occasions already. When Xueqi arrived, both sides were in a heightened state of tension, but not much fighting was happening. This also made sense. Every time the Black Ink clan army besieged a great pass, the battle would last for an extremely long time, ranging from a decade or two to a century. During this time, the Black Ink clan army would constantly replenish their own forces until their casualties were too many for them to bear. When the Black Ink clan army retreated, the humans would finally have some precious time to rest and recover. Yinyang Pass was right ahead, and if Xueqi was alone, he could have used the universe transference law to return directly. Every great pass had 4 purifying Black Ink battleships, and all of them had a universe array that Xueqi had personally installed, so it was only natural that he had left his imprint on them. But as he also had the old ancestor with him, he was unable to use the universe transference law. The old ancestor's cultivation had been completely exhausted, so if she were to encounter any danger, she would be powerless to defend herself. If he wanted to return to the inner sanctum, he would have to plan his every step very carefully. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed to want nothing more than to see the world plunge into chaos. She urged Xueqi to press on. According to her, if Xueqi were to appear, the soldiers of Yinyang Pass would definitely come to support him. At that time, they might find a chance to safely return to the inner sanctum by working together, especially since Xueqi was proficient in the Tao of space. Xueqi decisively refused the old ancestor's proposal. The child version of the old ancestor was too reckless. Although her proposal did have a chance of success, it carried a huge risk. As it concerned the safety of the old ancestor, Xueqi didn't dare to be careless. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Having her proposal rejected, the old ancestor was obviously upset. "Let's wait. It's impossible for the two sides to continue staring at each other peacefully." Marshall Peak. Chapter 51-20. Battle outside Yinyang Pass. This battle lasted for several days, and by the end, Xueqi couldn't maintain his dragon form and had no choice but to fight in his human form. After a few days, both sides withdrew. The battlefield entered a rare brief period of peace. The armies on both sides focused on recuperating, but so long as the Black Ink clan did not retreat, Yinyang Pass could not really rest. Fortunately, the old ancestor had returned. Although the old ancestor had been seriously injured once again and had inevitably returned to her younger self, the news she brought back greatly boosted the morale of Yinyang Pass. Mu Guang was seriously wounded in her fight with the old ancestor and was currently sleeping in her Black Ink nest. In other words, Mu Guang would not appear in this battle. More importantly, the old ancestor had eliminated 5 territory lords. This was an unimaginable loss for the Black Ink clan. On top of that, Xueqi had single-handedly destroyed almost 10 mid-rank Black Ink nests, along with hundreds of low-rank Black Ink nests. After such heavy losses, the Black Ink clan was in a state of chaos. A large number of feudal lords had gathered around the remaining mid-rank Black Ink nests to protect them and thus could not be deployed as reinforcements. Such casualties had shaken the foundation of the Black Ink clan. In the past, the reason why the Black Ink clan was able to besiege the Great Pass for so long was because they could constantly send reinforcements from the rear. But now that Xueqi had dealt so much damage, the number of troops they could send would be greatly reduced. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan would not be sending many soldiers at all in order to guard against any future problems. In that case, the current war would end soon. Without reinforcements, how could the Black Ink clan resist the humans when they suffered so many casualties in battle? the Black Ink clan would have to retreat once the situation on the battlefield became untenable. Thus, after hearing this news, those from Enyang Pass were all extremely excited. What's more, Yongkai had ventured deep into the Black Ink clan's territory alone, destroying many Black Ink nests, and rescued more than 300 artifact refiners, including 3 grandmasters. He had made an enormous contribution to the human race. Yongkai had already let out Wu Xinghe and the others from his small universe, and they were now assigned to the refining hall to repair the warships damaged in the battle. Wu Xinghe and the others were originally 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in order to assist Yongkai, their cultivations had regressed to the 6th Order so that they could enter the latter's small universe. Be that as it may, it wasn't too big a deal. As long as they had a profound Een spirit fruit, they could slowly regain their original cultivation. The war between the two races was in full swing, with several dozen small skirmishes breaking out between the two armies almost every day, with a big battle occurring every 10 to 15 days. Strictly speaking, this was Yongkai's first time officially participating in a battle outside a Great Pass. Although he had participated in the battle at Blue Sky Pass last time, he had not been officially registered to Blue Sky Pass at the time. Likewise, he had been assisting in perfecting the purifying Black Ink battleships during the early stages of that war. When he finally managed to sneak out and participate in the fighting, it was not long before he coincidentally discovered the location of the Royal Lord, which ultimately resulted in a decisive battle breaking out. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses because of him, giving Blue Sky Pass the chance to capitalize on the situation. It was different this time. Without so many twists and coincidences, although the battle was still leaning in Enyang Pass' favor, they were still a long way from completely repelling the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, the Royal Lord was not present on the battlefield, so the Black Ink clan army seemed to be a bit sluggish either from lack of coordination or morale. Many territory lords simply lead their own armies to fight on their own, making it difficult to form an effective strategy. Those from Enyang Pass would often gain a great advantage on the battlefield using this weak point. The entire Enyang Pass had essentially transformed into a giant meat grinder. Every time a big battle broke out, the Black Ink clan would lose countless masters. Although the humans would also suffer heavy casualties, the losses were still within an acceptable range because of the protection of the warships. As Yongkai was a soldier from Blue Sky Pass, he didn't have an official position here. However, Tang Qiu had decided to temporarily place him in Su Linggong's squad. As they fought, Yongkai got to taste how truly cruel the battlefield was, though it was not like this was his first time on such a battlefield. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star boundary, all the cultivators of the star boundary were pulled into the turmoil. That battle almost caused the star boundary to shatter and billions upon billions of lives were lost. In the end, the great emperor stepped forward and finally put an end to the great demon god's rampage. Be that as it may, Yongkai always found it brutal, like it was the first time, no matter how many times he experienced this kind of battle. Yongkai's addition to Su Linggong's squad had helped them slaughter countless enemies, earning them a massive amount of military merits in every battle they fought. After a long period of killing and fighting, every human came to possess a thick killing intent. Once this killing intent broke out on the battlefield, it would often deter the weaker Black Ink clansmen. Fighting, recuperating, fighting, recuperating. The process was repeated over and over again. Yongkai had almost lost track of time as all his focus was on making use of every opportunity he could find to either heal himself or kill his enemies. Every time he fought, he would always stand at the forefront, and every time he did so, his body would be covered in wounds. Nevertheless, as long as his injuries weren't fatal, no matter how serious they were, he would be able to recover in short order thanks to his dragon vein and wood element. His efforts had brought a significant boost in power and safety to Su Linggong's squad, and even after fighting for so long, they had not lost a single member. Furthermore, most of the time, no one would even be injured other than Yongkai. Their squad was performing 10 times better than the other ordinary squads. Tang Qiu once came looking for him, taking time out of his busy schedule, and told him that he could return to Blue Sky Pass at any time he wished. Although he could be considered half a disciple of Enyang Cave Heaven, he was still formally a soldier of the Blue Sky Pass on this Black Ink battlefield. Enyang Pass had transferred him here mainly to gather information about the Black Ink clan's warship program and the artifact refiners who were behind it. Now that Yang Kai had completed this task perfectly, the battle at Enyang Pass technically had nothing to do with him. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, Enyang Pass naturally would not hold him back. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Compared to returning to Blue Sky Pass where he would have nothing to do but cultivate and retreat, he was more than willing to stay here and kill more Black Ink clansmen. Although the strength of a single person was meager, as long as everyone killed a few more, the Black Ink clan would be exterminated sooner. The battlefield fell into turmoil again. Surges of world force and Black Ink strength came and went as the human warships and Black Ink army fought each other. A large-scale battle had broken out once more and the four armies of Enyang Pass charged to blunt the Black Ink clan's momentum. Yang Kai, Su Linggong, and another 7th Order Open Heaven Master, Ji Miao Tong, wandered through the battlefield in a triangle formation. Ji Miao Tong was the vice squad leader of Su Linggong's squad and a woman. Yang Kai had met her when he was escorted by Su Linggong's squad to intercept He Yuan's retreating army. Although they weren't close acquaintances, a bit of friendship had blossomed between the two after fighting together for so long. Ji Miao Tong was extremely impressed by Yang Kai's courage and strength and she even praised him in private. Between the three of them was Su Linggong's squad's warship, which had some 5th Order and 6th Order masters operating it. Su Linggong's disciples, Qin Kuei and Suing Xue, were among them. The three 7th Order masters maintained a triangle formation, protecting the warship while also borrowing its power to kill their enemies. Furthermore, if they got tired or exhausted their strength, they could even temporarily hide inside the warship to recover. The human race relied on this method in order to preserve their strength. The human race would not have been able to defend these great passes without these warships. This was also the reason why the humans was so concerned by the appearance of the Black Ink clan's warship. If the Black Ink clan evened the battlefield, the human race really wouldn't know how to resist in the future. It had been half a day already since the battle broke out and Yang Kai and the others had been fighting non-stop since it began. Yang Kai's condition was still good, but Su Linggong and Ji Miao Tong both were clearly unable to continue. Although they had taken many spirit pills to keep their strength up, their high rate of consumption had made it difficult for them to replenish their small universe's world force. Regardless, the human army should be withdrawing their forces soon, and at that time, they could naturally return to the inner sanctum to rest and recover. After such a long, fierce battle, the Black Ink clan soldiers had greatly decreased and the resistance they faced was no longer as intense as before. The 8th Order Division commanders had basically been keeping a close watch on the territory lords, so as long as everyone was careful on the battlefield, there wouldn't be any major problems. At a certain point, Yang Kai thrust his spear, exploding a feudal lord charging at him into mist and the thick black blood splashed all over his face. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't protect his face, it was just that he was too lazy to waste his strength to do so. In any case, Black Ink's strength had no effect on him. With the World Tree clone in his possession, he wouldn't be corrupted even if he was soaked in this black blood. As Yang Kai was pulling back his spear, something caught his eye and he looked in a certain direction. In his sight, the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were locked in a heated battle when suddenly, a nimble figure entered his sight, but it disappeared soon after. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, wondering whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Nonetheless, he found this figure a little familiar. Before he could give it another thought, another squad of Black Ink clansmen attacked from the side. Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and raised his spear to meet them, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. As expected, an order to withdraw came from Enyang Pass soon after. Following Su Linggong's command, the warship turned around and flew towards the inner sanctum. Although the Black Ink clan pursued them, it was difficult for them to penetrate the defenses of the three 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Thus, they no longer dared to continue after chasing for a while. Not long after, squads flew back into the inner sanctum, leaving countless Black Ink clan corpses behind on the hellish battlefield. Get some rest, and be ready to fight at any moment. I'll go get the warship repaired. Su Linggong ordered before storing the huge warship in his small universe and heading towards the refining hall. Although the members of the squad weren't injured, their warship had suffered damage in many places and needed to be repaired by the artifact refiners of the refining hall. Marshall Peak. Chapter 51-21, Running into an Old Friend in Enyang Pass. The squad members bid each other goodbye before returning to their residences to rest. Generally speaking, after such a large-scale battle, no major skirmishes would break out for the next 10 to 15 days. So, nothing major should happen in the next half-month. Yang Kai had been living with Xueqi ever since he returned from the Black Ink clan's territory, so he naturally left with him. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a certain direction, where a familiar figure caught his attention. "What are you looking at?" Xueqi also stopped and curiously asked. "You go first, I'll be right back," Yang Kai replied before heading in that direction. Soon, Xueqi saw Yang Kai stop a person and start chatting with him with a smile. He couldn't help but ask Xueqi in a low voice, "Junior sister, is Yang Kai close to someone else other than us here?" Xueqi shook her head, a look of exhaustion taking over her face. "It's fine as long as it's not a woman, why worry?" Xueqi nodded lightly. "I guess you're right." The two of them casually chatted before quickly leaving. On the other side, the cultivator who was stopped by Yang Kai wore a gloomy expression. "You're mistaking me for someone else." Yang Kai continued with a smile. "Divine Monarch's noble bearing is still the same, how can I mistake you for someone else?" The man glared at him. "I'm only a 7th Order master, how could I dare call myself a Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai replied, "With Divine Monarch's aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you reach the 8th Order. The 7th Order is just a temporary stopover, so why should Divine Monarch act so humbly?" "What do you want?" The man grew impatient. Yang Kai replied, "Nothing, it's just I was pleasantly surprised to run into a familiar face. I came to chat with the Divine Monarch to talk about old times, that's all." The man immediately flew into a rage. "There is only enmity between you and me, what's there even to talk about?" Yang Kai countered with a smile. "So Divine Monarch admits that you know me?" The man's face went black as he grit his teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Yang Kai replied with a sigh. "I really don't want anything. It's just that when I spotted Divine Monarch's figure, I couldn't believe it and came here to confirm I wasn't seeing things. I didn't expect that Divine Monarch would also be here." "Isn't this all because of you?" The other party gnashed his teeth, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with Yang Kai. Yang Kai innocently stated, "I don't remember doing anything to Divine Monarch. The one who captured you back then was Senior Fisherman from Bright King Cave Heaven." The man waved off, stating, "Don't call me Divine Monarch anymore, I'm only a 7th Order master now. Others will laugh at you if you keep calling me that." "Then, Brother Blood Crow?" Yang Kai slightly raised his brow. The person in front of him was none other than the Black Crow Divine Monarch he had met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven centuries ago. After cultivating the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture, Black Crow seized the body of a great Thousand Bloodland disciple named Xueqi and escaped from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he hid in the Shattered Heaven and committed all sorts of crimes, leaving a bloodbath in his wake, causing many disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to be killed or injured. As he already possessed the foundation of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had obtained the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture, his cultivation rapidly rose. Even his strength had also exceeded his own order. To a certain extent, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture was similar to Wu Kuang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. Both used external forces for their own gain, but in comparison, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight Scripture only consumed blood essence, while Wu Kuang's Heaven-Devouring Battle Law could devour anything. Which was superior was obvious. In the past, Yang Kai had been curious about who would devour whom if Wu Kuang were to meet with Blood Crow. However, this was only a thought experiment as these two had never met. When he was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, Black Crow had changed his name to Blood Crow. Yang Kai had fought with him several times before in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his plans, he would have closed the Blood Monster Cave Heaven long ago, and everyone who had entered at the time to train would have become his food and nourishment for his growth. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven also had various resources left behind by its previous master over his lifetime. Once Blood Crow absorbed all of these resources, he might be able to reappear in the world as a Divine Monarch. By then, even the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not be able to do anything to him. Later, Yang Kai once again encountered him and fought him in the Shattered Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the same as Blood Crow. Relying on his superior 8th Order foundation and knowledge, Blood Crow hadn't taken Yang Kai seriously and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. However, Yang Kai's cow punch had made him greatly suffer. In the end, Blood Crow was captured by an elder from Bright King Cave Heaven. Afterwards, Yang Kai ventured into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where he encountered Xia Lin Lang, and obtained the World Spring by chance. Later, Chung Yang chased him until he entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Since then, Yang Kai had not heard any news about Blood Crow and presumed he had been imprisoned in Bright King Cave Heaven, unable to free himself. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely surprised to see Blood Crow in Yinyang Pass. In a place like the Black Ink battlefield, all battles were against the Black Ink clan and past grievances between people had long been forgotten. Yang Kai would never have been so calm and cordial if he had encountered Blood Crow in the 3,000 worlds. He would have immediately thought that he had escaped from Bright King Heaven and was about to commit something atrocious again. But it was different here. Every human on the Black Ink battlefield was a comrade they could fight side by side with and depend on. It could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any great enmity towards Blood Crow, and this was something Blood Crow could clearly feel. However, considering what had happened to him, Blood Crow definitely held some resentment towards him. All of this was because Yang Kai had ruined his grand plan in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Seeing him remain silent, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Blood Crow, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield?" Blood Crow angrily snapped, "What? Can't I come here?" Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "Calm down, let's talk things out. The Black Ink battlefield is a dangerous place after all." Blood Crow stepped aside and coldly snorted, rebuking, "Do you think I wanted to come to this damned place? Do you think I had a choice? Between being imprisoned in a dark and damp cell forever and coming to the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan, which one would you choose?" Yang Kai finally understood after hearing this. Blood Crow was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation at that. He had quite a good chance of breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. With such potential and strength, instead of leaving him to rot in prison, it would be better to send Blood Crow here to kill the enemy. It was obvious that Bright King Heaven had such considerations before sending Blood Crow here. No matter how twisted Blood Crow's temperament was, it was impossible for him to have any treacherous thoughts in a place like this, unless he was willing to be corrupted and become a Black Ink disciple. However, Black Ink disciples had their minds warped by Black Ink strength and essentially became slaves, so if he really got corrupted by Black Ink strength, he would no longer be himself, an intolerable fate for almost anyone. "Brother Blood Crow, you've had it hard," Yang Kai sympathized. "All thanks to you." Blood Crow became extremely annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled, "Now you can finally act openly, it's better than sneaking around and hiding." Blood Crow snorted and glanced at him. "I didn't expect you to also reach the 7th Order so quickly." "I was just lucky." Yang Kai smiled. "It can't compare to Brother Blood Crow's deep foundation." "Don't even think about it. This king has a belly full of rage whenever I see you." Blood Crow snorted before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a pondering look appeared on his face, watching him leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed beside him. It was Tang Qiu. Yang Kai greeted him with a bow. "Senior, follow me." As Tang Qiu spoke, he mobilized his strength and wrapped Yang Kai in it before quickly disappearing. Soon, they arrived at the marketplace, but the bustling scene Yang Kai had first seen was now completely deserted. There was not a single person in sight. After giving it a thought, he did not find it strange either. The marketplace was crowded in the past because there had been no ongoing battles. Now that the Black Ink clan had surrounded Yinyang Pass and they were all busy fighting, who would they come here? Nonetheless, it wasn't as if there wasn't anyone here. At Lin's steamed bun restaurant, a small figure was sitting at a table while supporting her chin with one hand while playing with her hair with the other. She looked extremely bored. Spotting the figure, Yang Kai promptly stepped forward and bowed. "Old ancestor." Ever since he had escorted the old ancestor back, he had been fighting against the Black Ink clan and had not seen her again. He had no idea why Tang Qiu had brought him here. "The old ancestor lightly nodded before stretching out her hand. "Sit." Yang Kai was just about to sit down when he suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back. Looking back, he saw Tang Qiu glaring at him and immediately straightened up. Junior wouldn't dare. What can I do for the old ancestor? The old ancestor glanced at Tang Qiu but didn't say anything. Rather, she just asked Yang Kai, "Do you know why this marketplace exists in Yinyang Pass?" Martial Peak. Chapter 51-22. Secret Order. Observing the myriad forms of the human world, seeing all the prosperity of the bustling world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled the words etched at the entrance of marketplace. The old ancestor lightly nodded. Living inside the bustling world can quickly heal my injuries, which is why there is a marketplace in Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai suddenly came to a realization. The old ancestor's healing technique was somewhat similar to Duan Hongchen's secret art. Duan Hongchen's title was Bustling World, and his entire cultivation was based on experiencing the baptism of the bustling world. Yang Kai couldn't comment on the profundities of this technique. After all, he had never cultivated such a technique before, but since the old ancestor had said as much, it must be so. At this point, he suddenly understood why the old ancestor had summoned him. Does old ancestor want this junior to help you heal your injuries? The old ancestor agreed, nodding. I've heard that you have raised many living beings in your small universe and it can be considered a complete world. It would be a huge advantage if you could help me heal my injuries. I don't need to heal completely, just enough to regain the strength to fight. At this time, Tang Qiu also interjected. Although the Black Ink Clan army isn't receiving many reinforcements, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to force them to withdraw. Compared to previous wars with the Black Ink Clan, which took more than a decade or even a century to end, 3 to 5 years was already an extremely short time, and all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. Had he not destroyed so many Black Ink nests behind the enemy lines and occupied so many Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink Clan's forces wouldn't have been so strained. Although 3 to 5 years isn't a long time, if the war continues, Yinyang Pass will definitely suffer some damage. But if the old ancestor can take action, she will definitely be able to end things in one fell swoop. Yang Kai cupped his fist, stating, if old ancestor requires it, this junior is duty-bound to comply. Good, many thanks for your hard work in advance. Tang Qiu patted Yang Kai's shoulder in relief. In order to allow the old ancestor to experience the hustle and bustle of the mundane world and heal her injuries, Yang Kai needed to spread out his small universe and let her wander about inside. The old ancestor was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't take her into his small universe. He had no other choice but to do things this way. Since that was the case, Yang Kai would be unable to participate in future battles as he would need to remain in one place. Yang Kai could not easily move before the old ancestor had regained her full strength. Fortunately, Tang Qiu also said that since the old ancestor had decided to decimate the Black Ink Clan army personally, Yinyang Pass' next strategy would be to harden its defenses and wait. No matter how the Black Ink Clan provoked them, they would pretend they didn't hear anything. The humans would only rely on the spirit arrays and artifacts around Yinyang Pass to kill the Black Ink clansmen who got too close. They would not be sending troops out onto the battlefield. Soon, Yang Kai spread his small universe in the marketplace and let the old ancestor enter. Not only that, but he also chose the most prosperous city for her to arrive at. While the old ancestor was roaming around the mundane world in his small universe, Yang Kai did not remain idle. Although he could no longer freely move due to having spread his small universe, cultivating was not an issue for him. As such, he took out a set of 7th Order materials and quietly began refining them. Inside Void World, Miao Fei Ping of 7-Star Sect had long since matured from an innocent brat to an Emperor Realm Master and was now an elder of 7-Star Sect. His aptitude was quite good, and not too long ago, he even helped the ancestor kill a powerful enemy, earning him much praise. After that incident, the ancestor also bestowed the 7-Star Sect with many resources and passed down the method to condense one's Dao seal. Many of 7-Star Sect's Emperor Realm Masters had already begun doing just that. Rumor had it that they would advance the Open Heaven realm in the future as long as they worked hard. Miao Fei Ping was naturally no exception. Which cultivator didn't yearn for a higher martial Dao? Among all the Emperor Realm Masters who had begun refining powers into their Dao Seal, Miao Fei Ping's progress was the fastest. He originally thought that he would at most be able to condense fifth-order powers with his aptitude. This was also the advice given by the ancestor when he originally bestowed them with the necessary materials. Of course, he wouldn't dare disregard the ancestor's advice. However, when he really began condensing powers into his Dao Seal, he decided to be a little more courageous and try refining sixth-order materials. Much to his surprise, he actually succeeded. He didn't feel any discomfort or burden either. In other words, he could condense sixth-order element powers and attempt to break through to the sixth-order open heaven realm. He was extremely excited with this result, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was because the ancestor had said that although his aptitude was excellent, he would only be able to reach the fifth order in the future. The ancestor could not have made a mistake, so how could I successfully condense sixth-order powers? He really wanted to consult with the ancestor and ask for an explanation, but he was unable to contact him, so he had no choice but to give up. Miao Fei Ping was still in the process of condensing powers, and he was refining a sixth-order material. He wanted to obtain higher achievements and a higher starting point. Because he knew that his two companions who had entered the sect with him had received personal guidance from the ancestor himself, they would surely soar higher in the future. Miao Fei Ping didn't want to be left far behind by these two, so he could only redouble his efforts. Thinking back to when he first entered Seven Stars Sect, all the past events vividly flashed in his mind. So many years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Where is that cold and aloof little girl with heaven-defying aptitude and that young boy with such poor aptitude that he could barely cultivate? Even Xueqi, who had suddenly appeared in Seven Star Sect, just disappeared one day. Those three were the ancestor's personal disciples, so they might be cultivating with the ancestor. One day, while Miao Fei Ping was meditating, a voice suddenly spoke to him. Miao Fei Ping was both surprised and delighted. He quickly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully. Ancestor. He failed to spot the ancestor's figure, yet his voice sounded straight into his mind. It was not the first time he had seen the ancestor's divine might, so he did not find it strange. The ancestor's message was actually a secret order, which Miao Fei Ping immediately accepted. Having done so, Miao Fei Ping quickly requested, Ancestor, this junior has a question he would like to ask. What is it? The ancestor's voice sounded again. Miao Fei Ping took a deep breath and mustered up his courage before explaining. Ancestor, you gave me some pointers before and said that I should condense fifth-order powers. However, this junior got greedy and tried to refine a sixth-order material. Surprisingly, I didn't encounter any problems. But this disciple no longer dares to recklessly advance without understanding why I am all right. Ancestor, please grant me some guidance. Should I continue refining sixth-order materials, or switch back to the fifth-order materials? As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Fei Ping immediately felt a majestic will sweep over him. In the face of this will, he couldn't help but feel as insignificant as an ant. This is the will of the ancestor. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but slightly tremble. The third-order Emperor realm is already the highest realm in this world, but it is still nothing before the ancestor. Just how high is the ancestor's cultivation? Soon after the will swept over him, Miao Fei Ping heard the ancestor's voice in his mind. Continue. Times are different now and you have a chance to advance to the sixth order. Junior obeys. Miao Fei Ping was overjoyed and gave his thanks. The unease that had been troubling him all the while finally disappeared after receiving his ancestor's guidance. Be that as it may, he didn't quite get why things were different now. I haven't done anything recently, but from what the ancestor said, it seemed like something had changed, allowing me to advance to the sixth order despite only having the aptitude for fifth order in the past. What changed? Thinking about it, Miao Fei Ping recalled that the newly recruited disciples of the sect seemed to have much better aptitude than in the past. And it was not just true for Seven Star Sect, but for all sects across Void World. It's as if the entire world had suddenly become more suitable for cultivation. More and more geniuses were appearing, causing the higher-ups of the various sects to celebrate. Thinking so, Miao Fei Ping immediately understood that what changed was not himself, but the world he lived in. He didn't continue mulling over the issue though. Rather, he quickly packed up his things and went to Seven Stars Sect's sect master, Shang Guanji, requesting a leave to travel the world. Shang Guanji had no reason to refuse and promptly agreed. And so, Miao Fei Ping, without wasting any time, quickly left the sect. Purple Phoenix City was among the most prosperous cities in Void World and was under Purple Phoenix Palace's jurisdiction. Purple Phoenix Palace was also one of the strongest sects in the entire Void World. More importantly, the disciples of this sect had a gift for commerce. This commercial success allowed them to attract countless cultivators from all over the world to Purple Phoenix City, and it soon grew into a prosperous metropolis with over 10 million inhabitants. With Miao Fei Ping's Third-Order Emperor realm cultivation, it had only taken him a few days to reach this city from Seven Star Sect, and following the ancestors' guidance, he quickly found his target. A 7- or 8-year-old girl. Wandering alone in this massive Purple Phoenix City, Miao Fei Ping was certain that this little girl had never cultivated and was just a commoner who could be found anywhere. The secret order Miao Fei Ping had received was to take good care of this little girl and not let her suffer any injustice, while not letting his whereabouts be exposed. At first, he could not understand why someone like the ancestor would care so much about a little mortal girl and even ask him to personally keep an eye on her. But when he saw the rattle drum in the little girl's hand, Miao Fei Ping suddenly understood. He recognized this rattle drum as it had been personally crafted by an Emperor Realm elder of his sect. He had been next to him when that elder had made this rattle drum. This little girl is the ancestor's descendant. The ancestor had given a series of decrees back then, asking for steamed stuffed buns and candied fruits, all to coax this little girl. Having understood this point, Miao Fei Ping immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He felt extremely honored that the ancestor gave him such an important task. Because of this, Miao Fei Ping had been secretly following the little girl and protecting her at all times. After observing her for a while, Miao Fei Ping discovered that she was particularly interested in snacks, but she did not seem to have any money on her. Every time she saw someone eat something, she would always start drooling, making her look extremely pitiful. Several times, Miao Fei Ping couldn't bear to watch and almost offered his assistance. At these times, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Since this little girl was the ancestor's descendant, why didn't the ancestor give her any money so she could buy the things she wanted? Obtaining mundane coins should be a breeze for the ancestor. But since the ancestor had not done so, he must have had his reasons. So, Miao Fei Ping couldn't rashly intervene either. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.